Good morning, everyone. Let's get settled, please. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Saima Malik. I'm with the World Bank. I'm very happy to welcome you all here. Let me begin by apologies for the long lines. We received notification that we have a very special guest of honor tomorrow. And so the badges had to be redone for security purposes, which is good news, but not great for those of us who had to stand in line. So apologies for that. If you collected your badge already, everything is good. If you have not collected the badge yet, at some point during the day today, when there's less rush, I invite you to go and collect your badge. Thank you. I'd like to introduce our colleague who's going to start the session off. And so please, let's begin with inviting the Director General of the Rwanda Basic Education Board, Dr. Nelson Barushimana. Dr. Nelson, please.
Honorable ministers, delegates, guests, partners, colleagues, and friends, good morning. Good morning. In Kinyarwanda, we say, Mwaramutse. Can you repeat? Mwaramutse. Yeah, my name, as it has been mentioned, is Dr. Nelson Barushimana. I'm Director General in Rwanda Basic Education Board. At Rwanda Basic Education Board, we promote the quality of education in basic, specialized, and adult schools in Rwanda. And then we coordinate and fast track basic education programs and activities aimed at providing to all categories of Rwandans the quality of education. I'm pleased to wish you a very warm welcome to the land of 1,000 hills. We are pleased to host the second annual Africa Foundation Learning Exchange here in Kigali, Rwanda. We are delighted to have colleagues from ministries and development partners, organizations from countries across Africa and beyond. Although we have our official opening tomorrow, today is the first day of sessions. As I hope you have seen in the agenda, which has sent out to everyone over email and is also uploaded onto the event website. We have a very exciting series of sessions planned for you today. These sessions will be held in either in this room, MH4, or the room next to door, MH3. Please note that the coffee and the lunch will be served in the tent outside just across the hall. Ministers, members of ministry delegations, and development partners leads will be served lunch upstairs in the auditorium club. We have tried our best to respond to the demand for session topics, and so as you can see, the schedule is very tight. So we will request your collaboration in moving quickly from one session to the next, as well as to and from coffee and lunch. There will be signs and ushers to direct you throughout the event. Please feel free to ask any questions that come up. Finally, we are so pleased to have you join us here today. We wish you a very productive 3 days here. We hope that this space will allow you to strengthen old ties and forge new connections with like-minded colleagues and friends who are all joined together by our strong desire to ensure strong foundations for learners across the continent. Thank you and wish you an excellent Flex event. Murakoze.
Thank you, DG. Quick announcement, we do have the headsets that are providing simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and Portuguese. If we need a headset, they're at the table in the back, so please do collect them. We also have colleagues who are providing them around the table, and thank you for your patience. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Pooja Nakamura. Over to you, Dr. Nakamura.
Mwaramutse. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for opening the session, and thank you very much to everybody for being here today. It is such an honor and pleasure to be with you and to be here at one of the very first sessions at this very exciting and powerful meeting of the minds to discuss, debate, and think about a way forward for all children reading and doing basic math across Africa. So if we could have the slides up, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. So this first session, we are calling Building the Bricks for Foundational Learning through Effective Language of Instruction Decision-Making in Africa. So the whole session is going to focus on what I think is at the heart of learning, language. So if we could go to the next slide. Just as a brief agenda for today's discussion, I will open a little bit for about 10 minutes on the role of language in the learning crisis, the learning poverty situation that we're seeing. Talk a brief bit about the state of global evidence in language of instruction decision-making across the continent. And then talk about some work we're doing with the Gates Foundation in 5 countries in Africa called the BUILD framework, which is a framework for working with stakeholders and decision makers across all levels of the education community in each country to build a path forward for language of instruction decision making. I will then turn it over to Dr. Nick Spall from the Gates Foundation to talk about how they are supporting countries with their language of instruction plans as they choose them. And then we have a wonderful set of panelists and country-specific discussions. We'll start with Miss Alison Grimsland from the World Bank, where she'll talk about some exciting work that's happening in Senegal and the Gambia. And then we'll have Dr. Grassa from the Ministry of Education in Mozambique present on the Mozambican case. And then we'll have Mr. Koulibaly from the Ministry of Education in Cote d'Ivoire present on the situation in Cote d'Ivoire and some exciting work over there in terms of language of instruction. And hopefully we'll have some time at the end to open it up for questions, discussions, and some topics that sometimes can be debatable and questioned as we move ourselves forward in this very exciting and tricky topic of language of instruction in improving foundational learning. All right, thank you. Can we go to the next slide? Great, thank you so much. And so I'll just start with this global evidence base for language of instruction decision-making just to set the stage. My name is Pooja Nakamura. I'm a principal researcher and the head of international education at the American Institutes for Research. I'm based in Washington, DC, and have been doing work around bilingual education, multilingual education, and foundational learning across low and middle income countries for the past 15 years or so. To the next slide. Okay, so I'm opening with the fact that language is at the heart of learning poverty and hopefully at alleviating learning poverty. Language is at the core of all learning. So the first statistic, which I hope we don't hear over and over and over again, but is probably the most dismal of all, is that 2 out of 3 children are not learning to read in low and middle income countries or learning to do basic math. So foundational learning is not happening despite being in schools. Now, I put here that all of this learning occurs through language. Yes, there are some core essences of like being able to do maybe some computation that might be beyond language, but almost all aspects of foundational learning occur through language to get to that point. I put here too many children, another statistic which the World Bank says about 40% at least of all children are learning first in languages they do not use or understand at all. In some countries, that's 90 to 98%. And across the world, there are different statistics, but just way too many children are sitting in classrooms in languages they do not use and understand in the first place, and then probably have to learn another language on top of that. Most children across low and middle income countries will transition somewhere between the upper primary grades to another language. And here I say almost all education in low and middle income countries is bilingual or multilingual, even when it's a monolingual education program. So if there is two languages in the child's mind, if there is two languages in the child's community, if there is another language that will be acquired at some point in their education trajectory, they are in a bilingual or multilingual education setting. And this has deep implications for how you set up a curriculum or a policy for the best learning outcomes. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So there is a major tension between two opposing forces. They're opposing forces that are well established in the research for language of instruction, policy, and practice decisions. One, which we can cite the research on for decades, is that you have to educate a child in a language they use and understand. That is simple when you put it like that, but that is not a simple question to answer. When we go back to the previous slide and see somewhere between 40 and 90% of all children are being educated in languages they do not use and understand. So this is called the mother tongue, the home language, the familial language, the language of the community, and is a language that we know if the child is educated in for as long as possible, they are more likely to succeed in foundational learning and future academic achievement. Tension point. We know that there is a significant link between socioeconomic mobility and demand for a post-colonial or an international language earlier and sooner. So these two forces are both clear and happening in many countries. And for a long time, they've been kind of thought about as pitted against each other, as opposed to how do we empirically reconcile these two forces and build a bilingual, multilingual education system and foster learning in bilingual, multilingual settings from the get-go, as though the child is going to be literate and learning in two or more languages as they proceed through the education system. So that is where the answer lies. It's in between this empirical reconciliation of longer and better local languages and mother tongues with earlier and better introduction to the post-colonial language, so they're learning both together. So we are right now at a critical juncture of understanding how to do that better and how to nurture bilingual children within whatever political agendas and socioeconomic agendas are set for the country in order to move foundational learning forward. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so really quickly, if we're talking about foundational literacy as an example of our final outcome, I just wanted to kind of put this graphic of a house. So we want children reading with comprehension, foundational literacy. That's what we want. How do we get there? So we kind of think of it as a house that we're building in the child's mind. So you have to lay the foundation and do a bunch of foundational skills. I'm saying this simply, but every curriculum, every policy, every teacher training manual should have an idea of the outcome in order to build a house that's likely to stand. Now, what's really important is there are these two walls or two pillars that are going to hold up the roof. Without one of them, or if the bricks are shaky on either one of them, the roof is likely to fall. So that is language comprehension. So the blue wall. If the child doesn't understand the language, they're not going to be able to get to foundational literacy or reading comprehension. They might be able to so-called decode. They might be able to sound out. They might be able to do something with rote memorization, but their roof is not going to stand. So on the other side, the green wall is decoding. And decoding then is the ability to sound out the letters. So the phonics, the sounding out the letters, that's one wall. But if you're sending kids in to school in languages they do not use and understand, you're missing that entire wall. So either you have to build that wall through your systems, or you have to change it to a language that they actually do have that wall in. So those are the options in order to be able to do that quickly with fluency and have a roof that is likely to hold. And then if we could go to the next slide, please. So this is now just a whole set of how do we select that first language of instruction in countries. So I'm saying you need a wall. Some countries may say that wall doesn't exist, but we'll build it because we want to do it in another language. So what we wanted to do, and we've done in multiple countries now, and I'll show you quick data on this, is try to determine with evidence in which languages do those children have a wall already. In which languages do those children have language skills? Because one of the big questions is maybe they do have it, but it's not enough. Maybe they do have it, but it's weak. Maybe they have 2 languages and one of them is good, but we have 80 mother tongues. How do we decide which of those 80 we should go for? So what we did was we tried to see if the learner claims to know one language or more. What languages do they know even a tiny bit? What languages do they speak in the community? What languages do they speak in school? So we had monolingual learners. So these are learners who only knew one language, who claimed to know one language and had reading and language ability only in one language. We had emerging bilinguals, those who said they could speak 2 languages, but in reality, when tested, their 2 languages were very far apart. And there was another language that was clearly weaker than their first language. So these children we counted as strong only in the language they were strong in, and the other was emerging. And then there were the children who had 2 languages that we called bilingual, 2 or more, but 3+ was rare. And these are children who can be educated in either language. So so this is just a classification of how we did the language mapping. And I can go into a lot of detail on how we tested this. But if you go to the next slide, please. I just want to show the results across multiple countries. So this is the degree of mismatch. So the percentage of students in our sample who were not matched between one of the languages that they could speak well and the languages they were being instructed in. And you can see that it's pretty high in some of the countries we did work in, DRC, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire, and is lower, but still relatively mismatched in Kenya and Rwanda, and then lower still in Mozambique. Now, this is 2024 data collected over the last couple of years through multiple different projects. We have data from previous studies that actually show that it has shifted over time. So I'm happy to show those as well. But it's quite dire to see that a ton of students are still being educated in languages they just do not use and understand. If we can go to the next slide. So that's picking the first language. The next question is picking the second language. We're not building one house, we're building 2. And we have to start thinking of policy and curricula from the beginning as 2 houses, at least, because the first language impacts the second language in significant and predictable ways and facilitates. And for too long, we've been thinking about it as interfering, but facilitates the introduction of learning a new language. So if we can build that house with bricks that can be used like a townhouse and can support, it's more cost efficient, it's more effective, and it's faster. So the faster and easier way to teach a second language is through the first language and taking the bricks from the first language and building them in a way that can be shared with the second language. So you're thinking about bilingual, multilingual education from pre-K, from pre-primary. And so what we've looked at, if you go to the next slide, is really those bricks in empirical terms. Which bricks, how many bricks, when do we lay the bricks, and when is a child ready to learn to read the next language? We know the first language is predictable and impactful for the second language, but we're trying to find out exactly when, where, and how much so that curricula can be designed accordingly. And we found pretty robust evidence across languages in different countries, different types of language pairs in Ethiopia, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, DRC, and India in different language pairs in these countries to find a tipping point, a threshold point, a point at which a child is reading in their first language well enough that can be measured with tools that they are now exponentially more prepared to benefit from instruction in a new language. So starting before that, you're likely to start on shaky grounds. Neither of the roofs will stand. Build the first roof, get the right set of bricks in, start building the second house, and both are likely to stand. And so we're applying this evidence at the American Institute of Research in different programs across the world, and we're trying to make this into a more sustainable approach for understanding bilingual and multilingual education. And I think one more slide, please. Thank you. And very, very importantly, we are now taking some of this evidence base and moving to work with the Gates Foundation and several key stakeholders in 5 countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Mozambique, Rwanda, Senegal, and South Africa, with what we're calling BUILD as a project or a framework, the blueprint for the use of evidence in language of instruction decision-making, where we're going to work with stakeholders to conduct deep engagements and consultations to understand the goals for foundational learning for the country. So not goals for language of instruction policy, goals for foundational learning for the country, and then to back map or to work backwards to how do we get to that goal if the goal is in X language? How do we get to that goal? Do you need Y language? Do you need more time? Do you need to go around it? And using the evidence base to kind of build a country level roadmap based on the political current and shifting realities of the country. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Nick Spall. Thank you.
Thanks, Pooja. It's good to be with everyone today. I'm going to make a very short presentation just because I know that we're tight on time. So if we can just get my slides up. What I want to speak to you about today is a little bit about the Gates Foundation's work on language of instruction in sub-Saharan Africa. So Pooja already mentioned one of the projects that we're working on, which is the BUILD project. Which is one area that we're aiming to support countries implement the language of instruction policies that they choose. So if we just go to the next slide. Many of you will be familiar with the programs that are on the screen at the moment. These are examples of foundational literacy and numeracy programs that have been implemented on the continent over the last 10 years. This is from the Science of Teaching, a brief on language of instruction. One of the things that you'll notice is that most of the emphasis on FLN programs and particularly literacy programs has been on the home language, on mother tongue. Some of this has been driven because a lot of the USAID programming on the continent has focused on mother tongue. But a big reason behind it is also because, as Pooja mentioned, children can only learn how to read in a language that they speak and understand. If they don't speak and understand the language, they cannot learn to read in that language. That being said, a lot of countries, when we go and speak to the ministries, emphasize the importance of an international language, of Portuguese, French, English, for lots of reasons. Social mobility is one of the ones that Pooja mentioned, but also things like national cohesion, the difficulty if you have 20 or 30 languages in your country to figure out which ones do you pick. And so for that reason, the disconnect between the languages that children are learning in, and if we just go to the next slide, this is just another form of the same data that Pooja was showing. A very small number of children in each of these countries actually speak the language that they're being taught in at the start of grade 1. So you can see that ranges from 34% of children in Mozambique and Mali, 15%, in Zambia, 18%. The linguistic realities on the ground means that it's very difficult for countries to figure out which languages they can use, creating teaching and learning materials in those languages, training teachers, matching to the language that teachers speak to the districts or the regions where they're deployed. But if you just go to the last slide here, this is also just showing you that there are a range of different language of instruction policies that can be implemented. It's not as if there's only one language of instruction policy. You could go straight for French. You could go have a late exit mother tongue policy. You could have an early exit mother tongue policy. And different countries, as you can see on the right of the slide, different countries have different policies. From the Gates Foundation, our view on this is that ultimately this is a political decision that the government needs to make. It's not as if there's one right decision and one wrong decision. But what we do say is that across these, some of them are more likely to lead to literacy than others. As we mentioned, if children don't speak the language of instruction, it's very unlikely that they will learn how to read in that language. That doesn't mean that countries might want to move quite rapidly into the L2 or into the international language. And so what we are doing here is to say that there are better and worse ways of implementing any of these language policies. You might pick the second one or the third one or the fifth one. There are good ways of doing that, and there are bad ways of doing that. So once the country has decided, we as Mozambique or we as Zambia are implementing this particular language policy, our aim is then to say, how do we support you to implement that in the best way possible? How do we make sure that you have the teaching and learning materials that are needed to develop oral language facility in the second language so that children can learn to decode and read in that language? So exactly what Pooja mentioned earlier, you don't get to build a house if children don't speak that language. It's just not possible. But what you can do is recognize that you can build those two houses next to each other or build the first one moving to the second house. And what does that look like in each of the contexts of the people that are represented here today? So I'm going to move quickly over to the case of Senegal, where we'll hand over to Alison from the World Bank. We will find out a little bit more about this, but it's great to be with you all today. Thanks.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Alison Grimsland. I'm a senior education specialist at the World Bank. I manage Senegal and work on several other countries in West and Central Africa, and I'm a literacy specialist, so I kind of embed with teams who have projects that have large foundational learning components. I am here to present actually two kind of differing examples as just two of kind of many countries that the World Bank is engaging with on these kind of very complex issues of language of instruction. If we could show the slide. Yes. So just to get started, Pooja actually cited this report earlier. It was a global report that the World Bank did called Loud and Clear. And it was basically thinking a little bit about this, right? This complex issue of language of instruction and medium of instruction. And maybe there's two main points that come out of that report, although there's kind of several best practice approaches that come up in there. The first is that point about how many children are not learning to read in a language, read or learning anything really, any of the subjects in a language that they understand. And that could be that it's not the language that they spoke with their mother at home, but also a language they may know in a community, kind of a market language. They're not learning in that one either, right? That's a very large percentage of children, and it's an extremely large percentage of children, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. But there's another point that's important in that report as well. That we feel that helps countries, and I'll give more concrete examples later. But the number of languages can feel completely overwhelming, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, because there are so many national languages. So that report talks about how globally there's about 7,000 languages. But when they actually start to think about a common set of languages that children can speak and understand in, right? So not necessarily a language that every single child spoke at home, but a language that they least can understand in the wider community, that number starts to reduce. And the reason why that's important is because when you start to think about implementing a language of instruction policy, that it matters enormously, because you could be talking about 200 languages, or you could actually be getting data and learning, actually, if we start in 5 or 6 languages or 2 or 3, maybe we'll reach actually a very large percentage of the population. So it makes it more practical and realistic if you have good data to think about what language to intervene in. And Pooja talked a little bit about that earlier. Next slide. Okay, so again, some of this thinking, right? There's an absolute number of languages spoken in a country, but that is different than how many languages you may need to move in particular regions or in the country to actually reach children. Because as Pooja said, they're really multilingual environments, right? So that really matters to have data about what languages children understand. The next bit is, like I said, so there's that language, that first language versus a language of wider communication, and we'll see what that looks like in some of the countries. Considerations obviously are the languages spoken by teachers. So we're talking a lot about what languages do children understand, but if we don't get that mix right of what language do teachers understand, kind of haphazard posting and not considering that, the intervention still will not be successful. And then perceptions and preferences about language use matter enormously. So you can have a beautiful language of instruction policy. It takes into account evidence-based best practices, but if your communities do not want it, it's not going to work. So that also matters a lot. Next slide. I want to give just 2 examples that I think are interesting. These are neighbors in terms of countries. It's the Gambia and Senegal. The Gambia, for those of you who know, is kind of embedded within Senegal. It's English speaking in terms of the kind of official language that they use, whereas Senegal is French. So it's kind of linguistically, it's an interesting example. But they have a lot of shared languages. So the 5 or 6 main languages spoken are shared between those 2 countries, although they differ in terms of dialect a bit. Anyway, the Gambia is a small place. It's about 2.6 million. There's estimated to be about 12 languages that are spoken within the Gambia, and they've previously experimented in language of instruction in kind of mother tongue. But this was in a small kind of way without data actually for all of the school communities. So they were preparing for a policy shift in language of instruction where they want to start in that L1 through grade 3, but they aspire to move beyond. So Nick talked about various models of language of instruction. I just want to point out that those aren't necessarily stagnant, right? Where a country says, oh, we're going to try to do early exit. It could be that they start with an early exit program because that's all that's tenable politically to do, but they actually aspire to move to that late exit program where children learn for longer in a language they understand. They aspire to do that, but they have to make some headway in a different model that happens to be what they can do at that time. Next slide. So the Gambia was actually, because it's a small place, they wanted to move ahead and say, okay, we've tried to experiment in national languages. We don't feel like we have the data to actually really make sense of what languages we should be offering. Can we do a mapping? And so that's what they've done, actually. And it mirrored some of what that Loud and Clear report showed, right? Which is that although they have 12 plus languages in circulation in the Gambia, actually when the mapping was done, census level mapping, 98% of schools are covered with 3 languages. Those 2% of schools matter enormous. 5 languages covers 98%. 3 languages actually covers about 90%. So that 10%, that extra 2% of schools, it matters enormously, right? We're talking about people, we're talking about children, we're talking about communities. So it's not to say that those aren't important, but in terms of thinking strategically about which languages can I actually move in first, or how many children we're going to reach if we have limited resources, that makes a huge difference. And this kind of detailed mapping lets them do that. They had an approach that was interesting in that they did observational data, which is kind of the classic way to observe what languages children are speaking on playgrounds and with their peers and things like that. They also did interviews with teachers, but they also tested students as well. So that doesn't always happen, right? Sometimes it's mainly observational data, conversations with communities, but they went that extra step of actually testing comprehension of students as well. And what that let them do is a little bit more to Pooja's point, thinking about, okay, they have ability in one language, but do they also have ability in another language? For that particular school, actually are 2 language options a possibility? I don't mean that they're going to teach in 2 national languages, but if the community is more comfortable with one language, is that a decision that we can take together? Next slide. Senegal is a different example, right? It's a bigger place. It's linguistically more diverse. They've had many years in experimentation in national languages. The Gambia wanted to do a mapping before they had this national debate about language of instruction. And the reason why it was important to do a mapping first for the Gambia was because that could help clarify some of the discussions that they're having at language of instruction. So this is a political conversation they're having, but they now have the data to say, actually, we know we can cover 98 per students if we move in 5 languages. So it reduces some of the anxiety about moving into many different languages. Senegal has actually been at this for a long time, and they've been very strategic about phasing in where they're going to move, okay? And we've helped do that, support them to do that as they move. The government strategy basically is trying to harmonize existing approaches. So there's different funding comes in, there's different donors who are supporting different things. And they said, we really believe in instruction in national languages and this bilingual, biliterate approach. But we have different kind of pieces of the puzzle over time. We want to have a harmonized strategic approach to be able to do that. And so that's where they're thinking very strategically. They've started years ago, actually, several years ago, by looking at the least linguistically complex environments, right? So environments where they could start in 3 languages and actually have really good coverage of those regions, and then add languages as they go. Next slide. So now they've successfully mapped languages for 13 of their 14 regions, which is quite impressive. Like I said, they're adding the more linguistically complex regions as they go. And it's a strategic move on their part because they have more experience at that point in terms of developing materials in multiple languages. They've also built their capacity over time to be able to do these kind of language mappings. There's always room for improvement, and they're open to good quality support, right, to get at better data of what the children are able to speak. But in my experience, it's been quite rare to see ministries who have a direction of national languages who actually feels capacitated enough to go out and have these kinds of conversations with communities. There's an important point for Senegal that I really want to emphasize. They spend a lot of time talking to community members when they do their language mapping. So the example of the Gambia, they were having conversations with parents and interviewing lots of parents, but in Senegal, it's actually quite enormous, right? So for example, they were mapping one region fairly recently, 2 years ago. It had about 300 schools in this one region. Of those 300 schools, they engaged with about 5,000 community members. And that matters because they try to develop a consensus in the community when they're deciding the language of instruction. They're triangulating that with data in terms of what's our observational data in terms of what children are speaking, what are the heads of schools telling us about languages that children speak. But this community approach matters because, like I said, even if the community can speak Wolof, but they feel that the language that they typically use at home is being encroached on or will not be tenable to use in that community, if you just look at the basic data that says what are the children able to speak and say this is going to be a Wolof speaking school without the buy-in of the community, again, it's not going to work. So we're seeing as we support them to go into more linguistically complex regions, that this becomes a bit of a challenge, right? You might have good coverage of 80% of schools, but for these 20% of schools, there's a lot more work that needs to be done in terms of conversations with communities to think, do we need to add more languages to be able to reach these children or not? So very quickly, there's just 2 kind of concrete examples of countries that are at different places in the trajectory, right? One, which already has a language of instruction policy about we're being very committed to teaching in national languages and are now trying to fully roll. And the Gambia, which has had some experimentation, liked some of their initial results, but wanted to take a step back, look at the data, and then use that to inform the political dialogue around that. With that, I'll stop and head to the next country example. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we're running tight on time, but Dr. Graça, if you could come up for your presentation. This presentation is going to be in Portuguese. So if you need translation, there are the devices. So please make sure you have one of those. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Bom dia. Eu chamo-me Graça Cumbi Mogol, sou diretora nacional adjunta para o ensino primário no Ministério da Educação e Desenvolvimento Humano. Estou muito feliz por estar aqui para partilhar um pouco da experiência de Moçambique em relação ao uso da língua materna no processo de ensino e aprendizagem. Esses slides. Sim. Bom, podemos passar à parte da contextualização, tendo em conta que os que me antecederam fizeram menção à situação também de Moçambique em termos de contextualização como um país multilingue. Podemos avançar? Next slide. Onde é que se pisa? Sim, eu dizia que a contextualização podemos passar tendo em conta que os outros colegas já fizeram referência. Podemos passar para o próximo slide, por favor. Bom, a situação de Moçambique também não é diferente daquilo que já foi apresentado. Um estudo feito pelo INDE em 2006 mostrou que, de facto, o uso da língua portuguesa de forma exclusiva contribuía para o baixo desempenho das crianças no processo de ensino e aprendizagem. Então, esta situação fez com que se introduzisse um novo programa, um programa piloto chamado Projeto PEBIMO, um projeto de escolarização do ensino bilingue, cujo objetivo era experimentar, ver até que ponto o uso da língua moçambicana no processo de ensino e aprendizagem poderia trazer bons resultados. E, de fato, trouxe bons resultados que fizeram com que em 2004 se introduzisse em regime piloto o ensino bilingue no processo de ensino e aprendizagem em 16 línguas moçambicanas. Em 2020, com a aprovação da estratégia de expansão do ensino bilingue, também expandiu-se o ensino bilingue e, neste momento, temos cerca de 1.345.000 alunos, 465 alunos, e assistidos por 16.908 professores. Próximo slide. O processo de transição, que é a nossa maior preocupação, é um país que tem revelado algum sucesso em relação à implementação do ensino bilingue. No entanto, temos estado a registrar um abrandamento em relação à transição. Não obstante, o uso da língua materna seja feito tanto na modalidade monolingue como na modalidade bilingue, temos registrado um abrandamento na fase de transição, porque a transição, a L1 dos alunos, como dizia, é usada como recurso na modalidade monolingue. No entanto, o objetivo principal do uso do ensino bilingue no Sistema Nacional de Educação é transferir as habilidades da língua materna para a língua portuguesa, exatamente por causa da questão que foi feita a referência aqui, em que Moçambique ainda não tem uma política linguística que favorece o uso da língua materna em todos os meios. Então, neste momento, a nossa preocupação é usar a língua materna para facilitar a aprendizagem para a língua portuguesa. Próximo slide. E o processo de transição, nas primeiras classes, ela tem um peso maior, a L1 tem um peso maior, em que temos 90% para a L1, por exemplo, na primeira classe, e à medida que nós progredimos para as classes subsequentes, este peso da L1 vai reduzindo a favor da língua portuguesa. E na sexta classe verificamos que, na verdade, as disciplinas são todas elas lecionadas na L2, na língua portuguesa, e a L2 passa a disciplina escolar. Próximo slide. Desenvolvemos várias atividades, mas nós trouxemos aqui para destacar em relação à mobilização comunitária. Porque se as famílias, se as comunidades não estiverem preparadas, não souberem o que é o ensino bilingue, qual é a relevância de usar a língua materna no processo de ensino e aprendizagem, é muito difícil implementar o ensino bilingue. Então, trouxemos aqui como atividades chaves para partilharmos aqui a elaboração do manual de mobilização sobre o uso da língua materna no processo de ensino e aprendizagem, por forma que todos os atores usassem a mesma linguagem, estivessem harmonizados. E neste contexto, durante as campanhas da abertura do ano letivo, durante o processo de matrículas, a preocupação do Ministério da Educação em informar aos pais sobre como é que o ensino bilíngue funciona. Próximo slide. Temos vários desafios. O primeiro é a capacitação de professores em metodologias de desenvolvimento da oralidade da L2 e em estratégias de transição para a L2. Temos também como preocupação, como desafio, a alocação de professores falantes e com domínio da língua de instrução nos alunos das turmas. Como foi feita referência aqui, é necessário fazer um mapeamento. Então, esse mapeamento é feito, mas também ainda temos o desafio de ter professores formados. O Ministério já introduziu um curso que prepara os professores, 12ª mais 3 anos, prepara os professores para saírem lá com competências de formarem os alunos usando a língua de instrução. Temos também um desafio na produção de materiais de aprendizagem, especificamente ligados à transição. Há vários materiais, mas no que tange à transição ainda é um desafio. Próximo slide. Temos uma oportunidade, estamos a preparar, em parceria com o Banco Mundial, um novo projeto chamado Integra, Projeto de Desenvolvimento Humano, em que tem uma subcomponente que prevê a capacitação do pessoal da educação em relação ao uso da língua materna para o processo de ensino e aprendizagem. E houve 2 seminários realizados com professores e acadêmicos, formadores de professores, e também estiveram aqui parte dos nossos primeiros oradores. A doutora Puja também participou virtualmente e deram-nos contributos sobre o que poderia ser feito para garantir a transição positiva da L1 para a L2, tanto na modalidade monolingue como na bilingue. Foram propostas 4 pilares. O primeiro sobre desenvolvimento da oralidade em L1 e L2, e depois também o segundo, o uso da L1 como recurso no ensino e aprendizagem de e L2. Próximo slide. O terceiro pilar, estratégia de transição da L1 para L2. E também temos o quarto, que é a formação de professores em exercício e a afetação de professores do ensino bilingue. Portanto, há uma grande preocupação de nos focarmos sobre as estratégias de transição, desde a capacitação, produção de materiais, e por aí fora. Podemos passar para o próximo slide? Próximo slide. Next. Como resultado deste projeto Integra, está prevista a elaboração de um plano de ação que tenha aqueles pilares, suportada por aqueles pilares que fiz referência. Poderá-se elaborar um plano de ação para apoiar todos os atores, desde o órgão provincial, órgão central, até o nível distrital e a escola, sobre como é que pode ser feito, como pode ser feito este processo de transição. E prevê-se que este plano de ação seja concluído em dezembro de 2024 e seu lançamento será em fevereiro, na semana das comemorações do Dia da Língua Materna. E, então, até 2025, prevê-se que este projeto seja implementado, primeiro em algumas províncias que têm este apoio do Banco Mundial, e depois será implementado ao nível nacional. Prevê-se também a produção de vários materiais, formação contínua, monitoria da aprendizagem e apoio pedagógico dos professores nas 2 modalidades, monolingue e bilingue. Como eu dizia, o monolingue, apesar de usar a língua portuguesa e considerando a situação dos nossos alunos, que ao entrar na escola, a grande parte, cerca de 80%, não dominam a língua portuguesa. Então, achamos que este projeto vai apoiar também os professores de monolingue em relação às estratégias de transição. E muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krasa. Thank you so much for sharing that. We'll go to the next speaker, and hopefully we'll still have a couple of minutes at the end for questions and discussion. But since we started a little bit late, I want to pass it on to Mr. Koulibaly from Côte d'Ivoire's Ministry of Education and spend a few minutes to talk about that case as well. Thank you.
Merci, madame. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais vous saluer au nom donc de la Côte d'Ivoire que je représente. Je voudrais dire que je suis inspecteur général de l'éducation nationale, donc en Côte d'Ivoire. Et le sujet qui nous a été soumis est donc est parti d'une série de questions autour desquelles nous avons construit notre argumentaire. Ce que nous constatons, mesdames et messieurs, c'est qu'à peu près 4 sur 10 enfants dans le monde ne comprennent pas la langue dans laquelle ils sont enseignés. En Afrique francophone, la majorité des enfants, surtout, ne comprennent pas du tout, ne maîtrisent pas la langue française. Et donc, la langue, comme le disait tout à l'heure quelqu'un, est l'une des raisons les plus importantes donc, de l'échec scolaire. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Encore, s'il vous plaît. Donc, pour remédier à cette situation, beaucoup de pays en Afrique essaient, n'est-ce pas, de s'engager dans le bilinguisme. Slide. Voilà. Chez nous, en Côte d'Ivoire particulièrement, qui est un pays à forte hétérogénéité linguistique, il faut noter qu'il y a 60 langues. Et les plus parlées, c'est le Dula, le Baoulé, le Sénofo et le Bété. Le français, par contre, est la langue officielle, c'est un héritage colonial, mais c'est le principal médium d'enseignement à tous les niveaux du système éducatif ivoirien, depuis le préscolaire jusqu'à l'université. Malheureusement, cette langue est comprise seulement par 34% des habitants et 69% de la capitale, n'est-ce pas, du pays. S'il vous plaît. On avance, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Et donc, oui, on avance. Prochain slide. Et justement, par rapport à la langue, lorsque nous regardons, c'est que ceux qui la maîtrisent, qui maîtrisent le français, il n'y a que 19% en 2021, 26% en 2022, 23% en 25% en 2025. On sent certes une augmentation. Malheureusement, elle est en dessous, n'est-ce pas, du seuil que nous attendons. En ce qui concerne les cours moyens secondaires, c'est-à-dire que ceux qui doivent aller au collège, en 2014, nous avons enregistré 48% de ceux qui ont le seuil, qui atteignent le seuil suffisant de connaissances, et en 2019, 40%. Là aussi, il y a une baisse de près de 8 points, ce qui pose, n'est-ce pas, un problème, ce qui montre que nos enfants ont vraiment des difficultés pour maîtriser la langue officielle qui est le français qui leur a enseigné. Prochaine langue, s'il vous plaît. Prochain slide. Voilà. Et donc, pour apporter des solutions, nous essayons au niveau du ministère d'intégrer un certain nombre de stratégies. Nous avons révisé, par exemple, les programmes éducatifs. Nous avons élaboré de nouveaux manuels scolaires. Nous sommes retournés à la méthode syllabique en ce qui concerne l'apprentissage et également à la dictée classique qui avait totalement disparu. Nous avons augmenté également le temps d'apprentissage et nous avons adopté un régime pédagogique qui donne 90% du temps d'enseignement aux disciplines qui sont fondamentales, notamment le français lui-même et les mathématiques. Nous sommes allés, prochaine slide s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Nous avons également élaboré un certain nombre de stratégies. Par exemple, nous avons institué un programme qu'on appelle le Programme national d'amélioration des premiers apprentissages. Nous avons conçu la stratégie nationale des premiers apprentissages qui renforce par des méthodes de remédiation l'apprentissage des enfants en matière, n'est-ce pas, du français. Nous avons mis à jour, n'est-ce pas, une stratégie de formation des enseignants en lien, bien sûr, avec cette nouvelle méthode et nous renforçons, n'est-ce pas, le dispositif d'évaluation des apprentissages. On peut avancer, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Et nous avons créé une direction spécialement pour le suivi, n'est-ce pas, des programmes qui s'occupent, n'est-ce pas, d'accompagner les enfants. Nous organisons régulièrement, n'est-ce pas, des évaluations et nous avons mis en place un laboratoire de l'éducation pour la production et l'utilisation des données probantes. Prochaine slide, s'il vous plaît. Et puis, nous nous sommes rendus compte qu'il nous faut effectivement intégrer les langues nationales. Et l'histoire des langues nationales en Côte d'Ivoire, leur enseignement, commence avec un linguiste du nom du professeur Khaled, qui a introduit dans un premier temps la langue le Dula dans l'enseignement, comme médium, n'est-ce pas, d'enseignement. Et cette langue, elle est la langue la plus parlée en Côte d'Ivoire. L'expérience a été trouvée concluante, elle a même été appréciée par la Banque mondiale, et cela a fait que l'État a décidé lui-même de lancer un projet qu'on appelle le projet École intégrée, et Ce programme-là a été introduit depuis 1921 et il suit son cours, son chemin, avec près de 10 langues nationales parmi les plus parlées qui sont enseignées aux enfants pour leur faciliter jusqu'à un certain niveau, pour leur faciliter la compréhension du français lui-même, la compréhension des autres manières et poursuivre ainsi leur cursus. Alors, au-delà, n'est-ce pas, de ces 10 langues qui sont donc enseignées au niveau du pays, nous avons également un autre système, n'est-ce pas, d'introduction des langues nationales que nous avons adopté. Il s'agit, n'est-ce pas, du programme Élan. Next, s'il vous plaît. Alors, Élan, c'est une initiative qui promeut le bilinguisme en Afrique, donc qui promeut, n'est-ce pas, la langue nationale, les langues nationales et leur introduction dans le système éducatif. Nous sommes affiliés à ce système-là en 2015 au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire et nous essayons de travailler, de sélectionner donc des établissements dans lesquels les enfants apprennent les langues locales, à côté, n'est-ce pas, du français. Et ce que nous observons, c'est que les résultats sont des résultats intéressants parce que ceux qui sont dans des écoles apprennent beaucoup plus rapidement et comprennent mieux l'enseignement par rapport, n'est-ce pas, aux autres. Ils ont moins de stress dans l'apprentissage et cela leur donne, n'est-ce pas, envie, n'est-ce pas, d'aller à l'école et cela est très important. On y va? Alors, ce que nous notons, c'est que l'introduction, n'est-ce pas, d'une langue nationale a une influence, n'est-ce pas, sur les politiques et les pratiques. Par exemple, ça valorise, n'est-ce pas, la culture nationale, ça promeut également l'inclusivité et la diversité culturelle. Il y a une meilleure compréhension des concepts et transitions qui sont donc plus fluides vers l'apprentissage du français lui-même en tant que langue d'enseignement. Et puis, il y a un accès équitable à l'éducation et à la réduction des disparités. L'impact, donc, il est positif sur la réussite scolaire. On peut avancer, s'il vous plaît. On peut avancer. Alors, par rapport donc à ces langues-là, à l'introduction des langues nationales, nous avons, dans le cadre de l'Organisation des États généraux de l'éducation nationale, eh bien, un levier transformateur qui demande que nous puissions donc définir en Côte d'Ivoire une véritable politique linguistique qui soit fondée, n'est-ce pas, sur le multilinguisme et la promotion, n'est-ce pas, de la diversité culturelle, pour donc également mettre en avant, n'est-ce pas, nos valeurs culturelles. Alors, le processus demande la mise en place, n'est-ce pas, d'une politique. Et je peux déjà dire que cette politique a commencé avec la signature, le jeudi 5 octobre 2024, d'un appel à candidature pour lancer cette politique-là. Et on peut avancer, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Je voudrais dire que les langues nationales sont prises en compte par le nouveau dispositif de renforcement du français en termes, n'est-ce pas, de formation des enseignants, en termes, n'est-ce pas, de consolidation des langues qui doivent être enseignées, et cela nous permet véritablement d'aller de l'avant. Je voudrais dire, mesdames et messieurs, que la Côte d'Ivoire est consciente que les langues nationales peuvent apporter beaucoup plus dans la facilitation, dans l'éducation des enfants, et c'est pour cela que nous nous attelons à aller le plus loin possible, bien entendu, avec des partenaires avec lesquels nous discutons, et nous espérons pouvoir faire en sorte que nos enfants aillent le plus loin possible. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you so much to everybody. We are unfortunately completely out of time, but I think it was a very rich discussion of trying to understand how different countries are moving and understanding and grappling with this very big question of use of language in moving and paving a path forward for all children learning. If we could go to the slide that has my email on it. That's the end of my presentation. By any chance, if anyone's controlling the slides, maybe that's the best way to gather questions, comments for any of the panelists, any of the presenters, because I know the next session is already starting. So I really apologize for the lack of time to discuss it. But yeah, there's my email and I can channel questions to anybody and have any follow-up as needed. Thank you so much to everybody.
Yes. We'll pause them. No need to play them. I think we're good. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can we settle down? We're about to start our next session. Can we please all settle down? We're about to start our next session, which is going to be on closing the evidence gap, scalable and cost-effective EdTech in Africa with a focus on foundational learning. All right. My name is Eliud Chemweno. I am with the MasterCard Foundation. I head the EdTech ecosystem at MasterCard Foundation under the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning. And for those of you, if I could just have everybody who is going to be participating in this session, please to take your seat. If you're not participating in this session, I would ask you to kindly excuse those who are participating so that we can all be in the same room together. All right? Are we all together at the back? Okay. All right. My name is Eliud Chemweno. I'm with MasterCard Foundation. I head the EdTech ecosystem work at MasterCard Foundation under the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning. For those of you who are new to or have not heard about MasterCard Foundation is a private charitable foundation that focuses on young people access to education and alleviating of poverty. Our work is mostly around in the continent of Africa and also with the indigenous people in Canada. Our mission really at MasterCard Foundation is a world where everyone has an opportunity to learn and prosper. But today is not about MasterCard Foundation. Today we will be looking at tackling the challenge of limited evidence on effective EdTech scaling, particularly in low income and middle income countries in Africa. And we will look at putting EdTech in foundational learning as the focus of this particular session. So to help me with this particular session, I have an amazing panel of colleagues from World Bank, from ADEA, from IDRC and CCM. So we will have some colleagues who will join us online, Alex and Patrick, but allow me to welcome Honorable Albert Nsenguyuva from ADEA. A round of applause for him. And next on stage, allow me to welcome Nisi Madu from Co-Creation Hub. She's a managing partner at Co-Creation Hub. So if you could sit, yeah. And then if the AV team is ready, if you could beam in the other two colleagues. Alex Twino-Mogisha from World Bank is a senior education specialist at the World Bank. I hope he's been able to join in. We have two colleagues who are joining in online. And Patrick Walubenge from IDRC is a team lead. The AV team, I want to start with them already online.
Daniel, can you hear me? This is
Confirmation
Alex.
from the team that Alex and Patrick have joined. They're good? All right. Yeah, so this. So yes, I think we should get started. So thank you so much, Nisi. Thank you so much, Albert, Alex, and Patrick for availing your time for this particular wonderful and very important and topical discussion for today. But I think to get us started, I think where I would like to really kick off our discussion today is just sort of laying the, painting for us a picture from your work and telling us about some of the edtech solutions that you've interacted with that really focus on and are making a difference within foundational learning and all that. I think let's get started there and then we'll go into the substrat of all the questions. We'll start with you, Albert,
Okay.
and then we'll go to Nisi, and then we'll go to Alex, and then
flying ladies first.
I'll start with one closer to.
Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. Yeah, first of all, let me thank you, the moderator, for this important session on EdTech and how EdTech can actually help to address some of the issues that the foundational learning is actually facing. My take from the last 2 years in particular, and that's basically since the Transforming Education Summit, where we actually raised the salience of the importance of foundational learning. And we're looking at different ways of addressing issues pertinent to foundational learning. And some of the issues includes the issue of literacy, for example. Literacy, numeracy. But more importantly, it's also about looking at ways in which we can actually accelerate the attainment of the SDG because we're lagging behind. And this is where I found interesting for partners and countries to identify where we see the value of EdTech in actually helping to accelerate the attainment, but more importantly, connecting educational technology and learning outcomes. So to give you an example that something that came to my mind actually quickly like this, I remember the African Union at some point, they initiated what they call Innovating Expo, the EdTech Innovating Expo. And I remember this one that took place in Botswana, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2019 or 2020, somewhere. Mm-hmm. There were some innovative solutions that came out in terms of supporting teachers to actually teach, especially literacy, engaging in literacy, improving literacy, using all kinds of devices, including mobile. And these actually solutions were developed by young people. And I'm happy to see my colleague here who's actually running the CC Hub. The reason I'm saying it was important because we are used to get solutions from elsewhere. And this time we were trying to make sure that our young students, young people, having understood the power of the education technology, And having been able to identify some of the challenges and the issues that we're having with foundational learning, they've come up with innovative solutions in this regard. And this is particularly true during the COVID-19. I've never seen such a great innovation happening around the time, because that was really a priority for all of us to see how technology can support this. So they were addressing issues of literacy and numeracy in particular. They were addressing issue of access to learning materials. There were also solutions in support of teachers to master technology as well, which is also not something very important. So there are just a few of them that I think were very important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Albert. Nisi, if you could kindly take that question also around, what are you seeing or some of those solutions that are really addressing the foundation learning, just getting us started with this discussion.
Thanks a lot, Eliud. Good morning, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I work with CC Hub, Co-Creation Hub. It is an innovation center focused on accelerating innovation for Africa's prosperity, and technologies are a tool of choice in bringing this about. And we do a lot of work in the edtech space, essentially focused on identifying ways that improve learning outcomes. And with two key programs that we implement at CC Hub, the Massacre Foundation EdTech Fellowship Program, and most recently the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Sub-Saharan EdTech Fund Venture Studio. We have about 50 plus now EdTech companies in our portfolio that we support. And we see these young people, young Africans primarily, building very, very interesting and innovative solutions, tackling foundational literacy and numeracy on the continent. And when we look at the solutions, it's categorized in three ways. So learner-facing solutions, solutions focused on engaging learners directly and helping them build their skills in literacy or numeracy. We see teacher-facing solutions, so solutions that are focused on empowering teachers to improve their pedagogical and content knowledge, but then also helping to make their work a lot easier. And then we also see system-facing solutions as a third category, solutions that empower government stakeholders, policymakers with data to be able to make effective decisions. Now, in the learner-facing solution category of things, you see startups that are building, and when I say startups, innovators that are building solutions focused on providing contextualized interactive learning resources, games, digital stories, animation content. In fact, we have a company, Kunda Kids, that creates nursery rhymes using Afrobeats, which makes it really upbeat and exciting and relatable for our children, which is very important, that contextualization component. We also see solutions focused on personalized learning, where children are able to engage with these systems and is able to provide content to them at their skill level and support them to be able to build their skills as they engage with that content. On the teacher-facing side, we see currently a lot of AI-backed solutions focused on providing teachers with resources for lesson planning, but beyond that as well, resources that can help them build their skills when they need it, on demand as they need it. And a lot of these solutions are exciting because, like we said, it has a lot of potential to address the foundational learning challenges that we face. There's still a lot of work to be done, of course, to be able to implement these solutions and test them at scale. But then the fact that these solutions exist and that we're seeing them, very, very contextualized is something that makes us excited for what EdTech can do in the FLN space on the continent. Thanks, Eliud.
Thank you so much, Nisi. Let me go to our colleagues online, and I'll start off with you, Alex. So yes, I think what we've heard both from Albert and Nisi is that there are solutions that are currently doing amazing work within the foundation learning space. But there seems to be a persistence around this evidence gap in terms of what is working and what is not working. So Alex, from the work that you're currently doing at the World Bank, what strategies have you seen that have really worked in terms of scaling these solutions? Perhaps you could start off and share those aspects. Alex, over to you.
Thank you, Eliud. Let's see if this technology thing works.
We don't
And
have
if,
audio from Alex.
and if it will scale. Do you have audio from me now?
I can hear you, Alex. I'm not sure the colleagues in the hall can hear.
Apparently they can hear us online.
All right, Alex, over to you. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Okay. Well, there goes technology and scaling. Yeah, so thanks, Eliud, and good to see everybody, and good morning, those of you in the room and those of you online. So Eliud, that's kind of a trick question. But let's, we believe very strongly that technology is just a tool, and that really what we should be focusing on is the education part. So I'm going to answer the question in two parts. So first, the evidence on education strategies that work. And then we'll talk about the EdTech scaling part. So, and I think Nisi, had the three buckets, she was spot on. And I'll have maybe an example in each of the three buckets. So a very simple one. And by the way, for those of you listening, you should Google you can Google World Bank Smart Buys. It's a developed report on the evidence on learning strategy or education strategies that really improve or move the needle on foundational learning. So one is just simply providing parents with information, typically information on the benefits of education, the school's performance and all that. That's been shown to be very powerful. The second, and that's at the system level. The second is the teachers, absolutely critical, and teaching at the, kind of grouping kids according to their level of learning rather than the age. Typically kids are grouped by age. And, in India, they call this teaching at the right level. And some people may be more familiar with that term. Is another very powerful one. And also related to teachers is the whole structured pedagogy, or giving them really detailed teacher guides. And then going to the student-focused ones, adaptive and personalized learning certainly is very interesting, and it's been made even more interesting with AI. Now, if you think about using technology for any of those things, technology actually does help us scale some of those education strategies, but they are basically three things you need to think about. One is the infrastructure, right? Like you need some sort of connectivity. That could just simply be, a phone call, but you do need to connect, or SMS or internet. You do need a device. And I think we often underlook the device. And then you do need some platform of some sort and some content. On the teacher side, the teachers really need to be comfortable and trained on the technology. And then the last one on the system side, which I think a lot of people underestimate, is just the capacity of the education system, typically the Ministry of Education, right? To, first of all, procure these things and then implement them at scale in thousands of schools to millions of students, and tens of thousands of teachers. It's a huge undertaking, and that's where things usually fall apart, right? So I think those, kind of taking care of the infrastructure, the teachers, and the capacity. I think in terms of the evidence, we really need to focus on the things that move the needle on learning and not so much on the technology.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. From your discussion, and let me go back to Patrick right now. What Alex has mentioned in terms of focusing on what things that are needing move the needles on learning, and in this particular case, focusing on foundational learning. I know IDRC focus a lot also on research on foundational learning and look at some of the EdTech solutions that are working. Are there things that you want to contribute to that discussion, or from what Alex is saying?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues. This is a very interesting discussion. As earlier you mentioned, yes, definitely. I work with the International Development Research Center, so we are really into the research aspect of this discussion. And I think to answer your question, just to contribute to that, I think it's very important to paint a picture of what is happening currently when it comes to EdTech evidence. Especially, first of all, in general, but also when it comes to specific elements of scalability, cost effectiveness of EdTech solutions. And I'm glad that on the team, on the panel right now, in one or another, the colleagues have already alluded to where the opportunities are, but also what challenges we are facing from the research perspective. So one thing to mention that on the positive side, there's been a lot of interest in research, which is a positive side, especially after COVID-19. There's been a lot of interest. We see a lot more discussion and energy when it comes to filling the evidence gap in the EdTech ecosystem, discussions around policy, discussions on investments, and so on and so forth. And the discussion that my colleague has just been having, the implication, the digital infrastructure, access, especially based on the key pillars, electricity, connectivity, access to devices, and also so on and so forth. But one other thing which is on the negative side, or the opportunity that we see, is what my colleague has described when she started off there, described in the different EdTech solutions that are out there. So there's empirical evidence that a lot of these solutions are working in different contexts, but in a very localized way. And there are quite many, some people are targeting teachers, some are working in refugee with the refugee communities or displaced communities. There are so many different things. And whereas that is good, but also that presents a challenge when it comes to the question of what is there that is scalable, what is cost effective, because a lot of us have been working in silos, working in without necessarily harmonizing, having a harmony in terms of consolidated evidence on what is working, and that is a challenge. It's been a challenge, but then also we still have a bit of challenge when it comes to some of the evidence that we have currently is really generated from the north. We still have a big gap when it comes to consolidating evidence from the global south, and that's another gap that needs to be filled. But otherwise, to answer your question precisely, there's still a big gap. There's still a big gap when it comes to the question of evidence. There's still a big evidence gap when it comes to understanding scalability. What factors are important when it comes to scaling some of these EdTech initiatives and cost effectiveness. I think that's briefly how I can paint that picture. Hopefully, I've answered your question.
No, thank you, Patrick. And I think what we focus on, and also looking at some of the work that IDRC is also doing, and sharing the lessons from in other contexts that you've actually been able to operate in, and the evidence that you've actually been able to collect. And in closing, and you've highlighted, solutions working in different contexts and all that. Perhaps are there lessons that you could share from other contexts around how they've been able to close that evidence gap that perhaps could work for low and middle income countries?
Sorry, come again. I missed you on the last two sentences there.
No, I just wanted to focus on, you've talked about some of the solutions working in different contexts and some of the evidence that you've actually been able to collect and all that. And I just wanted to zero in around how do we close that evidence gap? Are there contexts where they've been able to close that evidence gap and that we could share on that? Yeah.
Yes, definitely. So may I also mention first that in early this year, IDRC commissioned a research. There's a research, if you can find it online. It's titled "A World to Know: A Brief Overview of the Current Knowledge and Research Issues on the Use of EdTech in Low and Income Countries." And that research highlights a number of things, and we learned quite a number of things from that research. One, that whether viewed to be cost effective or not, scalable or not, the success of EdTech initiatives to enhance foundational learning depends on factors, on certain key pillars. And I would like to mainly two. One is on the digital infrastructure that my colleague has already highlighted. And as I mentioned earlier, we have so many examples of we are learning from the learning passport, that's implemented by UNICEF. We have Colibri in Uganda, and which is also a very, very good initiative. But one of the biggest threats to EdTech is the significant disparities we see in terms of access to digital infrastructure. So when we ask ourselves, say, cost effective, the question is cost effective in what context and for who, and those kinds of questions. And we like that. In terms of the other example is on pedagogy and governance, so that we can discuss the issues of teachers as key elements. These are very, very key findings, and many other things which I can't go dive into. But in terms of how can these insights help address existing evidence gaps and how we're closing those, yes, definitely there are many examples. One of the things that in terms of investment, in terms of research investments, in terms of policy dialogue, in terms of the discussion that we're going on, that what we are learning from the different areas has helped us point us to priority areas of intervention. The insights point us to areas that need deep dive analysis, areas such as ensuring EdTech is inclusive. We have that big question. Issues around the language minorities and the refugees, and all that, So there are good examples in that respect. Issues around policy development and refinement. So it has helped us close that gap. It has helped us, what we are learning from this, it has helped us close that gap. Although we acknowledge that there is really still a wide spectrum of things that we need to learn from this space. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Patrick. And let me come to Albert. And your work with ADEA involves working very closely with the government's ministries of education and all that. And if you could just tell us a little bit more around the work that you're doing to support governments to basically leverage on data and evidence to formulate policies around that promote cost-effective solution around EdTech.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Let me illustrate our role, particularly in relation to what colleagues here are talking about. I think we are living in a context compared to 20 years ago, where we are no longer just looking at the issue of access to technology, or we're looking at issues of professional development for teachers, or development of our curriculum. We're looking at a solution, a way of combining, multiple aspects that will actually lead to improve learning outcomes. And I see Alex here, 20 or 25 years ago, as I remember, we were really much involved in the issue of connectivity in an isolated manner. We're looking at the issues of access to devices. But what I found interesting in the discussion today is how you connect all these dots, leading to improving learning. And this is where the policy dialogue forum becomes very important. And this is what ADEA is about. Facilitating policy dialogue forums where we bring together decision makers from countries, bringing development partners that are here, private sector, which is so important, very important to bring the private sector because they're the one actually developing those solutions. And the other key stakeholders, including teachers, including educators, and so on and so forth, bringing them together so that we can see how we connect those dots, starting from the learning outcome aspect, so that we can make EdTech demand-driven.
Absolutely.
Which I think it's a very important point. So ADEA, since the last 20 years or so, have been really mobilizing partners and stakeholders in particular on issues pertinent to improving the quality of education, including the use of EdTech in this particular. So ADEA used to have what is known as the biennale. Now we have what we call a triennale, where we bring all key stakeholders to discuss on all these aspects and issues that we believe are so critical to bring on table. Of course, our focus is always to raise country ownership, and especially working in a diverse context, as colleagues were really pointing out, because the issue that we see in Nigeria may differ from the ones that you see here in Rwanda, being issues of access to infrastructure or issues of teacher training and so on and so forth. One of these examples that I want to share, during COVID-19, we received a request from a number of countries to get a better way of addressing the use of technology in education. And we conducted a situation analysis of the use of technology in a number of countries. I think there were about 34 countries. So what came out of that research clearly showed that unless policy comes first to drive, and of course, policy is informed by evidence, as colleagues were pointing out here. And in order to get a policy, of course, it's required to develop capacity of ministry so that they are able to understand the needs and translate those needs into policy and, of course, strategies. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. It's not just about spending resources. The question is how best can we spend in order to address those gaps, as colleagues were pointing out. So, and those are the discussions we're having in this platform, particularly the triennial. We initiated since 2019 high-level policy dialogue forums that are more thematic. So, for example, one of these was on secondary education, and the issue of technology was so important. Why? Because we look at the possibilities to increase the uptake using technology, for example. We're looking at how to accelerate teacher professional development using technology, how to improve learning assessment using technology. So that's what I was talking about, making technology use more demand-driven. So that's really one part of the answer. Secondly, with the Mastercard Foundation, of course, we initiated what is known as tackling education and skills data challenge in African education system. Again, when we talk about evidence, evidence is about getting the right data. And the question is always, how do you use that data to inform your policy? And we believe the issues of data, most of the time people take it as a technical issue. It's actually a policy issue. And this is what we've been doing in sensitizing policymakers to be the one requesting for quality data. Because data will definitely drive and will actually be the one to drive the evidence and inform decision making. So those are really some of the things that we've been doing in mobilizing countries and partners in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. And I know Alex, and for your information, colleagues, so Alex is dialing in from DC, so it's early morning hours for him. Thank you so much, Alex, for joining us. And just to bring you back, Alex, I know with the Mastercard Foundation and also some of the work that you've been doing really touch on policy and EdTech policy. And I want to bring you in to contribute to the discussion on what you've heard from Albert and zero in around, what should countries prioritize when it comes to policy frameworks? And in this room, there are various stakeholders represented, both from government and I think from development partners and all that. And how should we actually work together to make sure that these policies come to life beyond working with governments?
No, thanks. So just a quick note on the evidence bit before I switch to policy. I think it's fair to recognize that the evidence, first of all, just on the impact of EdTech has been rather elusive, except in a few cases, and this is worldwide. I think specifically we have serious evidence gaps in Africa. But then there are concerted efforts to address this. So the bank, FCDO, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, we've been supporting, and I think the Mastercard Foundation has also supported the EdTech Hub specifically to develop this evidence base. And so there's a lot of interesting evidence that's beginning to emerge. And even within the bank itself, with the education department, we have a partnership with our development impact group specifically to advance and build the evidence base. So I think that's improving. I would certainly like to see more involvement of the local research community in Africa. I think that there is a disconnect between the international and local research systems, and I hope that we can bridge that gap to get that better local researchers involved. On the policy bit, again, let me preface this by saying that post-COVID, we've seen actually an increased demand for EdTech, right? You would imagine that after COVID, kind of everybody would go back to business as usual, but the demand has actually increased. I'm sure, Albert, you get all the demands. We do get the requests. Nisi, you can probably see just the sheer activity in this space. But there are really 5 things that we advise countries to really look at carefully if they're going to have a policy and strategy that makes sense. And Eliud, we've just gone through actually going through the policy academy. We have the policy academy jointly supported by the MasterCard Foundation, where we bring policymakers together. We have 20 countries in Africa currently taking the policy academy. It's an online platform. The 5 things are, first of all, ask why. Right? So you want to buy technology for what? Right? And I think everything goes wrong because that question is never asked. And if it's asked, it's actually never properly answered. Right? And so asking why, what exact education problem are you trying to solve? And centering, or problems are you trying to solve, and centering your policy around that is super, super important. The second thing is design this policy to scale. And we're talking about the evidence for scaling. We see too many pilots, and we see literally, they develop a policy and then they do a pilot, right? Like, is this a national policy or is it a pilot policy, right? So it's good to test things, to have a proof of concept, but design to scale. And design the policy to be inclusive. We've just recently analyzed, as part of the Policy Academy and as part of some upcoming work on digital skills, just to give you an example, just to give you some insights, there are about 80% of the countries in Sub-Saharan Africa have an EdTech policy. Of those, only 30% mention the word inclusion, which is kind of, shocking if you think about it, right? So a lot of these policies are really not inclusive, specifically catering for students with learning disabilities or any sort of special needs. The third thing is really focus on your teachers, right? Focus on empowering the teachers, because education is and will remain a human-centered activity, and so supporting the teachers is really critical. The fourth thing is the ecosystem. And the Ministry of Education will not do it alone. It has to be a whole of government effort. On the other hand, and it has to include the private sector. Actually, Eliud and colleagues, I think one of the big challenges with scaling EdTech solutions from the education sector point of view is a lot of the things that are required to scale EdTech are outside the education sector, right? It's connectivity. The Education Ministry is not in charge of connectivity, right? It's the Ministry of ICT. It's electricity. It's the Ministry of Energy, right? So a lot of the big things that barriers to scalability are actually outside the Ministry of Education's control. And so partnerships become absolutely critical. And this includes partnerships with, obviously, the private sector. The last thing is try and center policy and strategies around evidence, right? So find the evidence of what has worked and what has not worked. I think we have much more to learn actually from what has not worked. And ensure that your policy or strategy actually reflects the evidence, and build the policy so that it can be regularly updated. Again, the other thing we found when we analyzed the policies of these countries is that they are rarely updated. Just to give you an example, ChatGPT has been out for close to 2 years now. We could only find 2 countries that have even made attempts to update their policy, our hosts being one of them. And so really, really important that these policies and strategies become living documents. Back to you, Eliud.
Thank you so much, Alex. And Nisi, so heard from Alex around limited evidence, and a lot of the things that you need to scale are outside the EdTech ecosystem. But Co-Creation Hub has been doing an amazing job in being really at the forefront of fostering innovation and the work that you're doing within the EdTech space. And I know you've used a lot of evidence to support some of the solutions and all that. And earlier on, when you were setting the skill, you talked about some of the teacher solutions that you've developed and all that. But perhaps you can hone in around how has Co-Creation Hub sort of navigated this interesting space where there's limited evidence, and I know you're collecting evidence to sort of support education solutions to really address some of those challenges around foundational learning. Over to you, Nisi.
Thanks a lot, Elliot. Absolutely. I think that as Alex described it and as colleagues have said here today, when we look at, EdTech and scaling EdTech, one of the most important ways to be able to achieve that goal is take an ecosystem perspective to it. And that's work that CC Hub has been doing, and is a lens with which we work in the EdTech space. And if we think about it in three buckets again, three different buckets this time, starting with the EdTech products themselves. So those who build these products, especially local organizations that build these EdTech products. One of the biggest things to focus on is how do we support them with evidence to, like Alex said, not just build technology for the fun of it, because we understand that when it has to do with education, and a lot of times I say this, right? I say that EdTech is probably one of the only sectors where when you introduce technology, it's almost just about the hype. Like if you look at the fintech space, if it's about payments, if you try to do a transaction digitally and it doesn't go through, there's no hype about that. It doesn't work. But you see in the EdTech space, in SSA, a lot of hype about what it is that it can do without really adopting evidence to be able to ensure that it actually leads to learning outcomes. And so, for instance, if we know that teaching at the right level works, or differentiated instruction works, how can we support those who are building technology or EdTech solutions to be able to leverage this, pedagogies and approaches that work to then be able to build out their solutions and introduce it in the classroom? How do we ensure that the solutions are also contextualized? How do we ensure that it actually really supports teachers who are in the classroom? A lot of times when people think about solutions and introducing them in the classroom, they forget a very critical component. And at CC Hub, what we call that is the use case. So you might be designing a solution on one end, but you need to think about in the classroom, how is this going to work? A teacher has 35, 40 minutes for a lesson. Is this teacher going to use this for 15 minutes? If it's a solution focused on helping teachers improve their skills, is the teacher going to be using that solution before they get into class or as they're preparing for that particular lesson? At what point does the teacher engage with it? If it's a learning solution that the children are going to engage with, how many minutes in the class? How many lessons is it going to cover? How many hours a week? How many hours or weeks in a term? So these things are very, very important to think about, right, with the use case as you design those solutions. Another thing that, and what this requires is a really co-creation and collaboration with the stakeholders. And that's work that we do a lot of. And so, for instance, with the work that we're doing at the Venture Studio, which is focused on supporting EdTech innovators who are building from foundational literacy and numeracy, one of the things we did as we're setting up, pilot locations was we went to these government stakeholders and we said to them, what are the challenges that you're currently facing as it has to do with implementing foundational literacy and numeracy within your counties or your states? And we can think about and co-create with you how technology can help you address those challenges. Now, for them, it was a completely different perspective because they're used to, like Alex said, oh, we think we need technology and just introduce the technology, right? But it forced them to think about what goals they really wanted to achieve. And then we supported them to think through how the technology might be adopted within, their situation. Another important aspect of this is in terms of just gathering that evidence through the pilots and ensuring that we're able to, at the end of the day, say, if you use this particular learning solution, if a child engages with this particular solution for, say, 15 minutes a week, And, in 3 months, perhaps this child is going to be able to go between, one learning profile or improve their skills up to this level. We need to be able to have evidence on the impact of EdTech at that level, because what the impact of that, if we do not have it, is that when you're trying to make a case for investment or more investment in this space, the question is, how do we know it's going to work? And how do we start to ensure that it scales? Another bit with scalability is in terms of the pilot, and Alex, I think you alluded to that. As you design your pilots, you also need to think about replicability at scale. So don't design the pilots in such a way that it's just a few random number of schools and you don't think about replicability, especially within the existing government, structures. Who is going to do what, where, when, right? And so that as you take that, you're able to take it to the next district, the next local government, and there's that replicability at scale. The last bit is around, cost effectiveness. Like Alex said as well, and I think there are a lot of things that are connected, and I'm connecting this because it has to do with the ecosystem approach to it. When you talk about connectivity, when you talk about infrastructure, so devices, a lot of these things are outside of the core education sector, and you have to start to engage other stakeholders and bring them to the table to be able to do this. A lot of what we say at CC Hub and when we think about this work is that these stakeholders do not just think about, the impact of it. You have to think about market-driven evidences, the numbers essentially, that makes it make sense for them to think about this at scale. And so I've had, spoken to different telecommunication organizations, who say to me, Nisi, we think that there might be an opportunity to be able to provide cost-effective internet connectivity at scale. But then someone needs to figure out the models. Someone needs to figure out the numbers. And then I have, in Nigeria, we have a group of, they're called affordable education schools. So these are low-cost private schools who say to me, we do not want these things for free. We know that we can pay, but we need someone to figure out, cost-effective packages for us. And so there has to be that sort of middle point of bringing both stakeholders to the table and figuring out what sustainable business models would work. Even when we talk about the EdTech solutions themselves, we start to think about whether it's subscription for the platforms and how much that's going to cost. Albert talked about when you're thinking about millions of children, by the time you multiply a particular cost by hundreds of thousands and millions, you start to think about how would governments be able to afford this continuously. And so one of the work that we do is also figuring out, we target answering the question, who can pay? And figuring out innovative business models that brings various stakeholders to the table and ensuring that the local EdTech solutions building these solutions can remain in business, even though they're ensuring that these solutions reach the children that we care about the most. But that every single stakeholder who comes together in this ecosystem approach to this is able to find value for their own perspective. But at the end of the day, we're building effective EdTech solutions that are able to lead to impact and ensuring that our children are learning at scale.
Thank you so much, Nisi. So we've heard from the World Bank, we've heard from CC Hub, we've heard from ADEA, we've heard from IDRC. But there's one very important stakeholder we've not heard from, all right? And those are the EdTech entrepreneurs. Let's, if the videos are ready, let's hear from them. We did record some EdTech entrepreneurs giving their perspective around foundational learning. So what we'll do is that we will do, if we have, I don't know how much time we still have, but if you could cue at least 2 of those clips, let's hear from the EdTech entrepreneurs, and then time permitting, we will probably eat into your break time, just a little, if you allow me. If time permitting, then we will come back to the plenary and take on 2, maybe 3, actually maybe 2 very burning questions. So if the AV team, okay, you good? All right, let's. We could fix the sound.
Is, first of all, governments to come on board, not only with policy and Hello, my name is Tsirut Luza. I'm the founder of African Code. We are based in South Africa, and we teach teachers how to teach coding and robotics and how to integrate it into any classroom in any subject. The ecosystem support that we need as an edtech company is, first of all, government to come on board, not only with policy and assisting the schools to be able to implement the policy, but better training programs, which we do provide. Second of all, is with partnerships with corporate companies, mining companies, to come through and be able to reach those that are beyond the tarmac or outside of the usual places that get help.
I believe as tech entrepreneurs, we need to work together. We're working towards the same goal of finding foundational literacy. So we should work together as entrepreneurs who are in that space to build foundational literacy and numeracy for all our children and for all our learners. The other thing also that would be good is access to affordable devices or technologies that can be used to enhance learning for our young learners and for all learners across the board, so that it also increases their levels of understanding and also increases different learning aspects that they're going through. As we continue bringing in new technologies, we also need to build capacity of our teachers. What sort of technologies are we bringing into the classroom to help our learners learn? And are we also bringing the teachers on board, because they're the ones who are going to help these students as well?
My name is Andrew Rudge. I'm the founder and CEO of the Reach Trust. We're based in South Africa. And one of our programs is called Finding Tabo. It's a play-based cognitive stimulation game for young children with the objective of exposing all children to high-quality activities, even if they're living in under-resourced communities. The particular support we're looking for is funding support that can help the printing of resources and the training of teachers, as well as brand support, because many of the big pictures actually feature everyday household settings. So it would be quite easy to inject a specific brand into the picture, and it becomes a form of shared value, where a brand is supporting the education of a young child, but that brand is becoming familiar to the household that are using the product.
All right. So thank you so much. So I think we've heard from the edtech entrepreneurs, we've heard from our wonderful panelists. I will provide two opportunities for colleagues, either to react to what the panelists said or to react to what the edtech entrepreneurs said. So I see two hands went up. Okay, there are three. So I will balance this out. I'll give one lady and one gentleman. Let me start. Do you have microphones going around? I have one here. If you could start with a gentleman. You have a second gentleman there, but there's a lady next to you who's really trying to raise her hand up. Do you mind giving an opportunity? So allow me to start with the briefly your name and your question, please, or your comment.
So, Dr. I just want to make a comment on issues related to equity. Many times when we think about equity, we think about youth or access. But when you look at the literature on how the conversation of equity has moved, there is real value in thinking about equity. And that then brings a demand of how we think about, yes, training the teachers, but also thinking about the different capitals that the learners have in class and how we take that into account during the design and implementation. And the final thing I want to say, I think there was a conversation about why. Now, when we think about interventions in education, part of what Content Lab is helping those who are designing and those who are implementing understand why it is why. So you get back to, again, research theory, so that if we understand why it is working, then it actually helps in thinking about scaling. So those two things about equity use and drawing evidence from the theoretical understanding to really appreciate why this is working. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me come to the gentleman over here. Really briefly, if it's a comment or a question, we are running very short of time.
Yeah,
make it extremely brief. Go ahead.
It's a question. So, Dominic from UNICEF. We are like that education has become everybody's business, and this is why everybody wants to be more faster than everybody, right? And technologies. The big challenge, say, was that there is information asymmetry. and even evidence asymmetry in terms of what actually works to promote learning. For you, Madam, are there any examples of effective partnerships where government has facilitated knowledge sharing to close information and knowledge gap between government and the technologists and ensure that the focus is not just on minds, but it's actually on learning? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dominic. So, Nisi, I'll actually have you respond that as part of your closing comments. I think it's been an amazing discussion. So allow me to just give every panelist 30 seconds, and please stick to the 30 seconds, 30 to 45 seconds to make your closing remarks around the discussion today around really closing the evidence gap on scalable and effective solutions. So if Alex, let me start with the colleagues online and then we'll come to the colleagues in the room here. Alex, really briefly, you could give us your closing comments if you're there.
Yeah, I think just a few words. Let's get more local researchers involved in building this evidence.
Thank you, Alex. Let's get more researchers involved. Patrick?
Yes, I'm talking about local researchers. I'll talk about briefly our new initiative at ADEA, which is the African EdTech Research Impact Project, which is a 3-year initiative that aims to strengthen the coordination capacity of African ministries of education to establish and deliver on clear EdTech research agendas. And it's a partnership that will be implemented with EdTech Hub, ESA, and ADEA. And it has a very, very local element to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Albert.
Very tough. Number one, from the discussion I'm hearing here, if we're looking to scale what works, there are 3 important things we need to look at. Number one is how do we move from project level to system? This is something that I believe has come out of this discussion. The second is about coordination. We have so much going on. You know, when you go from partners, from organization of the country, and we know the capacity of countries, you know, to raise the uptake. So I call everyone here to see how best we can coordinate our interventions at the country level. The last one, let's make EdTech to make business sense. Again, this is about affordability we're talking about. Affordability will only be addressed once we get local solutions. And those local solutions start from the research, as Alex pointed out, but also for raising entrepreneurs who are going to develop homegrown solutions. That's what I see as a critical. Thank you.
Amazing, Albert. Over to you, Nisi, and if you could also tackle the question around information asymmetry from UNICEF.
Thank you. And so with, I'll just pick the last thing that Albert said around, let's make EdTech make business sense. If we don't get EdTech to scale, then we're not going to be able to realize the value of what we know, EdTech can create for helping our children, achieve learning outcomes. And to your question, sir, about examples of where that collaboration happens between government and those who are building, I would share from the work that we're doing at CC Hub through our venture studio, but even in acceleration programs that we implement, is the perspective through which we engage with government and bring in the EdTech innovators who are building. It starts first with addressing the issues or goals that the government is trying to achieve. And that way, there's a more willingness for them to share information and be part of it because it's essentially what they want and what they're trying to achieve. And we've seen that collaboration, play a huge role in ensuring that, one, these solutions are able to integrate effectively into the system. There's ownership, effective adoption, and that there's even that potential to take it to scale. The last bit that I want to just highlight is in terms of making business sense. Now, we know that except our EdTech solutions are able to effectively address learning outcomes in public education systems, there's no scale. And if there's no scale, there's no business sense really, because the numbers just would not make sense for any type of partnerships or investments, especially from the private sector. And so it is essentially putting that lens and saying, how can we come together as an ecosystem and identifying ways that different stakeholders can play a role and ensure that EdTech is sustainable, it's leading to improved learning outcomes, and at the end of the day, the most important bit, that our children are learning that skill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nisi. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I'd love to take one more question, but we absolutely ran out of time. I want to thank my amazing panelists, starting with, and let's give them a round of applause for those who joined some really interesting hours from DC, from our panelists here. We're really centered our conversation around really closing the evidence gap is not just a government agenda, it's everybody's agenda. We need to work together to make sure we're actually able to close the evidence gap, to be able to scale a tech solution low-income countries. That's all the time we have, and thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience. Our panelists are going to be around. If you have any other further additional question, comments, please feel free to reach out to them. Thank you so much. That's all the time we had. My name is Eli Chemeno. Over and out.
The artists of governments find opportunities to interact across public law. We have evidence for key population. And then we will review the next session of the Congress. Next slide.
Our student response to this and informs tutors on whether they should proceed to another or give a lesson in the fall.
How much
it is a direct image of their support.
With the basic kind of we can teach the children the basic math. So this program helps them to reach out to more students.
Firstly, I am a leader for new way of teaching Polish children despite po ng may pandemic tayo.
Doon mo nakakita na hindi mo lang pala natuturuan yung mga bata, turuan mo yung screen, kung paano ba maging flexible.
Yung confident, bakit turuan ba yung teaching ka?
foundational literacy and numeracy to end learning poverty. Here at the Africa Flex Conference, on behalf of the African Union, HCA, UNICEF, and all our other partners, I welcome you here. It is a very important platform for all of us to share with you from where this journey began and where we are at and what we're looking at in future. We know we are here to reflect on a shared commitment that every child across Africa, across this continent, gains essential skills in literacy and numeracy. Together, we have the unique opportunity to drive impactful change in foundational learning for Africa's future together. I'm not going to take so much of time because this is what we are discussing today in depth, in detail. I am very, very honored to be hosting today esteemed guests, ministers, all protocols observed. I want to start this session with having on stage to share with you the overview of the End Learning Poverty campaign by the AEC, that is the African Union Commission. I want to invite the head of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, Mrs. Sophia Ashipala, on stage. Sophia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naila, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister of Education, Your Excellency, Madam Mandalitso Kambua Wilima, Minister of Education from Malawi. Wonderful to see you again after the successful STC meeting under your chairmanship. Honorable Minister Conrad Saki, Minister for Basic Education and Senior Secondary Education of Sierra Leone. All other higher level government officials. I believe we also have the Honorable Minister Tolerai Moyo, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education for Zimbabwe. And we also have the Honorable Minister on the way from Ghana. It is indeed a privilege to have you on this session. I recognize all the higher level government officials, dear colleagues, friends, partners, and the entire education stakeholder. We are excited to have you on this session. It is indeed a privilege to welcome each one of you to this session, which is themed Empowering Africa Future, Advancing Foundational Literacy and Numeracy to End the Learning Poverty. Today we gather not only to discuss education, but to champion a movement that could shape the future of Africa. Our continent faces a profound learning crisis. Nearly 89% of African children cannot read or perform a basic math by the age of 10. This is not just an education issue. It is a crisis affecting African potential, limiting our young people opportunities, and challenging our future economic strength. To answer this call, the African Union, in collaboration with UNICEF and many of our dedicated allies, has launched the End of Learning Poverty for All in Africa campaign. The campaign is under the motto, Can Read, Can Write, Foundation for Life. Can read, can write, can count, Foundation for Life. This campaign stands as our unified commitment to make foundational skill accessible to every child, regardless of their background. It is a pledge to move from the ideal of universal education to the reality of foundational literacy and numeracy for all. This conference then provides a critical platform for us to review our progress, to explore best practices, and also to share successes across member states. By bringing together all our leaders, all our political leaders, educators, advocates, as well as our partners across the continent, we aim to forge actionable solutions. Today, you will hear about impactful strategies, groundbreaking research, and innovation from our partners, as well as from our colleagues, from our member states, those that are contributing to our shared mission to end the learning poverty. This is not just a meeting, but a launchpad for concerted action. As we open this session, I encourage us all to think ambitiously. By aligning our policies, resources, and efforts, we can ensure that our commitment today translates into tangible progress for tomorrow. On behalf of the African Union, I'd like to welcome you to this session. Let's use this opportunity to make African children a global example of resilience, potential, as well as achievement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia, for sharing with us the vision that African Union has for foundational literacy and numeracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite on stage the Regional Advisor for Education at UNICEF. As you know, UNICEF are our key partners at African Union to push this agenda for the foundational literacy and numeracy, and African Union really appreciates the support that we get and the collaboration that we have. May I please invite on stage, and please join me in inviting her on stage, Dr. Wangani Grace Taulo.
Good afternoon. Let me start by just recognizing the presence of the ministers of education from Malawi, Sierra Leone, and Zimbabwe, but also all the official dignitaries that are here. Let me also recognize the partners who are part of this session from UNESCO, Global Education Monitoring, Human Capital Africa, but also the Southern Africa Development Community, and also Youth Impact. I am very delighted to be here today and to be part of this session. I'm even more grateful to the African Union for inviting UNICEF to co-deliver this very critical session. I think this conference is happening at a very critical and pivotal time. We are running out of time, and we need to shift the gear to save the continent, but also create a generation of problem solvers and critical thinkers. And it all starts with the foundation in the formative years. The African Union is leading the effort. They declare 2020 as the year of education, marking a historical moment to put education back on the forefront of the education policy agenda. I also congratulate the African Union for leading us in the launch of the Continental Campaign on Ending Poverty in Africa, but also for hosting the Foundational Learning Conference that was held in Addis Ababa in September. It is indeed a critical time for all of us, but most important for our children. We've heard the statistics and we know them. They are not good. For the most disadvantaged populations, the situation is even worse. We know why we are here today. We are not allocating enough resources to the education sector, but importantly, to the foundational years to prepare learners to learn, including in early childhood education. Furthermore, we have a massive shortage of teachers, over 7 million across the continent, and many of these teachers are not adequately trained or capacitated with the pedagogical skills to teach effectively. Along with the African Union and member states, UNICEF is taking action to ensure that all children get their critical skills in foundational learning. The solutions lie with all of us here. At the moment, we have the fastest growth in foundational learning being witnessed across Africa at a change of 1.5 point every year. We are also seeing several promising solutions across the region, teaching at the right level, structured pedagogy, learning through play. I can name many more. And ministries of education are actually integrating these evidence-based, cost-effective solutions into their national education systems in order to reverse the learning crisis. We have seen also increased take-up by the regional economic communities. You will hear later on from the Southern Africa Development Community talk about what is happening at that level. But we can do better. We need to scale up on some of these commitments. But at the same time, we need to accompany them with support for teachers, but also assessment. And for where we have limited resources, we need to invest them in the right areas that are going to generate impact for children to learn. We must also leverage the opportunity of digital transformation and EdTech to enhance learning, and also look at data. And I think our colleagues from the Global Education Monitoring are going to share much more on that. But also, we must start these investments at a very early stage. So even as we talk about literacy and numeracy, we should not leave out early childhood education, because that is where children are prepared and made ready for schooling. And most critical, we must learn from each other. And I think this space provides us that opportunity. Allow me to just stand here and continue to recommit our partnership with the African Union, the member states, but also other partners to ensure that we actually work together to improve learning outcomes across Africa. I also just wanted to acknowledge our partners that have made this partnership possible, the GET Foundation, HEMPO Foundation, but also the Global Partnership for Education and several other partners who I cannot name one by one that are supporting us to be able to deliver this critical work. Whilst we are proud of this progress that we have made, I think we should be looking forward to deeper engagement in making sure that we all come together and make this a reality for children. We look forward to the upcoming Africa Union Continental Education Conference being organized in Mauritania to further deepen our engagement around these issues and come together to truly make the End Learning Poverty campaign in Africa realistic for children. I thank you all and look forward to participating and engaging in this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wangani, for those very important remarks that remind us why foundational learning is at the heart of Africa's development journey. Before I invite my distinguished guest speaker, the keynote speaker for today, let me please take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Education, Mali, Honorable Minister of Education, Zimbabwe, Honorable Minister of Education for Malawi, and Honorable Minister of Education, Sierra Leone. Thank you, sir, for being there. Thank you, madam, for being here. My next guest here at this platform needs no introduction to the world of education and she is especially for Human Capital Africa and the capital of development in Africa. As the founder and CEO of the Human Capital Africa, she has been a leading voice in advocating for educational reform across the continent. She has served as the Vice President of the World Bank for the African region and as Nigeria's Minister of Education and Minister for Mineral Resources. She's also the co-convener of the #BringBackOurGirls campaign. Please join me in inviting on stage Dr. Obiageli Askevesli.
Nyla, thank you so very much for your generous introduction. I am very delighted to be in the midst of champions of human capital development on our continent and perhaps even globally. And especially to acknowledge our continental body. I am definitely one of the persons that can't wait for the AU that roars and the whole world stands to acknowledge that it exists. I want to acknowledge all the ministers of education that are here, ministers of education of Sierra Leone, of Malawi, my dear sister Madalitso, always a pleasure to see you, and the Minister of Education of Zimbabwe, and I think also of Mali, if I heard correctly. All the partners in the development space that continue to work with the continent to achieve the most important foundation that it requires for economic growth and prosperity. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank the government of Rwanda for hosting this year's Flex. Having asked to speak on the role of foundational learning in realizing broader continental development goals, I do wish to commend the AU for the declaration of this year as the year of education. Sophie, you must always take this acknowledgement back to the commission. But with a very important request that a year of education is not sufficient. We need a decade of education. And after that decade is over and we still haven't achieved, then we add another decade to it until we get to the place where we don't need to reiterate how important it is that if we will tackle the challenges of development, then education has to be the epicenter of our prioritization. So I thank you once again for this year of education and for laying on this very important conversation today with our dear friends from UNICEF. I always say to the UNICEF people, you're not even leveraging your brand enough. The truth is, how many people remember a number of the UN agencies? But most people, including children, always remember UNICEF. And so that's a brand to leverage, especially as the kind of conversation we're having today has to do with children. All of us are aware that we're in an emergency. I mean, it's obviously painful to me that over time, those of us in this space might be even desensitized to the gravity of this data that 9 out of every 10 children are not achieving minimum proficiency level in literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills. I mean, it's so easy that after a while of hearing data that aggravated you initially, that you almost become so accustomed to it. And that should not happen, because this is a dangerous piece of data on which we must shift the needle in order for us to know that we have made an impact on the lives of our children. This poor foundational literacy situation that we famously call learning poverty is unacceptable because it is a fundamental threat to our continent's development. All our aspirations, as enunciated within the Project 2063, will come to nothing until we fixed the foundation. For those of you who are Christians, there's something in the Bible that says that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? It's so similar to what we're discussing. The foundation of a thing is the integrity of that thing. And here we are, month after month, in various gatherings. And frankly, I want to give a shout out to those of you that I've seen in a number of gatherings over the last 1 year, where we've been very focused on this crisis that must be tackled. The severity and urgency of this crisis demands our immediate and unwavering attention. The learning poverty crisis is much more than a piece of statistic. It represents millions of minds unable to reach their full potential and whose dreams will be left unfulfilled, and therefore a continent that is at the risk of falling behind in an increasingly competitive global landscape. At the heart of addressing this crisis is foundational learning. It is the cornerstone of all future learning and skills development. Prioritizing foundational learning is not optional. I have found situations where people seem to talk about the need to emphasize foundational learning as though it were a competition with other segments in education. And I'm troubled by it. How can the idea of tackling a crisis that is at the foundation of every other thing that we seek to do be a thing that we need to whine and whine and whine people before they understand it? How? Foundational learning is not competing with all other phases in education. Foundational learning is simply crying out to help all other phases in education to stop failing. The continent is not doing well with the number of children graduating secondary school, with the number of children who graduate or enter into secondary school and graduate, enter into the university and graduate. It is because we're failing to give attention to the nature of the priority that this crisis represents for our continent. So enough of this competition between foundational learning. Foundational learning is a sine qua non for all other phases in education. Enough said. I sometimes get irritated by it because it looks like people are interested in their area of expertise. They really are not thinking of what this crisis means for a continent. Imagine protecting your own turf when we're saying to you that 9 children out of 10 are not achieving at the foundational level. And you're busy telling us how important tertiary education is. Where would tertiary education come in if the children don't have the foundation, no skills to thrive? Future learning is dependent on this. I beg of us, we must prioritize this. And that's where the whole role of the AU Year of Education comes in. It really does. Because a few of our countries caring about foundational learning would not enable us get impact at scale. A few of them. Oh, we say this country is doing well, that country is doing well. We're still counting numbers. It's the entire continent that must do well. Foundational learning. You can see I'm very emotional about this. I was Minister of Education of my country, and it so really saddened me when I saw the huge disconnect between investments in education and the poor learning outcomes at that time. And I'm talking about, I was last Minister of Education 2007. In another 3 years or less than it, that would be like a decade ago, right? It was already a problem that I highlighted. But imagine what could have happened if the continent caught this problem at that time on a large scale. Are you understanding what I'm saying, Sophie? If the continent, the entire continent, caught onto this problem in 2007, we wouldn't be here today discussing foundational learning. So the best time to have fixed this problem was in the early 2000s. The next best time to fix it is when? Come on, you have to do better than that. Why is there no energy in this room? If you were those children, you would be more energetic. So I ask you again, the next best time to fix this problem is when? It is now. And we have a duty to do so. We have a responsibility to do so. The impact of foundational learning extends far beyond the classroom. It is intrinsically linked to every aspect of our continent's vision, as outlined in Agenda 2063. On the economic front of progress, prosperity, and inclusive growth, strong foundational skills act as economic multiplier. Each year of quality education increases an individual's earnings potentials by as much as 8 to 10%, compounding across generations. By investing in foundational learning, we're not just educating Africa's children, we are catalyzing economic growth and prosperity for generations to come. You know, one of the things that we sometimes don't do well is to connect data that shows up through researchers to our personal situation. You know, what I say to Africa's middle class is that when you hear the data that Africa's poverty levels are high and that there are some more than 40% of Africans that are in poverty, and by the way, as the cost of living has continued to escalate on the continent, even a lot of the members of the middle class are sliding into poverty. When that kind of data comes out, people just sit in halls and listen to it. But I always say to people in my country, you know what it says? It says you're only 2 cousins away from poverty. That's what it says. You're 2 cousins away from poverty. You're not poor. Your first cousin isn't poor. Your second cousin is poor. That should sort of make you stop and ponder. And in this poverty situation, what we now have is intergenerational dynasty of poverty. Intergeneration. The grandfather was poor, handed over poverty to, or rather the great-grandfather was poor, handed over poverty to the grandfather. The grandfather handed poverty over to the father, and the father is handing it to the son. And it just continues. We cannot accept this. If our continent is going to break this cycle, we need to put foundational learning at the center, because we know how much education jumpstarts the whole process of economic and social mobility of societies, of individuals. Foundational learning, as it correlates to good governance, democracy, and peace, is very clear. It develops the capacity for critical thinking that is crucial for an informed citizenry that's capable of meaningful democratic engagement. This directly supports the 2063 agenda for Africa, because good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law are the cornerstone of societies that are resilient. By prioritizing foundational learning, we're nurturing active participation in Africa's future by all Africans, not just a lethargic citizenry passive to the issues of policies that matter for their own development. Ladies and gentlemen, I've often said that Africa's own revolution has been the ICT revolution, having missed out on the agrarian revolution, the industrial revolution, and in fact, the early days of the knowledge revolution at the turn of the millennium. But we haven't missed out on the ICT revolution. And we see the impact of it across our continent. As a matter of fact, in a place like my country, Nigeria, what we've seen is that the ICT has been contributing to growth and reversing the negative contribution to growth by oil. You know Nigeria to be associated with oil, but oil takes away from our growth, has taken away from our growth for many years now, decades almost. But guess what ICT does? It contributes and nets out that negative contribution of oil. Why is that so? It's about human talent. Human talent. So here we are discussing this topic. We must know that it is not sufficient for a few of our children to be connected to the rest of the world through their technology skills and capabilities. If we're going to tackle not just poverty, but the inequalities that are entrenched within our continent, then we must elaborate on this priority that is called foundational learning. The children of the poor are the ones caught in this trap. You wouldn't find a middle-class family whose child are not able, is not able to achieve minimum proficiency level in literacy and numeracy. And that's part of why it's so distant. Foundational learning is almost an orphan, simply because those who should care about it do not have the problem, do not suffer the problem. Therefore, they choose not to see the problem. This is not right. If we're going to bridge the inequality that exists in our continent, we have to care about foundational learning, because then we will really take advantage of the technology revolution that we are now participating in, not just as consumers of the products of technology, but participants in the production. I am seeing across the continent, anecdotally for now, so many of our children who are producing solutions through technology revolution. To achieve this digital transformation and innovation goals as stated in Agenda 2063, we must first ensure that our youth have the basic skills to engage with and advance technology. Foundational learning is the launchpad for Africa's technological revolution, supporting the aspiration for an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of all African people. What we need are solutions, we need leadership, and we need accountability. I think the number one thing to acknowledge is that we do have some good news. We're not starting from the scratch. We have good evidence-based and cost-effective programs, some of them developed within our own continent, that change the story. And it's important that the proof of these interventions be widely owned across our continent. Maybe our communication strategy within this community of champions has to be better developed. But until what works, especially what works best, is known by every Ministry of Education, every president of the country, every minister of finance, we will not achieve impact at scale. So we know these things, whether they are structured pedagogy or teaching at the right level, or even the role of mother tongue language. For, when I was Minister of Education, I go back to that again. I actually was one person, it's one of my mea culpa. I actually thought that, the research at that time was a bit tentative. The ones who were asserting the role of language of first use were not as strong as the ones who were thinking of it as, oh, it would be a disadvantage to the children. And I didn't want anything that would be a disadvantage to the children. So I lined up behind those who said, Don't go preaching too much of use of mother tongue, because it would be as if those who are literate want to keep the children of the poorer segment of society without the skills, language skills to engage with the rest of the world. But now we know. So some of these things are very well known to us. What we now need is the political will to deploy these proven solutions at scale. We have the knowledge. We now need action. However, action without accountability is not enough. We must ensure that our efforts are measurable and that we hold ourselves responsible for the outcomes. And this means that whether it is the countries, whether it is the African Union or the development partners, everyone must be accountable. This is not the time to make accountability just the role of the countries and the role of the continent, because the actions of development partners, thank God that this is a space that I know very well. The actions of the development partners can remove from, if not held accountable. And there is necessity for all of us to agree to mutual accountability. It is extremely important. And that means that we must have the capacity to track progress or the lack of it. We must track progress or the lack of it and take the necessary lessons that can change our current storyline. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the African Union to take stronger ownership of the foundational learning agenda without feeling embarrassed. You know, you have many stakeholders championing different things. And therefore, sometimes you find yourself in a very dicey situation of how do we position ourselves? Sophie, position yourself for the children of Africa. That's how you position yourself. Because if their early start is not strong, what's the point? You're making everybody happy. That's how leadership feels. I want everybody to be happy with me. What is that? Is that leadership? Leadership is without easy answers. There would be people who think that you're doing this is going to, close the doors to to money that they need to do. No, let's do right by the children. So it is time for African Union to take stronger ownership of the foundational learning agenda. We must elevate foundational learning to the forefront of the continent's development agenda so that it has a high standing at every AU summit. It really needs to. We are in a crisis, guys. We are in a crisis. We can't act as if to say, let's take our time and, someday it will click. What are we doing? This must be at the center of it. And I've had very strong relationship with the African Union. As a matter of fact, it was when I was VP at the World Bank that we, as an institution, became partners of the AU, signed a memorandum of understanding that underpins the World Bank relationship with Africa, because it didn't exist. And I thought it was an anomaly. I said, if we have a relationship with the EU Commission, why wouldn't we have a relationship with the EU Commission? And from that moment, we always took particular issues of urgency and we would make them summit conversations, bringing in as many presidents into those conversations. Look at what happened. At the time I was VP, not many countries were still ready to liberalize their technology, their telecom sector. And I thought, this is silly. This is a sector that holds so much promise for us. And together with the AU, we kept having sideline meetings on the topic. Before you knew it, most of the presidents understood the rationale for changing their position. That, our telecom sector is a very security sector. We don't want, no, nonsense. Evidence-based. We have the evidence, Sophie, for foundational learning. We need to put this at the center until all presidents realize the criticality of the issue we discuss whenever we gather. We need that political leverage. The truth is that the Minister of Education is battling in the midst of so many priorities of a president. And often the Minister of Finance has a voice to determine a lot of things. And so you need them to have that sense of urgency about this. I am picking on you. I am picking on them. I want you to know that I am picking on them for good reason. Because it's a leverage. It's a leverage of power that AU represents for us for scale. And so, as I bring this to a close, I do want to say that we must integrate foundational learning more prominently into our broader educational and development strategies, including the next continental education strategy. This is not just about education policy, it is about the future of our continent. Let me thank the organizers once again and ask that we renew the call for a continental peer review framework for monitoring the progress that we make on foundational learning. We need it. We needed it like yesterday. And this call for a robust continent-wide peer review and accountability mechanism to help us track progress may yet be the most important thing that should herald our seriousness about making progress in the first place. The accountability framework will ensure that our commitments translate to tangible improvements. Otherwise, it will be meeting for the sake of meeting. A meeting is not an outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, with the evidence-based solutions at our disposal and the framework of accountability, I think we would really say to ourselves that every African child would be able to read, would be able to write, would be able to perform basic mathematics by the age of 10. This vision is not just a dream, it is a necessity for realizing our continent's Agenda 2063. It is the culmination of our continental leadership, evidence-based solutions, evidence-based solutions and commitment to accountability. Let us build on the momentum of the LPAF campaign, which is an incredible campaign for which we absolutely commit ourselves as Human Capital Africa. Let us commit to this, and let us not just gather to speak, but let us take the fight to the place where action is necessary. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obi. That was a very, very powerful message to all of us. And I'm sure everybody in this room is now reflecting and wondering about our role in education, starting from today and starting from now. Ladies and gentlemen, before I move forward with the program, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Education for Eritrea as well. Thank you very much for being here. As we talked about the collaboration between the organizations and African Union being supported by the partner organizations, let me take this opportunity to share with you a video developed in collaboration with UNICEF and African Union. So may I please ask our team to play the video for us? Sound, please.
What happens if the story of Africa's future is being written right now? But what happens if millions of kids are stuck on page 1? Fact, 4 out of 5 10-year-olds still can't read a simple story. This world is going to demand more of the next generation than ever before, but without mastering the basics, they don't stand a chance. Learning poverty doesn't just close the door on kids' future. It wastes potential, stunts economies, and breaks down societies. We have the power to rewrite the story. So, what will it take? First, we need to focus on the basics. Strong literacy and numeracy skills give kids the foundation they need to build their future learning on solid ground. Next, we need to empower teachers to meet every pupil at their level. Through frequent assessments, teachers can identify gaps, provide the right support, and make sure no one gets left behind. We also need to give teachers the training, professional support, and fair pay they deserve. But we know this challenge extends beyond the classroom. With proper health, nutrition, and psychosocial support, schools can become safe spaces where kids overcome barriers to learn and thrive. The writing's on the wall. We have to act now for our children's future, for Africa's future. Let's rewrite this story. We all have a role to play. Read, write, count. Foundation for life.
Read, write, count. Foundation for life. Yes, that is the message we're going to take away today with all other messages of enhancing the quality of education and FLN at large. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about collaboration and partnership. I'm going to invite my colleague from Human Capital Africa to share with us in terms of support and what we are here to offer to the member states and to the educators in terms of resources and tools. So I would like to invite Ms. Chinwe Jubono on stage to come and share with us what the FLN Starter Pack is all about.
Thank you, Naila. Good afternoon, honorable ministers. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues. Thank you for coming to this session. I'm here to present the FL, the Foundational Learning Starter Pack, designed by Human Capital Africa and ADEA. Today, I want to highlight the importance of using data-driven, evidence-based method to improve foundational learning across Africa. When our interventions are backed by solid data, we can better understand challenges, track progress, and fine-tune strategies to maximize impact. Evidence-based practices have shown remarkable results in various African countries, demonstrating significant improvement in foundational learning skills at scale. I'm delighted to present the Foundational Learning Starter Pack. On your tables, you'll see, not all tables, some, you'll see a sheet of paper that has a barcode. So while I'm speaking, you may want to scan with your phones. If you don't have it on your table, at the end of this session, I'll be at the back. You could meet me, and then I'll share it with you. Thank you. I'm delighted to present the Foundational Learning Starter Pack, developed collaboratively by ADEA and Human Capital Africa and other partners, and also the ministers from some countries. And this African-owned source book is designed to empower everyone involved in foundational learning, not just the ministers. The Starter Pack is an action-focused tool, not just a reference. Whether you're a minister of education, a district officer, a development partner, is meant for you, whoever you are. As far as you're interested in the foundational learning, is a source book that you should have access to. The Starter Pack identifies core challenges to foundational learning in sub-Saharan Africa, covering both pedagogical to delivery challenges. It provides a clear definition of foundational learning, along with case studies of effective large-scale interventions like Zambia's catch-up program, Kenya's Twosome initiative, and Mauritius' early digital learning program. It shares lessons from these programs that have proven to improve learning outcomes, offering a roadmap
d'apprentissage fondamentaux, des politiques,
similar initiatives
justement,
at scale,
et des initiatives
guidance on
similaires
sustainable
pour
financing and EdTech
les EdTech et solutions financières durables. Cette ressource, alors,
shared commitment to
justement,
ensuring every African child
partagée pour
acquires
l'amélioration de chaque
essential
enfant africain qui a
skills
besoin d'avoir
proven
des aptitudes au
data-driven
travers
method.
les méthodes
As Dr. Obi would
approuvées. Comme
usually say,
docteur
in God we trust, everybody
l'a
bring
dit,
your data.
n'est-ce pas?
So
En
we
Dieu,
don't
nous
just,
avons
you know,
confiance.
speak
Tout le monde doit
without showing
amener
you evidence. This is what
ces
has
données.
happened. This was what was
Justement,
done
voici
in
ce qui a
country
été
ABCD,
fait
and
dans
it has
différents pays
proven
ABCD, des
to
pays
bring in
respectifs,
some
et
kind
ça a
of
montré,
solutions that we
prouvé que
can
ça
live with
amène
now.
quelques solutions sur lesquelles on peut se baser.
Let's use this valuable
Nous allons alors,
tool
s'il
to
vous plaît,
transform
utilisons ces
foundational
outils
learning in
fondamentaux
Africa.
pour justement la
It's
transformation
something that
d'apprentissage
will
en
be
Afrique.
helpful
Quelque
to
chose
the
qui va nous aider non
ministries.
seulement au
It is a
ministère,
minister that is just
peut-être un
coming into
ministère qui
seat.
vient, n'est-ce
He or
pas,
she can
de
have
prendre cette
access to
position,
it
il ou elle peut
and
prendre accès à
help,
cela
gather
et
information on what
être
has
aidé
been
en,
done
en
in
utilisant
foundational
les
learning
informations qui ont
in
été
other
pourvues
countries.
dans d'autres pays.
Let us use this valuable tool to
Utilisons
transform foundational learning in Africa
cet
by
outil
adopting evidence-based strategies
valable
and
pour
insight
la
from the
transformation de l'éducation en
Foundational
Afrique.
Learning Starter Pack. We can help
Nous
build a
pouvons
future
aider
where
à
every
construire
child
l'avenir pour
has the
tout enfant,
skill they
pour
need
que
to
chaque
succeed.
enfant ait justement les
In
aptitudes qu'il
Dr.
faut
Obi's speech,
pour
she
réussir
said,
dans sa vie.
the
Docteur a
next
dit
best
que
time is now.
c'est le
I believe that
prochain
we
moment pour agir,
may
c'est
have been
maintenant.
late, but we can still
Je
do
pense que
something about
nous
this
pouvons faire
crisis.
quelque
And
chose
let's put our
pour
hands
répondre à
together.
cette
Let's
crise.
join forces
Joignons
together to
nos
make sure that
forces
every
et
child
nos efforts
is
afin de nous
learning.
assurer que
Every
chaque
child is
enfant
able to
est en
read,
train
every
d'apprendre,
child is able
capable de
to
lire,
write, and every
capable
child is
d'écrire,
able to
et
solve the
capable
basic
de
maths
résoudre
by the age
quelques
of 10.
problèmes
Thank
de
you so
base
much.
de mathématiques.
And please,
Merci
if
beaucoup.
you don't have the
Et si vous
barcode on
n'avez
your
pas
table,
le
I'll
code,
be
le
waiting for you
papier
at the
sur votre
back.
table,
You could
je
step
serai en arrière de
out at some point
derrière
and
cette
you'll
salle
scan it.
et je vous
And
attendrai
any
pour vous
questions you
distribuer
may
cela.
have,
Et si
we're
vous avez
available to
une
answer
question
them also.
quelconque,
Thank you.
n'hésitez pas aussi. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chinwe. Ladies and gentlemen,
Merci
it makes
beaucoup,
me very
mesdames et
happy
messieurs. Ça
and
me rend
hopeful
heureuse
to
et
acknowledge more
plein
leadership in the
d'espoir
room.
de
We
reconnaître
thank you,
davantage de
the
leaders devant cette
Honorable
salle.
Minister of
Merci
Education for
l'honorable ministre de
Angola
l'Éducation de
and the Minister
l'Angola et
of
aussi le
Education for
ministre de
Sao Tome
l'Éducation
and
de Sao
Principe.
Tome et
Thank you
Principe.
very much for joining us today
Parmi nous
in this room.
aujourd'hui dans cette salle.
In this technical presentation session, my
Dans
next
cette
guest
exposé,
on stage is
mon invité
Mr. Manos
est
Antes,
M. Manos
Director
Santos,
of the
le
Global
directeur de
Education Monitoring
l'éducation
Report.
mondiale
He
et
will
de
be
surveillance
sharing
et de
the
rapport de
highlights
l'éducation.
from the
Il va
GEM
partager,
Spotlight
par
Report,
exemple,
which captures
la lumière
critical
sur
data
les recherches qu'ils ont
on
eu à faire
foundational
et les
learning.
données critiques
Mr. Antonis,
sur
the stage is
l'apprentissage
yours.
fondamental. Monsieur, la parole est à vous.
Thank you, Naila, and it's not
Merci,
just the
Naila,
GEM Spotlight report,
voilà,
it's
uh,
ce n'est pas vraiment un
GEM,
rapport, mais c'est
ADEA,
beaucoup
and
plus,
African Union report, which
c'est
has
un
been
rapport de l'Union
around
africaine
since
qui a été là
2021,
depuis
trying
2021
precisely to achieve
pour mettre
the
l'accent
objectives that
pour nous
Dr.
aider à
Obi
atteindre
presented
les
before.
objectifs que nous
Showcase
avons
African
présentés un
Union's
peu
leadership
plus pour
in this really
montrer
critical
le
field,
leadership
and to
de
act as
l'Union
an
africaine, c'est
area, as
important,
a
et
document,
d'agir
as a resource.
comme
Maybe we
une
can
ressource, comme un
switch to the next
document
slide,
de base,
that will
initial,
draw
qui va
attention
nous
to the
permettre
efforts
d'attirer
countries are
l'attention
making.
sur l'effort que les
The
différents
objective
pays
is the
sont en train
same
de
of the
faire.
series.
L'objectif est la même chose de ces séries,
Put
de faire de
foundational
telle
learning
sorte
at the
que
top of the political agenda, because
l'apprentissage
it is easier for
fondamental
countries
au
to
plus
focus on
haut des
higher
agendas,
levels
c'est facile
of
pour les
education.
pays de se focaliser au plus haut niveau de
But we
l'éducation.
also recognize
Nous
that sometimes the
reconnaissons que
dialogue for
quelquefois
that
les dialogues
has
de
not
cela
been
n'ont
the
pas
right one. It
été
has not
les
involved
bons.
countries countries.
on n'a pas
It
impliqué
has
les
not involved
pays, il n'a
countries
pas
to
impliqué les
recognize
pays
that this is a shared
de
challenge they have.
reconnaître le
So the way
défi
the
d'affaires qu'ils
report
ont.
works is
Nous avons
precisely
travaillé ensemble,
to
surtout
synthesize from a
cela
group of
met
countries around
l'accent
the
sur
continent
un
from all
groupe de
regions,
pays à travers le
but
continent et
then
les
the
autres
added
régions.
value
Et mais
is
surtout
to
la
use this
valeur ajoutée,
evidence
c'est
to
d'utiliser
fuel
ces
the continental dialogue. And the African Union is offering such dialogues opportunities, but they have not yet been sufficiently used for this objective. As you see from the two images here, there have been 3 cycles envisaged in the Spotlight Report series. Each cycle focuses on 5 countries, 1 from every region. And there are additional case studies and background papers that are used as evidence to produce a continental report. And there have been 2 continental reports published already. The first cycle was concluded in the ADEA Triennale in October 2022. The report was called Born to Learn. And the second cycle, which I will explain in a minute, was concluded in May this year at the AFTRA annual conference, and it focused on primary mathematics. That's why it was called Learning Counts. Next slide, please. The structure of the report, the way it's organized, is at 3 levels. The Global Education Monitoring Report has the mandate to monitor progress on education globally. And of course, foundational learning is not just an African challenge, it is a global challenge, but it is best addressed when it is discussed at the continental level. So that's why it has 2 continental partners to achieve that objective. But it needs to be fed from the country level, bottom up. And that's why every series has these 5 focus countries, and every country study is published as well. And you see on the right-hand side how these first cycle country reports were published. Next cycle, please. You'll see here which countries have been covered so far in the first and second cycle. In the center of the continental map, you see the focus countries. We try to have 1 per region, but we also have additional case study countries, again, regionally balanced to bring different aspects of the challenge. In the upcoming cycle, which has just begun, we have 5 focus countries: Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Kenya, and Zimbabwe. But I will explain in a minute what the focus exactly will be. So next slide, please. Very briefly, and you can already move to the next slide as well. The focus of the first cycle was the 7 factors that we identified as critical as education factors to make progress on foundational learning. In the second cycle, which you see on this slide, we focus on 4 of those, and critically on the issue of primary mathematics and the idea of alignment, which the next slide is going to show. What did we mean with that? Well, first and foremost, we need to have the content aligned between the key policy documents in every country. And in the 5 focus countries, which at the time for that cycle was Mauritania, Niger, Uganda, Zambia, and South Africa, we looked at how the curriculum, the syllabus, the primary mathematics textbooks in grades 3 and 6, the teacher guides, but also the assessment items, to what extent they were aligned. And we found that often in many cases they are not, and that's a call for action and better coordination. The second alignment was the pedagogical alignment. That's how the teacher guides and the textbooks are actually implemented in the classroom. So there were a few classroom observations that tried to identify how examples from these mathematics textbooks were being used, what sort of cognitive processes were being utilized. But finally, we also look at the political alignment, because there is a global consensus about what primary mathematics need to cover. And in some cases, some countries are very much coming close to that global consensus. In other cases, there is much more work to be done. So the next slide shows just an indication, but of course we cannot discuss in the very short time I have here, the kind of analysis that happened. 4 types of documents, 5 broad areas of primary mathematics, and the extent to which they were or were not aligned. Let me move briefly to the next slide and the core recommendations of the 2 first cycles, if we can turn, yes. So there are 8 recommendations in the Spotlight report. The first 3 are at the student level, and they call for universal action, that every student has an access to the textbook. That's something, unfortunately, is not guaranteed, and that's a major failure that we need to overcome, because without a book, you cannot really make progress in your reading and mathematics. We also join the call for making an effort for all children to be taught in their home language. We know that this, of course, is not achievable, but it's better for countries to think in those terms rather than to think in the opposite direction. And the third is an appeal for every child to have access to a school meal, because at least 1/3 of children come to school hungry, and that is impossible, as we know ourselves, to focus. Then at the system level, there are 3 recommendations. First of all, to make a plan, a clear plan. And we have elaborated a little bit more, and I think the call that Dr. Robbio was also mentioning for an accountability framework for foundational learning in Africa is part of that. But countries need to get together to have a common assessment framework so that we know exactly what it is that we're talking about. And we also made a call for ensuring that learning is not abstract, that we make sure that it's linked, especially in mathematics, with core concepts, because only then is it possible for children to learn properly. We also call for teacher education programs to focus on initial education of foundational learning on early grades. Still, a lot of the programs are still too abstract. And the recommendation that will come for the next cycle, the need to prepare instructional leaders. There were also 2 final calls. Peer learning, Dr. Robbie mentioned that. It is important for countries to learn from each other and talk from each other and not let this dialogue to others. They need to bring their experiences and their lessons. And then for international support, we also made an appeal to focus on institutions, because there has been too much emphasis on projects, and yet education needs strong institutions, and we seem to have lost track of that. So the upcoming cycle will focus on leadership in education, the 3 factors of our model that we did not cover in the second cycle. At the school level, school leaders, at the system level, district officers, but also the role of parents and communities. And that is also associated with the theme of the Global Education Monitoring Report 24-25. Some of you actually were present at the global launch last week in Brazil. And we will turn our attention precisely to this issue in Africa. Last slide. All these inputs need to come together to strengthen policy dialogue. The African Union has a mechanism, the so-called cluster mechanism of its continental education strategy for Africa, but it's important to recognize that so far that dialogue has not involved countries as much, has not focused on primary education sufficiently, and critically, has not been oriented towards the few things that countries can do together. So it is an appeal to think very carefully. Most of these decisions really are taken by each country individually. But there are some initiatives. The Common Assessment Framework is one. The work that VVUB is making on centralized leadership academy for leadership in Africa. There are such areas where countries can work together. So it is really up to us to empower these clusters to focus on these issues. With that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And to closing slide, just to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manus, for that data and that report. I'm sure it's going to be very helpful for educators to create their own plans for their countries. I really want us all to keep time, and we are really honored that the honorable ministers are with us here, and they do have a very important meeting to go to. So I will be inviting my colleagues to come here and share their reflections for the technical sessions quickly with you. I want to invite my colleague, Professor Bram Flesch, on stage to discuss the key challenges and opportunities in a brief manner in scaling foundational literacy and numeracy across Africa.
So thank you very much. Can I get my slides? So my name is Professor Bram Flesch. I'm working very closely with the SADC Secretariat on a focused intervention looking at impactful FLN within the SADC region. So it specifically focuses on the SADC region. I'll be talking a little bit more tomorrow about individual countries. We're going to hear a little bit about Botswana and what's happening. What I want to do is introduce kind of a note of realism into our discussion and specifically focus for the time that I have on some of the challenges that we currently face. Can we get the next slide? So the first important insight that's emerging from the South African context is that we can't talk about a single SADC model. We have very different contexts within the SADC region. So we have countries with very low per capita income, for example, Congo, the Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique. And we also have countries that are middle income countries, in fact, with very high income levels. We also have very small countries where the dynamics of change are very different from a country like the DRC, where we're talking about a very large country with a very large population. So again, when we're talking about change, we need to recognize that there are very different contexts that demand us to think very carefully about what works at scale. Second slide, please. We're also dealing with a context in which we know that there is huge amounts of issues related to finance. And at the moment, many countries across the SADC region are facing an acute financial squeeze. And debt servicing is a problem, again, across the entire region. Debt servicing is a problem that constrains the capacity of our countries to address the challenges that we're dealing with. We're also recognizing, and particularly given the last week, that some of our major donors are likely to have less money available for foundational literacy and numeracy going forward. So in addition to real serious constraints on our budgets, some of our big donors are likely to have less money in the next decade than they currently have. Next slide. We do know that there are important sources of funding. So GPE, and these are the countries in the SADC region that have funding from GPE. And that's an important source of funding. Approximately $500 million has been allocated to the countries in the region that receive GPE funding. But at the same time, the GPE funding is not earmarked exclusively for foundational literacy and numeracy. There are many different challenges that need to be addressed with the GPE funding. So even though there is a very important source of funding, and GPE is obviously one amongst a number of them, often there are competing demands on the GPE funding and that they go beyond foundational literacy and numeracy. Next slide, please. One of the important insights about the change journey and the challenges that we face emerged from a conversation or a presentation from the chief statistician from UNICEF. And he made the point that there is very little evidence. He said no evidence of countries being able to improve the quality of education systems at scale during periods of demographic boom. And we know that in the SADC region, in countries like Zambia and in Malawi, there is a significant increase in the number of learners that are in the schools every year. In fact, if you go to the next slide, in Zambia, we're likely seeing a doubling of the number of schools in the country in the next 25 years to keep pace with the demands from a population increase. So not only are we increasing our expectations of dealing with issues related to early grade learning, but we're also having to move a system very rapidly to address the very substantial increase that is likely to happen in a number of countries in our region. Next slide. We are making progress, and this comes from a UNICEF FLN mapping process, but the progress has been relatively modest. So the red reflects that limited progress has been made in a number of key domains. Next slide, please. In the more recent tracking process, only a few countries were regarded in the UNICEF tracking process to be overall on track around FLN. So we are dealing with a whole range of very serious challenges related to finance, expanding populations demanding education, but there's also recognition that while there is progress, we're not really moving fast enough. Next slide, please. That said, there's something really important that is happening. And that is that there's increasing recognition of a commitment to addressing the challenge. It started with the SG, please go back a little, go back. The SDG and the target 4.1, the recognition that we needed to focus on a specific target, a measurable target where we could use peer review mechanisms. So we've done that. And the SDG was the beginning of recognizing the focus on foundational literacy and numeracy with a very specific target that was attached to it. Next slide, please. And that has been, there's a momentum building. So in the 2023 ADEA November conference, there was a very powerful statement made by many of the countries in the ADEA meeting of a commitment. And so we're seeing a very gradual and increasingly speed of commitment beginning to happen around foundational literacy and numeracy. Next slide, please. And I think what we've been asked to do here is to talk about the need to make a collective commitment as the precondition for improving the system. And so we're seeing an increasing commitment on the part of individual countries on the continent, on the part of the African Union, on the part of all our partners in the process, and there's an acceleration of that commitment. So I talked about the challenges, but I also wanted to end by saying there is collectively an extraordinary movement towards commitment around the continent with partners, with countries, and our ministers and the African Union to address this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bram. That indeed was a very important reflection on what is happening and what are the facts on ground. Ladies and gentlemen, without delaying further, I would like to invite my colleague, Moitchepi Macheng, who is the co-founder of Youth Impact, and she will share the importance of collaboration across sectors and building government capacity for evidence-based interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naila. Let me recognize and appreciate the presence of our honorable ministers. We truly feel seen and heard to have you all in the room, recognizing the presence of development partners, as well as all the stakeholders here this morning. So we'll briefly share a little bit more about adapting and innovating and scaling our foundational learning. And there are three key takeaways that I'd like to call out as we think about the work that's happening in Botswana through Youth Impact, as well as the Ministry of Education. But these three key themes around demand, data, and that if we want to see foundational learning improve in our countries, implementation is key to ensuring that happens. So we can move to the next slide. Just to share a little bit more about Youth Impact, we are one of the largest youth serving organizations in Botswana, and we are working in over 11 countries with various partners and governments to implement foundational learning programs. We also have an MOU in Botswana to scale evidence-based programs nationally through the government. So that's a little bit more about the NGO, and we'll share a little bit more on how we do this in partnership with the government. The next slide. So just to share, as you know, there's a big learning crisis, which my colleagues that have come here have continued to iterate that there is a big learning crisis. Now, what is the solution? We have seen that targeted instruction by learning level rather than by age or grade is the next vanguard of improving foundational learning outcomes. This program, many of you all know, would be called Teaching at the Right Level. This was developed by Pratham many years ago, but it has also gone multiple trials and has been tested over 6 years, 6 randomized control trials over a 15 period. And what Teaching at the Right Level basically shares is to get away from business as usual, but also to ensure that we are targeting to a children's learning ability, to meet the children to where they know. The first core component is to assess and group students by their different learning abilities rather than by age and grade, and deliver fun and engaging learning materials so that we can be able to meet where the students are at. So we know that most curricula, students are falling behind because they don't really understand this. But with the teaching at the right level approach, as well as targeting instruction, it basically calls for us to meet the children to what they know and start teaching from there. The next slide. So this is just an example of our reach, but also on the right, you can see a graph of a district in which we're working in Botswana, where as we are increasing more in terms of our reach, it is possible to improve impact even as the program scales. So we're seeing the graph on the right to say that as we continue reaching more students, it is possible to even reach more impact. We'll go to the next slide. So one of the lessons, and where are we in Botswana? The first lesson that we have learned is to pursue demands-driven scaling with a focus on regional champions. So the map here is of Botswana. And to date, we are in 9 out of 10 regions in the country and scaling in partnership with the Ministry of Education. But how has this been possible? The first one is to follow the leader with an approach to regional scaling. We know, and it's important to identify champions within the government systems that would want to see foundational learning outcomes improve in the country. We often see that these people have decision-making over schools as well as with policymakers to be able to make those improvements in foundational learning outcomes. So that's the first lesson in order to be able to adapt and scale within the country. The second one is to leverage existing resources. We know that there are resources that exist in terms of people that do monitoring in schools, people that ensure that implementation is happening, particularly with education outcomes. So thinking a lot more about leveraging those existing resources as an important step. The second big lesson is to use tailored and timely data as a fuel for scaling. One of the big things that many partners that work with government is think about how to present data to governments, but also to ensure that there is visible progress and testimonials to generate excitement. The third one is to also ensure that we are collecting costs as well as making those cost-effective decisions on program implementation. The last one, but not the least, is that strong implementation matters, ensuring that there's integration with national structures, but also ensuring that we can be able to measure implementation outcomes. For example, developing a simple and scalable program to be designed to be adopted at different levels, but also to ensure that there's continuous learning using implementation data and ensuring that that is measured. So we'll like to leave you all to just say demand, data, and implementation matters when talking about foundational learning outcomes in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you have been engaged in this session a lot, and you can see that all this that we are presenting has got connection, and it's very important to share on this platform. We are very pleased and honored that we have leadership in this room, and we want to request them to stay with us so that after our leadership panel discussion, our ministerial panel discussion, we can take a nice photo with the African Union and UNICEF leadership team in the room. So we thank you for being here. At this stage, I want to request my colleague, Matthew Robert Goldie Scott, to take the moderating responsibility for our roundtable discussion with our honorable ministers of education. Thank you very much.
Honourable ministers, distinguished colleagues, honoured guests, I'm going to move quickly with today's session without too much introduction because I'm cognizant that we're tight on time. But to provide a context for the ministerial panel discussion that we're about to go into, I think it's important to highlight the role of what is called the LPAF campaign. This is the campaign to end learning poverty in Africa, as alluded to by previous speakers, launched earlier this year by the African Union. 25 countries have been selected to serve as pilot countries for the rollout of this continental campaign to take concrete actions to eliminate learning poverty. And 2 of those countries are represented in our panel discussion today. So I would like to welcome to the stage the Honourable Minister Warima from Malawi and the Honourable Minister Saki from Sierra Leone to take seats here, after which we will begin with our discussion. Thank you. So thank you so much to both of you for taking the time to join in today's very important discussion. There are 3 key areas that we would like to touch upon today. So the first is about urgency for action. So why in your respective countries the urgency to act is clear, what you're doing to raise the prominence of learning poverty within your countries, and also ways in which you've been able to engage with stakeholders to make sure you have clear data and evidence on the nature of the learning poverty gap within your countries to date. Next, to talk about progress and momentum. So thinking about ways in which we can accelerate progress to end learning poverty. And finally, if you're in a position to do so, to speak about ways in which the LPAF campaign, as 2 of the 25 countries participating in that, will be launched domestically, or what next steps you anticipate to move towards that launch. So if I could begin, please, with Minister Warima from Malawi, after which we'll move on to Minister Saki from Sierra Leone. So, Honourable Minister, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. I don't know if I have enough time to be able to recognize those are in the room. So maybe indulge me.
Please.
Yeah, I would like to recognize the presence of Naila Bat, event moderator, honorable ministers of education from across African countries, Angola, Sao Tome and Principe, Mali, Ethiopia. I heard of Eritrea, Ghana, my brother from Sierra Leone right here, Zimbabwe, and Sophie Ashpala, African Union Commission, Wongani Grace Taulo, Regional Advisor on Education, UNICEF, Manos Antonis, Director of Global Education Monitoring, Professor Bram Flesch, University of Wits, Moichepi Macheng, co-founder Youth Impact. Allow me for the rest to stand on all the protocols that were observed earlier. And let me begin by saying, having listened to the impassioned and powerful plea, I think it was a plea by Dr. Obi, I would think I would have thought we'll just all leave the room and go straight to what we have to do. In a way, she did allude to the fact that there's been a lot of talk around this, but I think sometimes we are preaching more to the converted. And those that are supposed to be in the room with us to buy what we are selling sometimes are not there. And I know the onus is partly on me to also be able to take that across to those also in higher positions of leadership above me, so that we can, together, we can drive this agenda, because it is a very urgent agenda. Time has been lost. A tree that was supposed to be planted 20 years ago, if we didn't plant it then, we still have to plant it now. And then Dr. Obi did allude to all that it's an urgent need and we all need to work and act. And I really think we just need to go where things are happening and just, go where things are happening, learn, because also the best way to learn is not to reinvent the wheel, to see what's happening best, what's working, and just immediately get into that. But also knowing that we don't have all the resources that we need. Also looking at innovative and practical ways that we can make these things happen with speed, but also using very minimal resources, i.e. Financial resources. But just to thank you, Moderator, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big honor to join you today as we reaffirm our collective commitment to ending learning poverty and advancing foundational literacy and numeracy across the country. Our gathering aligns with the African Union's Year of Education theme, as you may all be aware, educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong quality and relevant learning in Africa. This vision resonates deeply with Malawi 2063, our national plan or our national blueprint to create an inclusive, self-reliant and industrialized upper middle income nation powered by knowledge and innovation. Foundational learning lies at the heart of this mission as it supports sustainable development, human capital growth, and the broader objectives of both Agenda 2063 and Malawi 2063. So today's high-level dialogue is a vital opportunity to exchange insights and catalyze collective action to strengthen educational outcomes across Africa and empower our youth with the skills needed for a competitive global future. So moving on to the question, there were a plethora of them. I don't even know if I remember what you were asking. Indeed. But I think I'll start with the one, was it on urgency?
Urgency to act.
Okay, urgency to act. So let me just allow me to refer to my notes. Okay. I've been thrown off balance. Okay, so beg your pardon.
No problem.
I'm thinking, where are my notes for the agency to act?
I think in the interest of time, Minister,
okay. I'll just,
sorry, please.
I'll just take this one.
Thank you.
So our vision for the future, which I'll just use as the urgency to act, is ending learning poverty. It's about unlocking every child's potential and building an Africa where young people thrive. By 2030 vision, by 2030, our vision is a fully inclusive, high quality foundational learning system in Malawi with at least 79% of children proficient in literacy and numeracy. With sustained investment, innovation, and partnerships, we will equip our youth with 21st century skills for national and continental progress. That's not really what I had, but because I've had my notes flipped back over, I'll just say the urgency is there. From my opening remarks, you can say, and everyone that spoke before me did mention on the urgency. If we are going to build the Africa that we all want by 2063, which I feel is even further from now, and it has to be sooner, we cannot overemphasize the need for FLN. And I will keep referring to Dr. Obi because she did make an impassioned and powerful plea where we just need to make sure that everyone is sold and is on this bandwagon, because there is an issue where most of us are thinking it's tertiary education where the solutions are. But how do you get proper tertiary education when we have garbage in and then we're also producing garbage where we have to start the foundation is weak? As we all know, it is when the foundation is strong, that's when everything else follows, and that's when we have a strong output. So I'll come back to that, and in the interest of time, let me give it back to you, moderator, and then I'll at some point I'll come back to my notes.
Thank you very
Thank you
kindly.
so much.
I'll now hand over to the Honourable Minister Saki, specifically to speak on that point of urgency to act, and then we'll move through progress and momentum and strengthening the campaign. So, Honourable Minister.
Let me say how delighted I am to be here today and for being given this privilege to speak on this very important topic. I stand on existing protocols, and I'll go straight to the answer to the first theme. Now, the urgency is undeniable. Learning poverty threatens not only just education, but Africa's broad development goals. A society cannot thrive when its youth are unprepared to contribute to the economy. We must ensure that every child gains foundational skills, because reading and understanding a simple text by age 10 is more than a milestone. It is a gateway to future learning, economic success, and a better future for all. Investing in foundational learning, therefore, is a long-term strategy that benefits both our children and our economies. Every dollar spent in early education generates significant returns, reducing dropout rates, lowering remedial education costs, and easing the burden on social services. Children who master basic literacy and numeracy early are more likely to stay in school, excel academically, and contribute meaningfully to the workforce. Early learning lays the groundwork for a skilled, productive workforce that is essential for Africa's future growth. So let me just go back let me end by just going to the campaign. The End Learning Poverty for All in Africa campaign, launched by the African Union Commission with UNICEF and other partners, is a powerful call for change. The message can read, can write, can count, Foundation for Life highlights the importance of giving every child the basic skills they need to succeed. The campaign aims to tackle the deep learning crisis by pushing for policy changes, rallying resources, and engaging communities. It is not just about getting kids to school. It is about making sure that they actually learn the foundation for life. Every child in the continent deserves the chance to thrive regardless of their background.
Many thanks, Honourable Minister. And I note in particular that you highlighted the importance not only of access, but of quality, making sure that as we get children into schools, they're learning in the classroom. And that really brings us on to the next thematic area of progress and momentum. And I would welcome Minister Warimu again to really reflect on progress made to date, things which are working in the context of Malawi, and how that progress can be accelerated moving forward. So I'd welcome your thoughts, Minister.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you'd be kind enough to allow me to still run through the urgency to act.
Of course,
yeah,
please.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I would just say, building on Africa's youthful population, which presents vast potential, but unlocking it requires urgent action to end learning poverty, which is basically what my brother Saki was mentioning. We are prioritizing foundational skills in reading, writing, and numeracy, which is essential for lifelong learning. Employability and productivity. Decisive action now will prepare the future generations to drive sustainable development. In Malawi, we are implementing targeted initiatives to ensure equitable access to quality foundational learning by 2030, in alignment with our National Education Sector Investment Plan, which is running from year 2020 and all the way to 2030. And Malawi's 2063 first 10-year implementation plan of the 2063 agenda. So I'll just go straight into, I think, what we are doing so far, which we are calling to address learning poverty. Malawi is implementing the five-strand foundational education, we fondly call 5 SAFEs, S5-SAFES, which is guided by the National Foundational Learning Steering Committee, because we do have a steering committee on this. This strategy aims to reduce learning poverty by 66%, targeting a level of 21% of less by 2030. Strategic issues under the 5 SAFEs include, and this is what we are doing, so I'm answering your question now. Number 1, teacher capacitation and targeted deployment. With a significant shortage of trained teachers in underserved areas, we are intensifying recruitment, expanding continuous professional development, and enhancing teacher training to support inclusive foundational learning. Our 2024 Malawi Education Statistics Report shows a rural pupil teacher ratio of 76% to 1, and that's pretty high, highlighting the urgent need for equitable teacher distribution and incentives for rural placement, critical priorities to ensure quality learning across all regions. Number 2, it's resource accessibility and digital transformation. So through the Building Education Foundations through Innovation and Technology, commonly known as BIFIT program, we leverage technology to strengthen foundational learning. Early results from this tablet-based initiative shows a 3-fold increase in reading proficiency among learners in 500 schools so far. By 2029, BIFIT aims to reach 3.8 million learners in standards 1 to 4 across 6,000 public primary schools, providing classrooms with digital learning resources that enhance learning and promote educational equity, supported by partners like Imagine Worldwide, 1 Billion, JBJ Foundation, and Global Partnership for Education, and sustained by government funding through the Public Sector Investment Program. BIFIT is designed for long-term impact beyond 2029. Number 3, data-driven and evidence-based decision-making. We have all heard how important data is. We can't measure what we don't know. We are utilizing tools like the Education Management Information System, EMIS, Teacher Management Information System, TIMIS, and the Human Capital Africa HCA scorecard to guide policy and strengthen accountability. These tools support targeted resource allocation and program monitoring, enabling us to scale evidence-based interventions effectively. 4, we have a comprehensive WASH, infrastructure, and school feeding program. Our recent data shows that our primary schools have improved access to potable water to 66%. Access to sanitation and hygiene facilities is at 35%, and provision of school meals only at 40%. We would want to scale this up as soon as possible. We have ongoing initiatives to address the gaps in WASH that disproportionately affect female students and indirect impact retention rates. Our goal is to expand WASH infrastructure and school meals programs to all schools by 2030. And I think 2030 is too far from now. But I mean, that's what maybe we're working with for now. And number 5 is on community and stakeholder engagement, recognizing the power of collective action. Our president, His Excellency, the President, Dr. McCarthy Chakwera, has declared November, the month of November, as a National Education Month, uniting communities, civil society, the private sector, and development partners in supporting foundational learning. So this month, we have launched the End Learning Poverty campaign to advance our commitment to improving foundational outcomes, a key initiative in the upcoming National Foundational Learning Day, where we will train local media on foundational learning issues, using data from national assessments to engage parents, engaging teachers, and local leaders. These focused, data-informed, and collaborative actions demonstrate Malawi's commitment to ending learning poverty through provision of equitable access to quality foundation learning for every child. Thank you.
Many thanks, Minister Warima. That's greatly appreciated and very, very helpful to go systematically through those 5 areas of intervention. I think what's important to note is the progress being made, but also how much remains to be done, not only in Malawi, but across the continent. I now hand over to Minister Saki to speak about progress and momentum in Sierra Leone.
Well, as we turn our attention to the future, we should also recognize that we have been making significant strides along the way. Progress is happening, but it requires all of us. Governments, civil society, the private sector, the international partners, to build the momentum that we've created. Let me share with you some of the strides that we've made in Sierra Leone. In 2018, we embarked on a mission to ensure that every child in the country receives free, accessible, and quality education. We have committed 22% of our national budget to education, even in the face of macroeconomic challenges. And of course, we've just come out of COVID, as you may know. Enrollment in schools increased by over 50%, with over 1 million extra children now enrolled in the school system. This was possible because we eliminated school fees and exam fees, making education more accessible to all children, especially the most vulnerable, through a radical inclusion policy. But enrollment alone is not enough. We need to ensure that the children actually learn. In response, we launched a national foundational learning reform, which focuses on improving literacy and numeracy from the very beginning of the child's education, over a 5-pillar approach focused on 1, readiness to learn. We provide 1 year of pre-primary education to all of our young people. 2, improving the instructional core. And for that, we have developed quite a lot of teaching and learning materials for our teachers and for our young people. 3, supporting teachers in terms of structured pedagogy and learning at the right level. 4, strengthening data use. And 5, ensuring good governance and accountability. These have started to produce some results. Through investments in teaching and learning materials, teacher training, coaching, and monitoring, we are laying the groundwork for an education system that prepares our children to succeed. We've seen how, by focusing holistically, we can significantly boost students' outcomes. Thank you.
Many thanks, Minister. So to draw this panel discussion to a close, I would really welcome, Honourable Ministers, your reflections in relation to the LPAF campaign. So as two of the member countries of the African Union, which are participating in the 25 pilot states, to begin this campaign before it's scaled up to a continental level, I would invite both of you now to reflect briefly on what you anticipate the next steps are, and in particular, if there are any concrete commitments around domestic launches. We would be very excited to hear of those also. So please, Minister Worryman.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think I would just summarize in a way to say it's very important to strengthen collaboration and campaign for impact. So ending learning poverty is something that requires a cohesive cross-sector action. The 2024 Malawi Education Statistics Report underscores the critical role of partnerships in bridging resource gaps in foundational learning. With substantial contributions from both government and development partners, the coordinated efforts of my ministry's 5-strand foundational education strategy that I did a highlight have yielded a transformative impact through collaboration. So collaboration, very, very key. Our experience has shown that a unified strategic approach optimizes resources and leads to more improved learning outcomes. So our education development partners are doing commendable work in supplementing government's efforts in system strengthening, including infrastructure development, teacher capacity building, and provision of school meals and educational technologies, among others. And I know we can still, like I said, learn from where it's happening, where the impact is now. Because sometimes we are working with this. Yes, there's evidence from the data, but just going out to see where it's happening best and making sure that we put all that in there, I think is going to give us much impact and just help us to get where we want faster and sooner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I would now like to hand over just for some final comments from Minister Saki, specifically addressing the campaign and support that we offer to it, after which I'll make some closing remarks and see whether there are any commitments from other ministers here present in relation to the campaign specifically. So, Minister Saki.
So I think I would start off by saying that whilst we have made some progress, we know that more is needed. To truly solve the problem of learning poverty, we need to address the gaps in our education systems. The End Learning Poverty for All in Africa campaign can help us. It can provide a framework for countries to make the systemic changes necessary to improve educational outcomes. To strengthen this campaign, we must engage with new and existing partners. And the campaign is not just about government. It is about involving other stakeholders, including civil society, the private sector, development partners, and communities. There are opportunities for collaboration and resource mobilization that can help us deliver on the promise of quality education for all. But we must ask ourselves, how do we sustain this progress? How do we ensure that the momentum of these initiatives continues to grow so that the entire continent benefits? We need to focus on innovative financing solutions. So let me give you an example. Let me leave you with an example. In Sierra Leone, for example, we have utilized an $18 million Education Innovation Challenge Fund to explore new ways to improve learning outcomes efficiently by leveraging private sector partnerships and innovative financing mechanisms. This has allowed us to test new approaches in education reform while mobilizing external investment. To sustain these efforts, we must also focus on holistic education system development. For example, in Sierra Leone, we're getting serious about data to support our various reforms and national education objectives. We are developing our force EMIS specific policy to set data framework for the sector. We're also working on a digital unique learner ID project, which will track students' progress through the system. And we have a strong focus on learning assessments, both formative and summative, to ensure that we can measure progress, identify areas of weakness, and adjust interventions accordingly. Thank you.
Many thanks, Minister Sahi. So before I hand over for final closing remarks from both of the honourable ministers, if there are any other ministers present from African Union member states who wish to make a specific statement about commitments to the LPAF campaign, we would like to invite them to do so. And in the absence of further comments, I'll just hand over now please.
Thank you, Matthew. Just to continue what Matthew is saying. We do have one more minister, Honorable Minister Dr. Amadou Sey-Sawane from Mali would like to join us here on stage to say a few words, and then we can have the closing from your side. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ned.
Alors, je suis très heureux d'être ici, de prendre la parole à ce grand forum d'échange sur l'éducation en Afrique, l'éducation dans, on va dire l'éducation basique, hein, qui s'intéresse donc à ce qui est fondamental dans le parcours de nos enfants, c'est-à-dire leur début. Alors, je voudrais saluer tous mes collègues ministres qui sont ici et saluer nos partenaires, saluer l'Union africaine et saluer tous les participants. Alors, je l'ai dit, je suis heureux. Je voudrais très rapidement présenter le contexte malien dans un premier temps. Dans un deuxième temps, présenter les initiatives que nous avons prises pour corriger le manque de maîtrise de nos enfants en ce qui concerne la lecture, l'écriture et les mathématiques. Dans un troisième temps, j'énoncerai quelques mesures clés qui ont été prises ou doivent l'être au cours de l'année prochaine, l'année scolaire 2024-2025, pour que les insuffisances constatées soient corrigées. C'est très important. Alors, le contexte de tout ça, c'est comme un peu dans tous les pays, parce que ce matin, j'ai écouté des éléments comme si c'était les miens. Et tellement il me disait vrai, il me parlait vrai. Alors, le contexte, il est marqué par la crise des apprentissages. Je pense que c'est vrai pour la plupart des pays. Nous avons au Mali une forte proportion d'enfants de 10 ans qui sont presque incapables de lire un texte, de le comprendre. Pour leur âge, c'est un constat. Pour leur âge, c'est nous qui faisons le constat. C'est un constat amer. Alors, ça nous interpelle tous. C'est un défi qui nous est lancé. Il nous appartient de nous serrer les coudes au niveau national, de nous serrer les coudes au niveau continental pour corriger cette grave plaie, parce que ça n'est une, c'est une plaie. Nous relevons aussi un faible niveau d'apprentissage chez 50% des enfants inscrits à l'école primaire. 50%. C'est un autre appel à l'engagement du ministère de l'Éducation nationale, des enseignants, tous les techniciens pour corriger. Les apprenants du primaire sont confrontés à la non-maîtrise, je le disais tout à l'heure, de la lecture, de l'écriture et des mathématiques. C'est un rapport de 2021 qu'il a dressé, ce constat-là. Les évaluations ont été faites sur les 20 académies d'enseignement du Mali. Les 20 académies, ça correspond aux structures, aux directions régionales de l'enseignement. Il y en a 26. L'évaluation a été faite sur les 20 sur 26. Et dans 39 centres d'animation pédagogique. Il y a aussi d'autres structures de l'éducation nationale qui permettent de suivre tout ce qui se fait comme enseignement dans le pays. Donc, ces éléments que je viens de vous énumérer très rapidement appellent à la mobilisation de tous. Il faut trouver les éléments qui permettent de corriger ça. Alors, quelles sont donc ces principales initiatives qui ont été prises? Je vais là aussi en énumérer rapidement. Alors, de 2016 à 2022, nous avons adopté une approche équilibrée, c'est-à-dire un ensemble de stratégies et de techniques pédagogiques pour faciliter l'apprentissage de la lecture, l'apprentissage de l'écriture et la maîtrise des mathématiques. Pour près de 3 950 écoles primaires fondamentales dans une zone linguistique concernée par la langue bambara. Il faut dire qu'à ce niveau aussi, le Mali a pris au niveau constitutionnel, dans la dernière constitution, la nouvelle constitution du 22 juillet 2023, 13 de nos langues nationales ont été déclarées langues officielles. Le français, qui était la langue officielle, est devenu langue de travail. Donc, nous nous engageons de façon ferme avec une politique hardie, c'est-à-dire décidée à faire de nos langues des langues d'enseignement. C'est un très gros challenge, mais qui est à hauteur de nos ambitions. Deuxième élément, nous avons élaboré un référentiel de compétences en lecture-écriture. Il faut aider nos enfants à la base, c'est-à-dire dans le cycle fondamental, à maîtriser l'écriture, à maîtriser la lecture, à maîtriser les mathématiques. Et pour cela, il faut impliquer aussi les communautés. D'autant que je viens de le dire, nous nous préparons de façon officielle et de façon très décidée à impliquer nos langues nationales dans notre enseignement. Cela se faisait déjà, mais de façon aussi forte, de façon aussi constitutionnelle, parce que c'est dans la Constitution, on n'avait jamais fait ça au Mali, ça vient d'être fait. C'est vous dire la détermination des autorités actuelles à faire de nos langues nationales des langues officielles, des langues d'apprentissage à l'école. Ça a été dit ce matin ici, un enfant qui apprend, qui va à l'école pour apprendre dans une langue qui n'est pas celle qu'il parle à la maison, c'est compliqué. Nous avons également, je l'ai dit, impliqué les communautés donc pour améliorer la compréhension de ce qui avait été déclaré mal maîtrisé. Des c'est-à-dire des manuels sont faits pour que les élèves aillent facilement à la lecture, aillent facilement à la maîtrise de la lecture et de l'écriture. Les compétences en mathématiques sont également renforcées. Tout ce qui a été constaté comme faiblesse, comme handicap, doit être combattu, doit être corrigé. Et pour ce faire aussi, nous comptons sur nos partenaires. Ils nous accompagnent depuis très longtemps, de fort belle manière. Nous travaillons constamment avec eux, pas de la Banque mondiale, avec le projet MICRA, qui est l'amélioration des enseignements de l'éducation au Mali. On a aussi la relance de l'implémentation du curriculum bilingue dans l'enseignement fondamental. À ce niveau aussi, une étude a été réalisée sur l'état des lieux du curriculum dans les niveaux de première et deuxième année, qui a impliqué 50% seulement des écoles. Voilà donc ce qui est mis en œuvre pour corriger les défaillances au niveau de la maîtrise de l'écriture, de la lecture et des mathématiques. Alors, ce qui doit être rapidement aussi mis en œuvre au cours de l'année scolaire qui commence, nous avons effectué notre rentrée scolaire le 4 novembre 2024. Donc, ces éléments nous permettent réellement de corriger et c'est ce qu'il faut faire. Il faut un grand tour de manivelle pour remettre l'école à l'endroit, pour implanter l'école dans nos réalités nationales. Tant qu'elle n'y sera pas, nous ferons fausse route. Et cette sortie de route, tout le monde l'a constaté ce matin. Ensemble, donc, donnons-nous la main pour que nos enfants, ceux du fondamental, aient les savoirs qui leur manquent et les savoirs qu'il leur faut. Je vous remercie.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Minister. So what I would like to ask for now, just very briefly, because we're tight on time, for 1 minute, from Minister Saki and then from Minister Warima, just some quick closing remarks, after which I would ask that you remain on stage for a quick photograph for the campaign. Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. I think from what we've had today, I think you will all agree with me that we're on a journey to transform Africa's future. And we can only do this if we work together. And so I want to leave you with these parting words that let us seize this opportunity to renew our commitment, to work together, to support each other, and to push forward with the urgency and determination that the task demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I want to say something that I said earlier, just it will sound better now. Ending learning poverty is a must. and is about unlocking every child's potential and building an Africa where young people thrive. By 2030, our vision is a fully inclusive, high-quality foundational learning system in Malawi with at least 79% of children proficient in literacy and numeracy. With sustained investment, innovation, and partnerships, we will equip our youth with the 21st century skills for both national and continental progress. Together, let us act to turn these commitments into the Africa we want, where inclusive education drives a prosperous future, leaving no child behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if I could ask for a closing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So many thanks, Honourable Ministers. If you could remain on stage, I believe we'll have a quick photograph now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, honorable ministers. And we would like to invite all the honorable ministers in the House to please come up on stage. Leadership for African Union, Ms. Sophia Ashipala and Dr. Wangani from UNICEF to please come and join the leadership team here for a quick photo before we close this event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matthew. Dr. Obi, please. Dr. Obi to join the leadership on the stage. It cannot be complete without you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Before I invite my team to say the closing remarks, I know that honorable ministers have to leave for the ministerial meeting. So as we allow that to happen, I know that you have lunch break as well. May I please invite my colleague, Mr. Jefte Mwendo, on stage from UNICEF AU office to please come up on stage and say a few words, followed by Ms. Sophia Ashipala to say the closing remarks. Thank you.
Honorable ministers, dear colleagues, all protocol observed. I won't take much of your time. I know we are all tired. But allow me just to say some key takeaways. I think we met here today to reaffirm our commitment to improved learning for our children. It was a wonderful conversation. And I think if there is something that we have to take home, we all should not forget the passion that came from one of our illustrious speakers here this morning. We are in crisis as a continent. It is important that as we go, we should have the courage to acknowledge that. And we heard Dr. Obi saying, if we are not addressing the foundation, it will be an illusion to think that we are going to construct this continent. For me, if there's something that I should take home, that is the very powerful message. We also heard from the different speakers that while we acknowledge that, we also should know that hope is not lost, because there are wonderful initiatives that are going on. If someone wants to know how to address the learning crisis, we heard today examples from Malawi, we heard today examples from Sierra Leone, that things are happening. So our invitation in this gathering today was also to learn from your neighbors. Know that things are happening and just go and look at the study pack. What did they say? The starter pack. We also learned that we need to be realistic. Professor Bram told us that while we want to do things, we also have to reflect on the feasibility of our ambition. So we need innovation. We need to find ways to get funding. So I think we heard that AU must do things. AU must take this initiative. And today, the End Learning Poverty campaign was presented. Colleagues, I know that in our work as development practitioners, we like to bring initiatives up. We like projects. Everybody in this room has something. My call, having been in this conversation today, is to say, if there is something that you want to engage the African Union on, please know that there is End Learning Poverty campaign. That it's a rally call. It's not a communication campaign. It's more than that. So I will encourage us as we go along to learn more about that, to know the countries involved. Please, whatever initiative you are doing in any country, if that country is part of the End Learning Poverty campaign, we will encourage you to approach your ministry to see how you can take this forward. Having said that, I will let my colleague Sophia to say how she will call us together to push this initiative to the last mile. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jefte. Thank you, Naila. First of all, really, I would like to appreciate from the bottom of my heart all the ministers that we had in this session. Indeed, we are humbled by their attendance. We are humbled by their contribution and also that they have been here with us. I was following closely when they were all being acknowledged. So in absentia, I want to thank them sincerely for joining our session. I also would like to appreciate Dr. Obi for your passionate on the subject under discussion and your zeal to see that you want to see change taking place now. I believe we are on the same side with you and with everybody in the room. We want to see change. We want to see that we are not hearing the same statistic all the time. We want to see that there is progress made in member states. However, we also want to acknowledge that the countries are not the same. I think from the presentation of Professor Bram, we can see that the population, the GDP, you will see that countries are not at the same level. And obviously, we have to acknowledge where there is good work. I want to, yes, the call that you have made, Dr. Obi, on the call for the decade of education, you have just added your voice to many others that have brought about this. And trust you me, this one is well noted. And we are taking it very, very seriously, and it is on the table of the commissioner. I believe that all of us then we will be joining hands if this one is granted unto us to have the decade of education. I want to build on what the Honorable Minister of Malawi has spoken about. In her opening, she said, maybe we are not preaching to the right people. We are preaching already to those that are converted. That is not true. I believe we are the right people in the room. We have the right people in the room because we have the ministers of education, African Union is here, Human Capital Africa is here, UNICEF is here. Who else is here? Everybody is here. And we are the right people to drive the implementation of policies in member states. You are the right people to go and knock at the door of your president to ask for what you want. However, we have to take the conversation, this conversation, out of this boardroom, out of this, back into member state to go to the end users. And the end users, they are the real implementers, the teachers, the communities, the church leader, traditional leader. These are the people that we want to have this message. That is why the End of the Learning Poverty campaign, during the launch in member states at national level, we want to have all these people so that they understand what we want. They understand the mission. They understand the challenges that we are having when it comes to the poverty, the crisis that we have. The children cannot read and write. We want them to come on board. But they can only come on board if us here will go and drive that implementation, and we bring them on board and we make them understand the support that we need from them. I believe that with the End of Learning Poverty campaign, when it is launched in member states and the communities understood their role, what are they supposed to do to support the learners, to bring them to school, to support the school, whether in preparing meals, whether in making sure that the children are woken up. Obviously, we acknowledge that the issue of access to education is also a challenge in many, many countries. I have served the Ministry of Education in my country. At some point where I was a teacher, I work in far remote areas. Thank God that where I was teaching, there was a church and there was a house for the church. That is where I was living. So I also want to take something from the key takeaway that I can take from the presentation of Dr. Bram. We need to support our teachers because they are the ones that are holding the implementation in their hands. If they are not supported psychologically, the psychosocial support of teachers and learners, this is really, really important. That's why, as the African Union, together with the teacher development cluster of the Continental Education Strategy, we develop a strategy on the psychosocial support and mental health for teachers, because we believe that when the teachers are supported, every initiative that will bring to them, they will be able to run with it successfully in whatever way possible. I know that the challenges are many, but we need to support our teachers because they are the key implementers. We bring our communities on board so that they can help us when it comes to the discipline of learners, when it comes to supporting schools in monetary. This is really, really important. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Union, really let me thank you once again for joining us this afternoon and also being part of this session. I believe that as we move from here, we will drive the campaign in member states. We are here to support member states. Just inform us. We are here together and to garner the support from partners also to assist the 25 countries to drive and to launch the campaign so that it can run successfully. I want to thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and for your engagement and being here in our session today. This was a very successful event with many important voices being heard, many important words being said, and we are all going to hold ourselves accountable for the success of this campaign. You are all most welcome to join the lunch. I believe that it is in the tent section outside. So after this session, you are most welcome to go for lunch. Thank you very much for being part of this session. We are very, very grateful. Thank you.
Quickly go ahead.
managing the education workforce. So managing the education workforce and incentivizing teacher performance are crucial for foundational learning. So I'd like to hand over now to my colleague, Leon Gensi, to tell us about Rwanda's notable teacher management information system, or TMIS, and how it supports better teacher deployment, retention, and motivation. Now, Leon is the head of the Teacher Development Management, Career Guidance, and Counseling Department at the Rwanda Basic Education Board. He has a long and varied career in education, including as Dean of Education Faculty at University, as an education advisor of VVOB Rwanda, and also as an advisor for USAID and UNICEF. So thank you for joining us today, Leon, and over to you.
Thank you very much for the floor, and I'm very happy that in this conference we have to share with you the teacher development management. I will have three items to share with you. The first one will be just teacher incentives. For the next slide, please. The second one will be teacher management information system. We have here in Rwanda this system managing all our teachers from primary and secondary education. And the last point will be the video demo, how normally TMIS is working. For teacher incentives, first of all, in our education sector, we have the scholarship of in-service teachers. Normally, the government of Rwanda has taken the decision to give 300 scholarship for in-service teachers. Not only scholarship for in-service teachers, but to have also a scholarship for TTC students. What we call TTC student here, we have teacher training colleges in Rwanda, whereby we have students in those colleges. The government of Rwanda gives 50% of their scholarship. And we have also teacher cooperative. So on the slide, you are not very quick as I wish. We have teacher cooperative, what we call here Mwalimu Sacco, where the all teachers in Rwanda have opportunity to have the loan at the low rate of interest. So this is a bank for our teachers. But also we have ongoing adaptive experimental approach to incorporate student learning outcomes into the existing teachers' performance contracts. The next, for teacher management information system is, as I said, this is a system which is very operational right now. Is a web-based platform that supports the collection, analysis, and the use of data of teaching workforce from pre-primary, primary, secondary, and TVET schools. And the TMIS is fully operational with the main features of vacant post management and teacher placement, teacher transfer, teacher maternity leave, and the teacher scholarship. Now TMIS is integrated with other external systems such as National Identification Agency and Management Information System, NIDA. And we have also a TMIS integrated with the IPPS, Integrated Payroll and Personal Information System. TMIS is also on its way of being fully integrated with other education systems like SDMS, School Data Management System, but also Comprehensive Assessment Management Information System, CAMIS, for a full integrated system. So this is the chart where we can see this integration. I can continue for the next slide, showing you exactly how to explain very well this integration, because the next topic will be the demonstration now. TMIS with NIDA, TMIS with these NIDA integrations. NIDA, as I said, is a national identification agency, helps to verify teacher demography information from National Identification Agency system. For IPPS, TMIS and IPPS and NIDA, that integration enables to fetch teachers' payroll information from IPPS and get them verified from NIDA system, and the communication between TMIS and IPPS to display vacant position. Here, we have to pay the right teachers. With this system, we are in the right position to say, this is the teacher of this school, is ID is this, and is going to be paid without errors. So we have also IPPS, FMEs, and banks. What does it mean? TMIS plays an important role as a source of adapted teacher information, which enables auto-verification of payrolls in IPPS and to be submitted to IFMEs, teacher salary payments. And TMIS is partially integrated with the SDMS, but we are continuing to have that integration to be fully integrated as soon as possible. And finally, CAMIS and the TMIS. These CAMIS and TMIS integration will be, we allow TMIS to pull calculated performance scores from CAMIS for bonus payments. So we have additional feature in pipelines, and we have to teacher continuous professional development, CPD, teacher performance and promotion modules, teachers licensing modules, and finally, we have continuous upgrade of integration of TMIS, SDMS, and the CAMIS system for fully integration. As I said, we have to be really as integrated as possible. So I'm going now to show how does TMIS works. It's a short video of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Challenges in management call for a centralized recruitment process to track the performance. Welcome to today's demo of Teacher Management Information System, TMIS. This is a web-based system developed to support the management of teachers in Rwanda. The education sector in Rwanda strives to provide qualified teachers. However, challenges in management call for a centralized recruitment process to attract the best talents. In May 2022, TMIS strengthened to enhance teacher management, centralizing employment transfers while integrating national identification agency, integrated payroll and personnel information system. TMIS is now the key source of accurate teacher data, promoting transparency, reducing paperwork, and enabling evidence-based decision-making. First, let's log in. Users enter their username and password to get into the system, either as a web user or a TV user. Now you're in the main window as a web user. Here, you can see important information about teachers in schools, such as academic year and school districts. Logging in as an RTV user is the same process. The user type you are will be indicated by the logo on the top left corner. Post distribution. TMIS helps red an RTV plan and share the number of budget posts needed for the next school year. The distribution is done for each district by level of qualification, ensuring the number of all service teachers and vacant positions is approved by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Post management. This is the core feature of TMIS. It focuses on managing improved job positions and budget posts in the current school year. Here's how it works. Adding and editing positions. District Director of Education and school head teacher can easily add new positions or make changes to existing ones. They can as well register new teachers to the vacant positions. This ensures that all teacher roles are up to date and reflect the current needs of the schools. Updating teacher. If a teacher is no longer at the school, head teacher can remove him or her from the staff list, indicating the reason. This helps keep the database clean and track the teacher statuses. Dashboard. The dashboard is accessible at all levels. depending on the user's type. It allows users to monitor and track changes to budget posts, vacant posts, and active teachers, making it easy to see how the teaching staff is evolving. Teacher transfers. Teachers can request to move to a different school by filling the transfer request form. Red-Line TV users first verify the required submitted documents and approve or reject them, specifying the reason. The last step would be to execute the transfer algorithm, which follows the ranking criteria to accept or reject the transfer depending on the number of requests and the number of available vacant positions. Maternity leave. TMIS allows women teachers to request maternity leave at least 1 month before giving birth. This enables the plan for a replacement scholarship. This is one of the teacher incentives for career growth, and it enables the plan for replacement and reintegration. Special thanks to the Innovation for Poverty Action, the technical assistance through the Embedded Evidence Lab. Many thanks to the UNICEF and the World Bank. Your support has been crucial for TMI's success. Together, we've made significant strides in improving teacher management in Rwanda.
Merci pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Leon. That was wonderful. What a wonderful demo. And for the inspiring explanation of Rwanda's efforts to better manage and incentivize teachers. Now, colleagues, we know that there's a significant shortages of teachers across sub-Saharan Africa. I think it's approximately 14 million teachers. And that is particularly a problem in hardship locations. So I'd now like to pass over to Anna Nancy Mendy and Mariama Chow, who will together share with us about the successful experiences of the Gambia in providing incentives for teachers to be deployed to hardship locations. Anna Nancy is the Director of Early Childhood and Inclusive Education at the Gambia's Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education and has had an impressive professional career of almost 40 years in education. Mariama Chow is a Director of Standards and Quality Assurance Directorate, also overseeing the in-service education and training unit at the ministry, and has significant experience in early childhood and inclusive education. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for being here, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the presentations? We're going to talk about teacher policies for improved foundational learning in the Gambia, the initiatives that we have put in place that have really worked. It's about making hard-to-reach zones appealing to hardship allowances. Hardship allowances have been put in place so that those hardship areas would really attract teachers to go into those areas. In the Gambia, rural schools really often face a lot of difficulties in attracting qualified teachers. This really impacts education quality. Rural schools tend to have really problems in terms of teachers going there, qualified teachers, because of issues of housing, getting medical attention and all that. Can we have the video, please? Video one. If the video doesn't go, we can proceed.
Important part of our society. Their role.
If we are having challenges with the, okay, I think it's going now.
Teachers form an extremely important part of our society. Their role
as change agents is key in the provision of quality education for economic well-being.
Yeah. So really teachers really face a lot of challenges, especially when they are posted to the remote areas, which really we need to find ways of getting teachers that are qualified to get to these areas, because social amenities, health facilities are really a challenge for those teachers in the remote areas. But then how do we ensure that we get teachers? Because children, wherever they are, need to get access to qualified teachers. Can we have the next slide, please? So in 2005-2006 academic year, when you look at the furthest region, which are region 5 and 6, you only have about 35% and 49% of qualified teachers in those areas, while in the region 1, which is the closest region, has about 85% of qualified teachers. This really was a cause of concern because students were disadvantaged in accessing these trained teachers. So that means it was a major issue and an intervention was required to address this issue. How do we ensure that we encourage teachers to work in those remote, difficult areas? How do we address the disparities in teacher distribution between the urban and rural schools? And how do we provide premium for teachers in the most remote regions? Can we have the video too, please?
Some of those schools were responding to schools. Provided them important. But which means that all your teachers will want to stay in the urban areas. But since the introduction of the HAS, in fact, the situation has reversed. The urban areas are now finding it difficult to attract quality teachers because everybody wants now to go to those areas because the level of incentives that we have put in place means that a lot of teachers will actually double their income at the end.
So the next slide, please. So the Gambia government, with support from the World Bank, implemented this hardship allowance for hard-to-reach areas. It's a strategy in response to the challenges of addressing equity in terms of teacher distribution, posting, and retaining trained teachers in the remotest and most difficult areas. Next slide, please. So these intensives were meant to improve the quality of education in the most disadvantaged areas. It was meant to provide salary percentage to primary school teachers who work in the poorest and most remotely located areas. And it was substantial because looking at the salary of teachers, especially at that time, the teachers were just being paid about $67 a month, which really, the incentive really helped because they have different percentages, which really help augment their salaries. So the further the school is from the region, the higher the allowance, ranging from 30% to 40% of teachers' basic salary. So both qualified and unqualified teachers were able to access the hardship allowance, but we were really focusing more on getting the more qualified teachers to get this incentive.
Next slide would come in. Next slide, please. These were the percentages that we started with. At first, it was a uniform for everybody. Everybody in region 3, regions 4 get 30% of their basic salary. The same with region 5, region 6. That was because region 3, 4, 5, 6, that's the order they came in. The further they are, the more they get in percentage of their basic salary. Next, please. The initiative covered the 4 regions. We have 4 then at the beginning, we had 6 regions in the country and it covered all 4 regions. And we were dealing only with the lower basic school, because that is where we had the greatest problems in getting the qualified teachers to go to remote schools. Next. For a while, we started in 2006, 2006, and by 2013, we had to go back and make a study to see what is the impact. What are the things that we need to do to look at again to be able to improve the hardship allowance. And these are the information decks that you can contact, the study report, and it has been used by one of our colleagues who did the study as a position paper, and these are available in the net. And the findings of the following: there were disparities in the distances, because we are thinking of 3 kilometers from the main road. We realized that there are people who are further than the 3 kilometers, and people who are just clamping on the 3 kilometers. Whether it's 3 kilometers or not, you get the same allowance. So we go back and have these two, from the main road to 3 kilometers, this is the lower limit. From the 9 kilometers above, that's the upper limit. And we had the gender dimension because we realized that the ladies were not going. We did not have the female teachers into those schools. Next, please. And this is what we had in the shift. Those who are just 3 kilometers off the main road, they'll get 30% of their basic salary, and the other furthest bit will get the 40%. These were what we ended up with. But to induce the female teachers to go, wherever they go, they'll have 10% more than their male counterparts, so that we have more role models in those schools. We have more female teachers in those schools. Next, please. This was the status. This is the status quo now. When we started the hardship allowance, 2005, 2006, this is what we had. What Anna quoted, 37%, 49%. And as we grow further, this is what we have as at last academic year. We've managed to stabilize the hardship allowance program. The success stories. There's an increase of percentage of qualified teachers in recipient schools, a substantial improvement, given that prior to the policy, only 45% of rural teachers were qualified teachers, trained teachers. The rest were not trained. It reduced the pupil-teacher ratio, and this has triggered, as it was quoted in the policy, in the video, unprecedented requests for teachers to go to those schools because of the hardship allowance. Those are the main key successes that we have. Next slide. Increase in coverage. We've gone up to a point where we realize that we've stabilized the lower basic, the teachers are there, and performance is changing. And it was widened to the upper basic, the upper level of the lower level of secondary level and the secondary level. So it covers the whole spectrum within those areas. But there were special cases besides the bona fide schools that qualify for the hardship allowance. We realized too that there are some schools, they are not in the hardship zones, but they are very difficult for teachers to be there, particularly the ones where we have a low water table, water shortage. So teachers are not going. So we've extended it to co-op those teachers. And we have two very special ones in the capital city in Banjul, because that's most people are moving out of Banjul because it's a tiny island. The schools that we have there and by the wharf, by the ports, few people are there. Teachers are reluctant to go there, and they're taken on board. So that's why we have the increase in coverage. Next. This is the main success is this is demonstrate that financial incentives can be an effective tool for addressing teacher shortages in the rural areas by offering a substantial salary premium. The policy improved both the quantity of teachers in underserved areas, helped to reduce the educational disparities because performance was affected because they did not have qualified teachers, so the children were not performing as they're supposed to. The initiative was introduced with the assistance of the World Bank, but gradually the Gambia government has taken it over. We've taken ownership of it, and we've since 2022, and we're maintaining the rollover. And you want to join us? Can we have a look at the next one? There's the ultimate. Although we started with equity issues, that the children have the right to able to have qualified teachers and to be able to taught well. But we ended up having very good performance from those areas. Can we have the next video, please? And I will do the call.
If somebody is doing something and you realize that if you motivate that person, it will at least improve the efficiency of that person's work. I think that is something that no one should waste time for it. The hardship allowance is played a crucial role in my life. Imagine I am somebody who is a family man. At the end of every month, I have to buy a bag of rice for my family. I have to support my mom. Okay, and then that money is helpful to me because without that money, I won't be able to solve most of my problems. So it's very important in my life.
So in conclusion, we would say that, yes, we have really made a progress in terms of getting teachers into the most remote areas, but we still have challenges in getting female teachers. They're still underrepresented. So we really need to find that we need to put in additional strategies in place so that we would really address the issue of teachers going into female teachers going to the most remote areas. Next slide, please. So the limitation of financial incentives in addressing other challenges such as gender imbalances, as alluded to earlier on, to attract female teachers, to implement additional support measures, or offering family-friendly policies. It's something we really need to further work on. And overall, the hardship allowance remains very successful in increasing the number of qualified teachers in rural areas. It is robust evidence that financial incentives can be effective in recruiting teachers to serve in deprived areas.
The evidence is there, and we believe that teachers need to be motivated. The children, they have the right to be educated, so the incentives work very well. And we believe that financial incentive, although it's not everything, it helps in motivating teachers to be able to give us what we want.
Can we have the last video, please? Thank you.
Last video. The last two. Bruce, is that okay?
Will we play?
Are we having that last video, Bruce? Yes?
I can say now I have 100% qualified teachers with the establishment of this hardship. But well before that, I mean, we don't have that one. Sometimes we'll have more than even 5, unqualified teachers. So even the senior masters, myself, we have to make this school-based workshop to help those people, to upgrade them in the areas they are not comfortable with. People in Bangladesh, what they can do, we can also do it. Or we can do better than that. 2008, now in the Gambia, we took first. And even this, they saw the same, performance when they record their grade 9 also. So performance here, even office, they are proud of us. When we have, this qualified, that was the time we are able to achieve, this performance, like first in the Gambia in the grade 8-9 exam, 2008. So bringing this hardship, employing more teachers, more qualified teachers to come here, and they are doing very well.
That's the last.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Nancy and Mariama. It is really wonderful to hear about this successful initiative, and especially in the voices of teachers, and see the effects in the schools that are the most in need of good teachers. So colleagues, you may have seen from the program that we have a speaker from UNESCO and the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030. However, Peter Wallet was unfortunately not able to join us due to unforeseen circumstances, but we do have a special message from Carlos Vargas. Carlos is the chief of the section of teacher development at UNESCO and the head of the secretariat of the teacher task force. And so we will play that video now. While I'll ask my friend Bruce to play the video, just to let you know, Carlos is going to share with us the key findings from the recent global report on teachers as they relate to foundational learning, with some additional recent information on contract and community teachers. So this is a 15-minute presentation, which I know you will find a little bit alarming, but at the same time, I would say very interesting and helpful. Okay, we're ready, Bruce. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues. Very happy to join you from a distance. I wish I could have made it to Kigali, where we held the policy dialogue forum of the teacher task force in 2021. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with you today. My name is Carlos Vargas, head of the section for teacher development at UNESCO, and also the secretary of the TTN, International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030. I'm going to share my screen to show you the highlights from a report we published very recently, February 2024, on teacher shortages. So we will look in this presentation at the role of teachers in improving foundation learning, but also the effect that teacher shortages has on this one. So on the first slide, you will be able to see the cover of our global report. It's the first ever global report on teachers published by UNESCO and the Teacher Task Force, which has a twofold intention. First, to monitor progress towards 4.C, as you know, the target of SDG 4 that relates to teachers, and to also highlight the fact that we are lacking 44 million teachers in the world, and I will focus on Sub-Saharan Africa next. But the need to dignify, to diversify, and to valorize the profession, to address teacher shortages, and to make teaching more attractive, and the teaching performance addressing foundation. So maybe in the next slide, I'll share with you what are some of the inspiration for this report. First of all, it is inspired, of course, by the humanistic tradition and human rights-based approach to education that UNESCO promotes in all of its education programs, but it is inspired by normative instruments. You might be familiar with the two recommendations that are globally on teacher activities. So the 1966 ILO UNESCO recommendation and the 1997 UNESCO recommendation concerning the status of higher education teaching personnel, which as we know, they are to be revised very soon, because although they were very, let's say, visionary, they were drafted many years ago, and the world has changed. It is a different place. And it is also inspired by this text that you see on your screen, which is the recommendation coming out of the United Nations High-Level Panel on the teaching profession, a set of 59 recommendations which aim to transform education. This was published after the Transforming Education Summit, presented in South Africa in February 2021 global report. And it is a call to action to transform teaching as a collaborative profession and to improve the conditions of teaching, which is also something that was discussed in the International Commission on Futures of Education. You might remember Reimagining Our Futures Together, which calls to transform teaching as a collaborative profession, which has many new implications. The truth of the matter is, and in the next slide, you will see that even though we know that teachers are the most important in-school factor for learning, foundational or otherwise, we still have a law shortage, which is of course impacting the conditions of teaching, the workload, the teacher ratios, but also the quality of education. So we see three main dimensions in teacher shortage. On the one hand, there's quantity. We know 44 million teachers are missing. 15 of them in sub-Saharan Africa, but we also have a shortage of one. Basically, the qualifications of teachers who are in the classroom, they do not comply with the standards that are set. Even nationally, we still have many programs at lower and upper secondary level, so not university level, which also has the length, the quality of these programs, of course, have an effect on the performance of teachers. And the issue of diversity, which is very important in this region, particularly because the composition of the workforce does not necessarily mirror the diversity of the communities that teachers serve. And this is so linguistically, ethnically, culturally, and then, of course, in terms of learning outcomes, in terms of foundational learning, it has an effect on the learning that the students have. And in the next slide, we look into what are some of the shortages in sub-Saharan Africa. As we said, 1 of 3 teachers needed globally. That means 15 million teachers are needed in sub-Saharan Africa. This makes, of course, that the region has many overcrowded classrooms, which overburden teachers, with many countries, most of the countries in the region facing shortages in primary and secondary education, mostly in secondary. You see the effect that has on pupil-teacher ratios, particularly in primary education. Don't forget, this is an average. We have an average of 60 students per teacher. Now, if we go to qualified teacher, that augments, but this is an average. Still, we see many countries where the PPTR is up to 100, 1 teacher to 100 learners or more. But we should not forget that the working conditions of teachers are the learning conditions of the students. Pupil-teacher ratios are typically higher in grade 1 through 4 than 5 through 6, which undermines, of course, foundational learning. Now, in the next slide, we will look at the causes of these shortages, which are multidimensional. But we can see 2 big trends. One of them is demographic growth, changes in population patterns. Basically, more demand means more children, more schools, therefore more teachers are needed. But the report shows that 58% of the 44 million teachers that are needed are due to teacher attrition. Basically, the fact that teachers are leaving the profession. The attrition rates have actually doubled in the last 7 years, as you can see on the screen. And teachers usually leave in the early years, usually the first 5 years of service, or nearly close to retirement. When we look at the reasons why teachers leave, one finds push, pull, and personal factors, but it boils down to the working conditions and the well-being of teachers. Beginning with the salaries that are not attractive, they're not competitive. We see that in more than 50%, more than half of the countries in the world pay their primary education teachers less than other professionals with the same qualification. And we do see also gender disparities that exist in the composition of the workforce, and they persist in teacher attrition. This shows the proportion of teachers in primary education with minimum required qualifications over the past 12 years. And we see in the case of many countries that the qualifications rates have decreased, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, from 75% 12 years ago to 69%. So that means that we find more unqualified teachers in classroom, and this is possibly due to the fact that the shortages call for measures of hiring teachers rapidly, whether they are contract teachers, volunteer teachers, community teachers that lack sometimes the qualification and the support by means of continuous professional development. Now, the next slide, we'll talk about also the issue of diversity. As we said, there is a lack of gender parity in several countries, with few females in Western Africa and few males in Southern Africa across different levels. But as we said before, also there is a lack of teachers representing different cultural, ethnic, and linguistic groups. Now, the next slide will show what are some of the implications in different countries. Many countries are resorting to those teachers who do not have fixed-term contracts, that are temporary, that are used especially to staff rural areas, and they face different conditions than civil service full-time teachers. They face precarious employment, lower pay, they work in under-resourced schools, in different environments with heavy workloads, and very often with very little support. The next slide will show in more detail what are some of the effects and the size of contract teachers used in primary education in different countries. For example, in Cameroon, we saw that contract teachers constituted 84% of the workforce in 2021, which is 72% in primary education. In Senegal, we've also seen contract teachers form a large part of the workforce before 2017. Luckily, numbers have been declining little by little as teachers are beginning to be transitioned into civil service. That is something that we find as a very important avenue. Now, in Burkina Faso, we find that contract teachers are predominantly found in private schools, and in Burkina as well, a law was introduced in 2015 to regularize contract teachers and bring them into the civil service. In contrast, we have examples like Kenya, where the number of contract teachers doubled actually in the last 9 years. In Chad as well, we have some 33,000 community teachers, which is double almost the amount of state-employed teachers. So contract and community teachers often lack of returning. In Chad, for example, almost 100% are not meeting the required standards. So you see that this trend has plenty of effects, not only on shortages, but on the working conditions that teachers actually enjoy, and therefore the attention that schools receive in general. This is a teacher policy development guide that we have developed at UNESCO together with the TTF, and which looks comprehensively at 9 dimensions that we need to plan upon, that countries can actually act upon in order to improve that teachers enjoy working conditions that really deliver on education. And they have to do with policies for teacher recruitment and retention, teacher education and professional development, deployment, careers, working conditions, remuneration, teaching standards, the issue of accountability and school governance. What are some of the recommendations coming out of this global report and that might have an effect in improving learning? On the first hand, we think that countries need to develop holistic teacher policies that include all of the dimensions that we have mentioned, but importantly, by means of collaboration, by means of social dialogue, teacher participation in educational decision-making. The second recommendation is to transform and improve teacher education, both at the initial and continuous professional development levels. So we need to transition, particularly from CPD, from course-based, top-down, thematically mandatory individual courses, to a lifelong collaborative and teacher-led process, particularly including induction and mentoring for novice teachers. We've seen, and you'll find it in the report, that these programs of induction of novice teachers, welcoming into the profession, this sense of mentoring and companionship is a very important factor for teacher retention. As you have seen, as you remember, teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years, and therefore induction programs, mentoring at the early years of teaching is very, very important. Likewise, the development of career structures. Not only it has to do with transitioning contract teachers into civil service, but also developing career ladders that might be vertical and horizontal, where teachers move from novice to expert to mentor teacher, and associated with better remuneration as well, not necessarily only by seniority, but also by the performance that teachers have what teachers are able to do in the classroom and outside the classroom as well. We can consider horizontal ladders where teachers, in an effect of a revolving door, can come and go into the classroom. For example, teachers who are participating in teacher professional development, or they go and participate in curriculum development, in materials, in instructional design, in mentoring other teachers, can come back to the classroom reinvigorated with more knowledge of education to improve their practice as well. So the career needs to be adequately funded. For that, of course, ensuring public domestic funding that is consistent with the existing benchmark of 6% of GDP, 20% of total government expenditure going to education. And from that, we know that teacher salaries make the bulk of the expenditure. And finally, this is just one report. I'm sure you will be looking at many others, the use of monitoring and information systems and other data that helps report on the indicators agreed in the Education 2030 Framework for Action. Thank you very much for this invitation. In the following slide, you'll be able to find the link to access some of the work that UNESCO is doing on teachers. My email address is on the screen. I will be very happy to engage. I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and I look forward to hearing from the outcomes of the event. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
So colleagues, I'd like to wrap up this session. We're a little bit tight on time, and I'm looking at my friend Bruce, who's looking a bit nervous. So I'm sure some of you might have questions or comments, so I might ask you to approach the speakers at the end of the session to continue this conversation, because I think it was a very rich conversation. So what I'll ask each of our speakers to do instead is to give us one last thought. So in one sentence, or maybe two, could you please give us one last point that you'd like to leave the audience with related to policies for improved foundational learning? One last thought. So let's start with Leon. So I don't know if we can turn on his mic for this.
Improving foundational learning without improving teacher management, it cannot work. Thank you.
You kept it in one sentence. Wow. Thanks, Leon. Mariama, please.
Mine is teachers need to be motivated to be able to teach effectively.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Nancy, please.
If foundational learning is to be successful, we need quality teachers, and quality teachers throughout, not just in one part of the country, but in all sectors, in all geographical locations.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, can we please give a big round of applause to our three speakers? Thank you so much for joining us. Colleagues, a quick logistical announcement. Our organizing team is sharing that for those of you who still don't have a badge, if you could kindly go to the registration desk to get one. It seems that if we don't have one, like myself, if we don't have a badge, we won't be allowed in tomorrow. So if I can kindly ask everyone to please go to the registration desk to get a badge. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, so we're going to have a session here very soon. We're not starting yet. I think there's tea going on, but we'll start in a few minutes. So I just thought I'll let you know that we're about to start. All right. Thanks for staying back. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the technical session on the role of data in transforming foundational learning achievements. This session is moderated by ADEA, but largely in partnership with UNICEF, National Foundations for Educational Research, and the GEM report. And now I think that we would all agree that data is an essential component of not just decision-making, but all through policy-making up to implementation and definitely utilization of its own. But we all would agree that a lot of African countries are also not producing quality data. So for this session, like I mentioned, there's a partnership here across ADEA, UNICEF, GEM report, and the National Foundation for Educational Research. So I'll go on to call it NFER to make it easier for myself. All right, so for ADEA, across the 4 partners I have mentioned, we have different initiatives currently going on. For ADEA, in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, there is an initiative called Tackling Education and Skills Data Challenge in Africa. Now, the objective of that initiative is to support up to 30 African countries over the next 5 years to produce reliable and quality data on education and skills to inform decision-making, policy-making, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation as well. So currently, the project has started in about 11 countries, the first cohort of countries, and we're looking to introduce more countries over time. So we currently have Angola, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Mauritius, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Tanzania, Gambia, and Zambia. And then for UNICEF, I think a number of us are aware of the UNICEF project on foundational learning action tracker, which would get some insights from the presentation that would be shared here. And then also we have the NFER working with in collaboration with Kenya's National Exams Council on data for foundational learning program to establish an education assessment resource center. Now, we also have GEM reports, so Manus would be sharing more insights, so recent insights on basic education foundational learning. So therefore, we have about an hour. At this point, I think we have less than what we were initially assigned. But then we would try to go through a few presentations and then also have a panel discussion. So I'll start with calling the first presenter, which is Manos Antonini, the director for GEM Report.
Thank you so much, Yang. So I don't know if we have the presentation, as time is of the essence. So I'm going to mention a few basic ideas about data for learning outcomes. And although the presentation is, of course, reflecting work that has been published in the Spotlight reports in 2022 and 2024, a lot of that actually is linked to work that is being led by the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, that is the custodian agency for the indicator. If we click to the next slide, 411. I don't need to say more about the indicator, but as you see on this slide, and that's important, it is also the African Union Continental Education Strategy indicator. This strategy is coming to an end this year, is about to be reviewed. Next slide, please. In work with between the GEM report and the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, we have encouraged countries to fulfill a commitment they made in 2015 to set national targets for SDG 4. There are now 8 such what we call benchmark indicators, but one of them is the indicator 411, the minimum level of proficiency in reading and mathematics. And the next slide will show a very interesting issue. On these two graphs, we have portrayed two of these indicators. So on the left-hand side, you see the minimum level of proficiency. And on the horizontal, on the vertical side, you see the country's targets. A lot of countries have actually set targets for 411, almost 50% of countries globally, and also in Africa. This is in particular at the end of primary. On the horizontal axis, you see a projection that we made based on where countries would realistically be after by 2025 if they proceed and make progress as expected, and perhaps a little bit more ambitiously than expected. So please stay on the graph as we were. On the left-hand side, this is the learning indicator. On the right-hand side is the completion rate. And you see a very interesting contrast. On the completion rate, on the right-hand side, countries have set targets that are more or less what one would expect. You see there's a kind of positive relationship. But on the learning target, you see a huge contrast. Countries that actually are doing not very well in real terms, many in Africa, are setting very ambitious targets. Countries that are doing relatively better are setting unambitious targets because they know how difficult it is to progress. And that is, I think, a key message. We lack data. The indicator on learning is recent. Countries do not know really where they stand. And even when they do, they don't understand very well yet how quickly they can progress and what is a realistic but ambitious target. This is information that you can find in the SDG 4 scorecard, the annual report that we produce with the UNESCO Institute for Statistics on the probabilities that countries have to achieve their national targets. Let's now move to the next slide. And I'm going to briefly refer to some statistics. I'll have an opportunity to repeat these two slides now, upcoming slides tomorrow morning in the overview in the plenary. Let's look first at the trends. There's a talk often of learning crisis, but it's important to remember what crisis means. How do we define crisis? If crisis is a decline, if crisis means that things were at a certain level and they started moving worse, actually, this is not the case for Africa, and I think you heard that also earlier in the presentation. African countries, which are the purple bullet points on the left-hand side, are those moving much faster than any other country in the world at the moment. It is the richest countries that are at the top end of performance that are actually not only doing badly, they're regressing at the moment. So in that sense, we don't have a learning crisis if we look at this sense. But there are three caveats which are important to remember. The first caveat is that most of the African countries that report data are Francophone African countries that participate in the PASEC assessment at the end of primary. And one could have some question marks. Are the data from PASEC trustworthy enough? There are a lot of capacity issues. Maybe there are some doubts about that, so we need more waves. This is only based on 2 data points in 2014 and 2019. The second caveat is, of course, that we have very few data points. Really, only 1 in 3 countries have evidence of the level. Only 1 in 4 countries or students in these countries do we have evidence on trends. That's a very, very small number, and it's only very few data points. As we know, even though PASEC has prospered, the equivalent study in Southern and Eastern Africa, the SICMEC study has actually been waning in recent years. And of course, the situation is even worse because these data refer to the end of primary. If you look at the early grades of primary, the situation is what this map shows, basically red colors all across the continent. Very few countries even have any single data point. And the third caveat, which reminds us that perhaps it is a crisis after all, is that if you remember, all African countries were really at the bottom quarter of the distribution. To the best of our evidence, at most, 1 in 5 students achieve minimum level of proficiency in reading and mathematics. And that excludes the 1 in 5 students that do not even end up complete primary school. Next slides, to elaborate a little bit on that last point, some evidence on levels. We don't have any information on levels of learning in Africa post-COVID. The only source of information is 3 countries, 3 richer countries in Africa, Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa, from the PEARLS study in grade 4. Otherwise, the only source of information is the UIS's assessment for minimum level of proficiency, which is designed explicitly to monitor indicator 411, A and B, early grades of primary and end of primary. And it has carried out 2 waves of surveys in 6 countries in 2021, where the specific objective was to monitor progress before and after COVID, and in 2023, a few other countries. And you see on this graph evidence in mathematics and reading. In mathematics, as you see, the dash indicates the percentage of students who achieve minimum proficiency, and that is approximately around 20%, around 1 in 5, as I said, at most 1 in 5. In reading, the situation is far worse, fewer than 1 in 5, closer to 1 in 10 students achieve minimum proficiency, with one exception being Kenya. What is also quite interesting is a very high percentage gap between urban and rural areas, and of course, that would be even higher if we could look at the richest and the poorest. Next slide, and my 2 final slides on the situation for data, which is the topic of this session. There are opportunities, but there are also challenges. 20 countries have already developed a national assessment framework. 6 more are currently working on one, but there is no coordination at the continental level, and that is something that needs to be fixed. The African Union, a year ago, introduced a decision that called on its member states to introduce a continental framework in which countries could anchor their own assessment frameworks. And that's important work to be done through the African Union cluster on planning that we are currently supporting. The second is the 2 cross-national assessments, the PASEC and the SACMEC. We should remember PASEC is still quite expensive for countries, and the cost needs to be brought down. And there's also, as I said, limited capacity, and SACMEC, unfortunately, has not been progressing very fast in recent years. The third is that there are a lot of assessments. If you go to any country, we sampled 12 countries for the first spotlight cycle, and we found that over the course of 20 years, there had been more than 100 assessments in reading and mathematics in primary education. But unfortunately, only less than a quarter of those were even making their data available, and they were mostly the well-established and recognized assessments. There is very little data, there is very little documentation, it's mostly in private hands, not even in the hands of governments, and very few reports, because many of these assessments have not been designed to report on the system level, but they have mainly been designed to report on donors' projects, and that's a bit of a mishap, really. There is a capacity to growing to monitor learning, and there is, of course, greater willingness to do so, but still, assessments are not sufficiently institutionalized. There are a few examination councils that do that, but still the capacity is very, very limited, and external funding has not focused on building that capacity. It has focused on collecting and extracting data, and that's an issue we come back consistently in the spotlight. And outside PASEC, some assessments have the potential to contribute to reporting on 411, but much more technical work and coordination is needed to make that possible. So last slide on solutions. Solutions are needed at the global, at the continental, and at the national level. At the global level, especially if we focus on 411A, on learning at the early grades, we need to remember that assessing at those levels is complex and is expensive. So countries need support. They cannot carry the cost of such assessment. That's something we have to accept. But there need to be 2 sets of issues to be overcome. Technical issues. First, as there has been a debate, there are a number of assessments that currently cannot report on the global indicator, but with a bit of work, they can report on a level below precursor skills. This graph indicates a little bit the building blocks towards having minimum level of proficiency in reading. So this work that is ongoing. And the work also needs to cover the complex issue of language, because at that level of education, we have a lot more languages being assessed. It's not like we do in end of primary or end of lower secondary, where usually it's the official language of instruction. Getting to understand what proficiency means for those languages requires a lot more data and work. And the third is, of course, the complexities of the variety of types of administering assessments for children at grades 2 and 3, and that also needs to be incorporated. The UIS has established a technical advisory group which is trying to introduce standards for reporting that then would be followed by different assessments. But to go that technical issues is only one part. There's also the financial and coordination issue, and that's something that has been underestimated. There is a need for donors to restore their vision. I mentioned also in the morning, there has been a tendency to focus on projects. I mentioned it also before, project evaluation, but countries need data for themselves. They need countries need to develop their own capacity to generate and use data to improve their curriculum, to improve teacher education, and funding has not been going to that. Secondly, we need to also improve the assessment market. As I mentioned, the cost of assessment is very high, is unnecessarily high, and that's partly because of the way such assessments are funded. There needs to be much more coordination and much more trust to give to countries the capacity and the power to select the assessments that would be best for them. So that's an issue that needs to be really occupying our minds, because if we don't solve this practical problem, then what other more complicated development problems are we ever going to be able to solve? And yet, with simple actions that we could take, we have not yet moved any closer to that. Finally, continental solutions, I mentioned already, there has been a decision of the African Union to have a common assessment framework to which different assessments could be tied. That is work that needs to be done, and the African Union has taken the initiative, so it's now up to countries and entities to work in that direction. And finally, let's not forget also some national responsibility. It is true that in some cases, countries themselves have not given the little money that they could give to assessment. That it needs to be taken. Yes, external support is needed, it needs to be coordinated, but countries also need to do their bit. So let's not forget that important point. So with that, and that hopefully giving a bit of framework on the discussion on data for learning, I leave you and thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so in the interest of time, I'll just call on the next presenters to come in succession. So we'll start with Rudra from UNICEF. Sorry? Okay, the video first. All right, so we'll play the video first, and then Rudra's presentation, and then next up would be Jenny from NFER.
Transforming education starts with ensuring every child attains foundational learning, literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills. These are the building blocks for all other learning. Globally, 2 out of 3 10-year-olds cannot read and understand a simple story. UNICEF and partner organizations have created the RAPID framework to accelerate foundational learning. With this framework, we can better assess and track foundational learning worldwide. UNICEF and the Hempel Foundation have launched an action tracker based on the RAPID framework to monitor national and global foundational learning progress. The tracker collects data for low and middle income countries, revealing potential, but challenges remain. We can't do it alone. Government ownership is key, and partners are crucial in using these findings to drive change. We urge governments and education stakeholders worldwide to endorse the commitment to action on foundational learning. It is not just about words. It's about turning commitments into action. Join us in ensuring the next generation, including the most marginalized, reaches their full potential. Together, we can support foundational learning for every child.
Okay, the presentation, please. Good afternoon, everyone. So already we discussed about the data. We know the high incidence of learning poverty, 9 out of 10 children in our region or in sub-Saharan Africa are not acquiring basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills. It's not just the high incident of learning crisis, but it's coupled with so slow pace of progress. That means some countries even will take nearly 27 to 30 years to ensure 70% of their children acquire foundational learning. So we cannot wait until 30 years. But at the same time, also we have large variations across the countries. If I compare, let's say in Burundi or Madagascar, where only 5% children acquire foundational skills, to Botswana, where half of the children are acquiring foundational learning. So with this background, at the same time, we know we are discussing about the learning assessment. Presentation, please. Okay, next slide. Next slide now. Okay, so we know learning assessment is a potential tool to support education reform. And when we look at the cost, it is only take 0.3% of the total program cost, but at the same time, it is one of the least expensive, but at the same time, it's most effective education reform agenda. Why I'm saying this, if we see the post-education reform in Germany 2000 using the PISA data, or be it Vietnam, where their children are really struggling with educational resources. At the same time, their children in Vietnam outperforming children of USA, UK, or Australia. That means we can see how potential the education assessment-based reforms are. But at the same time, also, we have countries that have been successful in improving learning, usually have strong learning assessment systems. That means we can see the stronger correlation between better learning assessment and better performing countries, particularly on the foundational learning outcomes. But at the same time, we have challenges already. Manus mentioned most of them. But just I am adding few more points here. We have learning assessment. Those are mostly project-based and lacks technical standard. That means most of the assessment, they are still using the traditional ways of measuring. The classical test theory is percentage correct and all that, not really giving us comparable data. And also assessment we have, but most of the time they are not regular. Some countries are doing it at the interval of 3 years. Some countries even not taken any assessment after even 5 or 6 years. That means it lacks regularity. And also sustainability challenges we have in terms of the resources and capacity. Assessment is indeed a resource intensive exercise, and we have really low systemic capacity. That's also have challenges. And particularly we have several countries now have insecurity and coming under the fragile context, particularly drawing representative samples and conducting assessment in a standard procedure is a big challenge, particularly in the emergency context. And more importantly, also when most of the countries conduct assessments, they take nearly 3 to 4 years right from the design to publication of the result. That means by the time they're having data, that means the sign of the data is really diminished. That means no motivation for the real use of data and all that if it takes more than 4 years. Then one of the key challenges we have also the complementarities between the large-scale assessment and school-based assessment. That means how they complement each other and also use for the systemic reform as well as the school-based course correction. So we are not able to see that the strong complementarities between the large-scale assessment and the school-based assessment. So moving forward, we have some strategic measure to measure learning outcomes. We have conducted one mapping exercise, and also we have some secondary analysis data. And also we propose assessment that best suit to the purpose. And also we promote the synergic actions within the country and among the partners. And also we promote the comparable tools, the cost-effective comparable tools that can support in generating robust data around foundational learning outcomes. And also we develop public goods and also engage in disseminate those public goods. And lastly, also we have very strong, robust multi-indicator cluster survey. There is a model inside that that is really fit into to measure foundational learning outcomes. So I have few points in the few key takeaways from each of the points. So I can go one by one them. Next slide, please. You can see the mapping in the left side. You can see the achievement national, regional, or international assessment countries engage in. But at the same time, you can see the right side, the national policy or the framework on the learning assessment. So though the most of the countries are doing the national assessment, or few of them are engaging in the regional or the national international assessment, but at the same time, not supported by the national policy or the framework. When there is no national policy or the framework, the sustainability is an issue. So next slide, please. And also this is the data coming from the mapping exercise. But the good news here is when the learning assessment conducted by the country, most of the 100% of them are aligned to primary education. That means when the country engage in learning assessment, they collect data on primary level of the data. But more importantly, when they where they use the learning assessment data, when 93% of the countries mentioned that they use learning assessment data to measure the learning level or monitoring the learning level, but only 20% of the country mentioned that they use learning assessment data for the accountability. But at the same time, where the, let's say, the resources comes from, nearly 90% of the countries, the learning assessment supported by the development partners. So that means we need to see how it can be country-led and country-resourced. But at the next slide, please. But at the same time, also we are promoting the assessment that suit the purpose. That means how the when we are conducting the diagnostic assessment, for instance, we have teaching at right level approach or the targeted remediation. We have several countries are doing this, and also so many countries are engaging into the formative assessments. And also we have project-based assessment on the AGRA and the ERMA, and we have national learning assessment. We have regional assessment in form of SACMEC and PASHEC. SACMEC no longer functional. We need to see what could be the alternative, but we have also several international countries participating in international assessment. But key takeaway here is we not just generate data, but we must ensure effective use of teaching data in the teaching, learning, and curriculum and planning. And also, as Manus also mentioned, we need to see how best we can transfer the skill to the national system so that they can conduct robust learning assessments. That's also critical, and it has to be institutionalized when it is country-led, country-resourced, and also they have a very supporting national policy and national framework. Then we can say national assessment is institutionalized, and also we need to ensure assessments that is complementing each other. That means the school-based assessment and the large-scale assessments. Also, we engage into the convening of the partner. Next slide, please. Yes, and in Africa, particularly under the Association of Educational Assessment, they convene every year and share the best practices, but those are not adequate. We need to see how best we can, let's say, share the public goods. And also I seconded or reiterate the point on the assessments are affordable. Particularly assessment is really, really resource intensive. Most of the time it's not affordable, particularly let's say the PASEC is, or let's say PISA or TIMSS, those are really, really let's say very expensive exercises. So we need to see how development partner and other technical agency come together to make to ensure that assessments are affordable. Next slide, please. Also, we developed, UNICEF developed a toolkit that is aligned to the emergency context. Particularly, this is a step-by-step guideline how to conduct learning assessment in the emergency context. Actually, it's a challenging task to collect robust data under emergency context. So it's a step-by-step guideline available, and it's available online as well. So lastly, I am talking about the comparable tools here. I am giving one good examples on the basis of the multi-indicator cluster survey. So far it is available for 120 countries, but after 2017, just go to the next slide, please. After 2017, 50 countries data already being collected, and this is really a robust tool to collect foundational literacy and numeracy. It has a really very robust sample design to collect the data, and it administered one randomly selected child between 7 and 14 per household. So it collects data on the word recognition, literal questions, inferential questions from paragraphs, Under numeracy, it collects data on the number, reading, number discrimination, additions, as well as the number recognition, so the pattern recognitions. So some of the few, let's say, sample analysis, I can show what is coming out. Maybe it's not visible, but the key things coming out from this analysis is the low-income country, medium-income country, and the upper-middle-income countries. Children coming from the, let's say, poorest household is not the same between when it is low-income countries or, let's say, the upper-middle-income countries. That means when the children are coming from the low-income countries, their probability of acquiring foundational learning is 10 times less than when the children are coming from the poorest family, even from the upper middle income country. That is huge. You can see the disparities all across. That means we need to, let's say, focus more on the lower income countries, prioritize resource and providing technical support to them. Next slide. And in this slide, we can see the variation. It's a statistical nature that you can see the less variation when no children are achieving foundational learning, or let's say all children are achieving foundational learning. But more importantly, you can see most of the countries are on the left side of the curve. That means you can see the highest disparities between the countries, because they are between 0 to 50% of the acquiring of the foundational learning. That means you can see the largest variation there. Next slide, please. And here you can see one of the snapshots from the Malawi. But more importantly, when we collect data, foundational learning data under multi-indicator cluster survey or mix, we have multiple variables. It is a really cross-sector. That means data collected from the social sector, health, nutrition. That means we have very, very comprehensive and varied data points you can connect to foundational learning. That means you can see where the real source of variations coming from and what are the variables really impacting foundational learning outcomes. So this is available online. You can just Google mix. You can find countries, develop their snapshot and reports. So thank you so very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, ADEA.
Can we have our slides, please? Thank you. So before the slide come out, I just want to say first that we don't have any fashionable slides and no videos, because as soon as we realize our presentation is after Manos and after UNICEF, we realize that there's no point investing in visualization or animation because they will do a great job. So which we have designed slides that's really echoing what we want to talk about, which is really quite a bit going back to the basics. So I'm Jenny Xie. I am from NFER. It's a research organization in the UK. And we have supported quite a lot of governments and partners in assessment and research work. NFER is established about 80 years ago, and the largest work we do is on assessment, research, and services. Next slide. So I'm here joining my colleague from the Kenya National Examination Council on an initiative that's funded by FCDO on really trying to tackle some of the questions that we are all here to discuss today and in this week. And I think we are all here because we realize how important foundational literacy and numeracy data are, but they are not reported and used enough. And really, as a community, we are here to find out how we can support that. And fundamentally, why is it so hard? Next slide. So I thought I will start with two case studies of some of the recent conversation we had with national stakeholders. So country X and country Y are both countries that have really embraced foundational literacy and numeracy in their education agenda. They actively take part in many assessment activities. They have regular EGRA and EGMA and also their national assessment. So we are not saying that all the countries have to report to international benchmarking or standard like SDG 4.1.1, but if the countries aspire to, they need to be helped to know how to achieve that. So these two countries, country X and country Y, one cannot report to a traceable, trackable foundational literacy and learning data because they didn't take into account that assessment has to be designed a special way to be linked across the years. So though a lot of effort has been put into those, it's only after quite a few years they realize that that design has to be discussed quite at the onset. Country Y couldn't report to SDG 4.1.1 B, even though they took on international benchmarking exercise because their assessment design didn't quite match the criteria. So for example, they didn't have 20 reading items to align to that basic criteria that's required. Next slide. So this is a summary of assessment process. I'm saying it's a summary because it really simplified the quite complicated assessment process that I think everybody in this room would know. And what we have found is that quite often the discussion on how to use assessment data is only at the reporting stage, which is really quite late in that process. And the reason why we're so excited about this collaboration with NAC is that they came to NFER and really sharing with us this desire to really introduce this process quite earlier on to stakeholders at different level so that they can at least have some informed choices when they are making decisions. So next slide. I said that was a summary of the assessment process because in each of those 9 boxes you have seen the previous slide, there is at least 5 of this, additional diagram. I know I don't have the time to talk about this diagram today, but just want to highlight that it is a complicated process and we just shouldn't assume that all the stakeholders should understand the complexity and the technical difficulties that's involved. Next slide. So, of course, there are a lot of available resources out there. There are so many, actually. So what we are trying to do with NEC is to bring the available resources together, but also to help people interpret a bit better through providing a community and a resource hub where people can share the resources and talk and discuss about what they don't understand quite freely. And then really through that discussion and that exchange, develop a sustainable capacity that's retained within the country and the region. So for example of available resources, these are some of the existing and established assessment instruments that are available, not just for foundational literacy and numeracy, but beyond. But so people know about them, but they don't know what are the implications of implementing them. And probably they need some help with choices on the frequency and then how much it costs and how often or what's the complexity of developing and adapting them. And we are hoping that through a hub like the Education Resource Center, this can be quite transparent already at the decision level. Next slide. Another example is, I think, if Louis Crouch is still here, this is a criteria guideline for reporting to SDG 4.1.1. That's, I think, the latest guideline, or at least one of the closest to latest. So this is, of course, a summary table. In that guideline, we have partners coming to us with this guideline, wanting us to help them to interpret this, because although these resources there with a lot of details, it's still hard to interpret unless you really work on it quite closely. Next slide. So back to that, back to basic discussion, and then that quite complex item and test development diagram. So I would like to also use this opportunity to talk about the very basics, because I know UNESCO and UNICEF have already talked about the big pictures and the trend and why we need assessment data. But in a lot of our work, what we found is that people don't realize until much later how important it is to get the item and the test design right, because actually every single item matters. By item, I mean question within a test. And they really drive the result of how you can use the test. And actually, when it's taken into account, it really drives teaching and learning in a system as well. We see a lot of countries with very innovative changes in curriculum, teaching and learning material, pedagogy, and practice in the classroom. But when you look at the tests, assessment, examination in place, they are still like 20 years ago or even 30 years ago, not because people don't want to do it more innovatively, but because that method is not yet available or not that often discussed. Next slide. Pretty much similar principle. And also I would like to raise people's awareness on how important it is to get the item that's fit for the context, fit for the purpose of the test, fit for the age, the target age you want to assess. A quick example, we are just recently doing a pilot study in quite a rural area in sub-Saharan Africa. And what we found is that even in very resource-constrained setting, young adults, sort of 15, 16 years old, they are much quicker and much more likely to understand a reading text that's in a WhatsApp format or in a social media format than it is in a conventional format. Even if in the conventional format, they are reading at the lower level, they find that much more difficult to understand. And I thought that's quite striking. And these are the things that are not considered all the time. I'm not saying that in our test or assessment, you have to use the WhatsApp format as your items or social media, but these are things to be think about. Next slide. So my last slide here is really, can you do one more click? My only animation in my presentation. So what we are wanting to do is for people to talk about choices and what's available and what are the critical decisions from that policy and choice of assessment stage, and not wait until later. Next slide. And that's why we are working with NEC on this particular initiative, which Mr. Sam will talk a bit more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, and good afternoon. Kenya National Examinations Council has partnered with the International Foundational Research for Education with the intention of establishing a robust resource center, which is exclusively meant to influence research innovation for educational assessment, for the purposes of ensuring that matters curriculum instruction, matters assessment and reporting are well addressed. The Resource Center has a number of areas that it focuses on. And from the presentations that have been given here, I would agree with every presenter that the spirit is with us, because data-driven decision-making is the way to go. And therefore, the Resource Center at Kenya National Examinations Council is basically to ensure that we use the very best practices of research on educational assessment. We ensure that we capacity build our teachers and all the assessors or examiners for the purposes of course, influence and intervention. And we also come up with a young researchers mentorship program. And for us to be able to do that, the hub, therefore, was conceived as a model of delivering those areas. Because at the end of the day, Kenya National Examinations Council is established to set and maintain national standards in assessments and examinations. So we ask ourselves, then how do we influence? Number one, by ensuring that we support diverse learning needs. And number two, we address the issue of professional development for educators. And number three, we have accurate and consistent assessment tools. And number four, we have data-driven decision-making. And number five, we have got what is missing, parental support and engagement for our learners. And lastly, we have improved student outcome in the spirit of advancing inclusive, equitable, and access education practices. So then we looked and mirrored internally, and we say that if the Resource Center can influence processes, procedures, and systems within the institution, cutting across all the directorates, then we are going to come up with the best approaches that will ensure that learning, assessment from the foundational level to the very highest level is given the very best approach. But then we said, for us to do that, we have got to bring in stakeholders. Our stakeholders, number one, is the teacher. And a good teacher, therefore, is motivated, is empowered, is informed, and is aware of emerging needs and the pertinent issues that are happening in his areas of jurisdiction. So then we have the staff who are implemented, and then in training and assessment, and then we have got the examination boards nationally, and then we have our team, which will be prepared for the national engagement on matters assessment to go to the region and move the standards to another level. Next slide, please. We have come up with a number of programs in assessment that are available. These programs can be accessed in our portal. A teacher who is in a region that is very distant, which is affected by perhaps weather, is affected by other challenges, is able to access the module from a particular simple device, even from a phone. But then we said that we have to tailor the assessment modules to specific groups, from the policymakers to the senior managers, to the technical staff, and to the project managers. So each level of these groups have got specific assessment modules that we can engage on a user basis approach. Next slide, please. The Kenya Presidential Working Party that was established by the president a while ago on the implementation of curriculum-based assessments and also competency assessments recommended that Kenya National Examinations Council picks up the aspect of teacher empowerment on the new assessment approaches. And therefore, in addition to the various statutes and laws coming from our country and from the African context, we have got the goodwill to come up with modules that not only address the gaps that exist in assessment, but assess a diverse number of needs and that cut across the region and the continent at large. Next slide, please. So we ask ourselves, why assess, what to assess and what to use, and how to report what to use? Because more often than not, items that discriminate well then demonstrate those who are more achieving and those who are less achieving. And some of the things that affect item discrimination could be an error in the item, could be perhaps an item construct, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we need consistency and accuracy. So when you address these three issues, then you move to a level where you have an item that assesses that which is intended, and when that item is analyzed, you get that which is actually happening on the ground. Recently, we had a symposium in April this year that was for getting feedback on the effectiveness of competency-based curriculum implementation in the country. And some of the findings required very intentional interventions. And we were able to come up with a report that is addressing the policy, is addressing specific schools in specific regions, is addressing specific learning areas, and even specific items. And when you read that report, you find that indeed, this conversation is very important. And we went to a step further and had county dialogues so that we are able to specifically construct the findings with the stakeholders, and they hear the findings, they respond, and we agree the way forward based on data. Next slide, please. This is a competency-based assessment portal that is online. Institutions of basic learning are able to administer our validated tools that we developed from grade 3 all the way to grade 8 at present. They are able to administer them, they are able to mark, they are able to upload the scores. So from their end, we are able to interact and we are able to get real-time data on each item of each learning area. And therefore, this is not something that is summative, this is formative. And according to policy, the child on conclusion of either early years or middle year or junior secondary school, they're able to get their feedback on real time. The teacher is also able to know the weak areas, and we are able to engage them on interventions. Next slide, please. Capacity building. We have made it intentional. In 2023, we trained about 731 teachers. In 2024, we have trained about 721 teachers on a number of modules on matters affecting assessment. And you see that we have cut across the primary school teachers, the teacher trainers, the special needs education teachers, and even the refugee camp-based teachers, together with the junior school teachers. So it is something that I am very passionate to request that we affiliate together, we partner together, and we collaborate together. As a resource center, it is able to influence the very best practices within a given institution or establishment. As I conclude, the next slide, we have got the Teacher Education E-Assessment Portal. And this basically is to enhance greening of assessment for sustainability. So therefore, a teacher is able to go through some literature on a selected area and is able to query, is able to interact with it, and is even able to be assessed from wherever direction and region they are in without coming to our center. But we are hoping that going forward, we will be able to expand this so that our teachers are able to perhaps come to our center where we can have face-to-face interactions and get to hear their feedback on some of the areas they have succeeded and some of the challenges they have experienced in the approach of e-assessment. Next approach. In addition, we have got the special needs education where we have adapted for inclusion a number of areas, the hearing impairment, the visual impairment, and even the physical disability. This is an area that we cannot ignore, and the Kenya National Examinations Council has taken a deliberate effort to ensure that learners with disability are taken care of, either through a provision of hearing aids or the brailles or additional time or provision or large prints. Next slide, please. This is just a pictorial of young learners who have finished their school-based assessment as administered by their teachers in a particular school in the country. And they were doing a home science practical on cooking, and therefore they were just uptaking that which they had prepared. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges we have at our disposal is time constraint, lack of specialists in some subject and learning areas, especially in sports and creative arts. We also require more assessment expertise, and we want to ensure that we have empowered teachers across the country to be able to deliver on their areas of jurisdiction. And as I conclude, I want to welcome you to Kenya National Examinations Council, and I want to request that we partner, we share experiences, so that with the establishing of such concepts of a resource center within the organization, we are able to influence standards and best practices. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. So just bear in mind, because of time constraints, we're just going to go straight into the panel discussion, but then if you have any questions, we will take that at the end of the session. So just to remind us that the objective of this session is largely to explore key challenges for producing high quality data and using that for informed decision-making. Now, most of the presentations have highlighted some of those challenges, but then we're going to move to the panel discussion where we'll have a little more country experiences of how data has been leveraged for foundational learning. So I would start by inviting Mrs. Patrine Banda from Zambia. So she is an assistant director with the Ministry of Education. Please, can you join us here? Please, can we give them a round of applause? Sorry, I know we're about tired, given the time. And then we would have Mr. John Claude Nzeyimana. He's head of the Basic Education and TVET Exams Department with Rwanda. And then we would have Mr. Samuel again, Mr. Samuel Wambura, who is the Assistant Director of the Education Assessment Resource Center for the National Exams Council, Kenya. All right, and Jenny Hisea would also be joining us. So she's the Research Director with NFER. Okay. All right, thank you very much for your patience. I know we're all tired. So we'll try as much as possible to be quick, but then please, please give us questions at the end. And we know that you were willing to stay till late. Okay, so a first question I want to check with the government officials. So here we have 3 countries represented. So we have Zambia, we have Rwanda, and Kenya. So I would want to start with Mrs. Patrine. Now, I mean, we've talked a lot about data and we've seen a lot around learning assessment data presented. So I want to check with her from a Zambia experience. If you can give us at least one key example, more in practical terms, of a policy decision that your ministry has made based on data insights, especially regarding foundational learning.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. For Zambia, decisions have been made after carrying out a lot of research. I think for Zambia, just like other speakers have spoken, for Zambia, ours is catch up, which is teaching at the right level. How did we make that decision? That decision was made after carrying out a number of research. I'll start with the SACMEC report 2014, which showed a lot of poor learner performance at that time. And then working with other partners like Japan, came up with the evidence-based teaching at the right level, which we coined as catch up in Zambia. Catch up, basically, this is teaching at the right level, looking at the foundation level, looking at the skills at the foundation level, and these are the skills in literacy and numeracy. Catch up has been successful in Zambia because learners are first assessed and put in their right level, not according to grade. This is actually remedial, looking at how these learners can actually improve in reading and numeracy. So the decisions basically were made after a number of research, just like they were explained. And as we are now, we are talking of at least learner performance improving at a foundation level. After teaching about 100 days, we saw a number of learners improving in foundation skills, which include literacy and numeracy. This has made our country to improve in that level. So the decisions were made after doing that research. So we are basically teaching at the right level, putting the learners in the right level, not in the grade level. And this has really motivated learners because learners are able to do activities that they are able to do at that level. And our teachers are employing best methodologies that can help us achieve at foundational level, looking at foundational skills in literacy and numeracy. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Patrine. So just moving to questions around how we are using that data to not just monitor, but also using that to communicate to both internally and externally, so to key stakeholders. I want to check with Jean-Claude. How is progress around foundational learning monitored, and how do you report that both internally and to external stakeholders?
Thank you very much. In the case of Rwanda, we have initiated back in 2011 the learning achievement in Rwandan schools. It's a national assessment, sample-based, and we using that assessment, we conducted every 2 years. We assess learners and we report to schools and to all stakeholders. But not only that is like reporting up to school level, and the report are shared on website. But also we look at how can we align with the global proficiency and to be able to report on SDG 4. We are in the process of aligning our national assessment with the global proficiency framework, and to be able, and that will be done in this coming, this year and next year. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So it's nice to hear that at least the data goes back to the school level. Sometimes that's not very
at school
visible.
level, we do deploy the data.
Okay,
thank you.
All right. Then, Mr. Wambura, I mean, coming from the Assessment Resource Center, how would you think around, or what would you say about effective assessment strategies that can contribute to quality data production and utilization for foundational learning?
Thank you very much for that question. At the Resource Center, one of the key issues that we have picked up is on the development of the assessment tools that are thoroughly validated. That means that after the Test Development Directorate has come up with what they call the assessment tool, then we have to peer review what they have come up with in order to ensure that it meets all the principles of assessment, and it is inquiry-based, it is value-based, and it is authentic. Because this is now not, we have moved away from examinations. So this is an assessment of the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and attitude that speak to the real challenges, the real world issues. So that now at the end of the day, that learner is able to connect, is able to relate that which he has been doing, perhaps even before doing that which he has done, while doing what he was doing with the teacher, and during the very terminal end. So we have got a diagnostic approach, we have got a formative approach, and we have got a summative approach. And at the end of the day then, we have got an item that discriminates, not necessarily perfectly, but then it addresses the literacy and numeracy of the learner in a way that that learner will not struggle with understanding, in a way that that learner is used to doing it within the environment that he's used to, and in a way that demonstrates experiential learning. So at the end of the day, then when we analyze that item, we are able to categorize some of the items that were popular, some of the items that were not popular, and we are able to infer the possible reasons to that behavior pattern, and we are able to give the feedback to the teacher. And even by saying that, then you discover that when an item discriminates well, it favors those who are averagely better off in terms of understanding. But you can also look at it and say that for those whom the item did not discriminate well, is it because perhaps they never related well, they never understood, or perhaps the teaching and learning did not occur, or even if it occurred, to what extent? Then we pick up that feedback, and we are able to relate with the teachers, policymakers, and even the assessors themselves.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's a lot around test development processes that I understand that if we want to have policy data and align them with best practices, then obviously it has to go through that rigorous process. So maybe just for Jenny, if we look at foundational data from different sources, so assessment, surveys, from a research perspective, how do we integrate all of this to provide a comprehensive view of achievements and challenges?
Thank you. In short, I think in our research and our collaboration with different stakeholders and governments, what we found is that countries that have the more ideal assessment systems are the ones that have a coherent plan that aligns with their education system and the different practice that's going on. So rather than, have one assessment after the other and then have different surveys scattered around, there is a coherent assessment strategy from the onset so that they know when this data is coming in, what is useful, and then what sort of other background data they can collect or compile in order to inform the system. So of course, there's a lot of technical details in there, but I think that sort of emphasis on a coherent assessment strategy is very important. It's what we have seen that has worked. And I think a previous presentation by UNICEF was also echoing that as well. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so thanks for that. Just cutting across, the way in which data has been used across the country, I'd want the country representatives to give us more details on, what feedback mechanisms are in place to ensure that, data is communicated, especially to educators, and how that is being used to adjust teaching strategies. So I can start with Mrs. Patrine.
Okay, thank you so much. Just like the way I've already explained on catch-up, and that now catch-up is actually with us as ministry officials, it's actually embedded in whatever we are doing. We started with just 2 provinces. As we are speaking now, we have gone up to 9 provinces in Zambia. Zambia has 10 provinces, so we are just remaining with 1 to also take catch-up there. When you look at assessment, the way we do it, assessments starts just right at the school. The teachers are involved, they assess, there's a tool that we give our teachers, and then they report through the zonal, we have zonal centers, then the information goes to the district, then the district also submits the same information, the portal, to the province and via at the nation. So when we have collected all this data, then we have also reviews, just revealing what lessons can we learn and where really do we need to improve. So we have a number of reviews. At the school, they normally review after assessing all the learners in those level. Then we also have our district reviews, provincial reviews, and national reviews. In those reviews, data is also transmitted and the outcomes are also disseminated. And from these reviews, we also have quarterly meetings. And then again, working together with the Director of Planning, we also issue an annual report. Within the annual report that the ministries issue, the catch-up results or assessment results are also disseminated and shared. And it is also at that time when also decisions are also made, how best do we improve, which methodologies do we need to bring across so that we continue doing much better and improve the learner performance, improve the learner crisis that we are crying for. So basically, this is how we are disseminating information at this moment. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Jean-Claude?
Thank you. Having assessment at classroom level is one thing, and to be able to use data from assessment is another thing. We have we have had issues in how we proper collect data from schools and how can teachers and head teachers can use those data immediately without waiting for reports. That's why we have created in Rwanda a system, an online platform, which is CAMIS, Comprehensive Assessment, MIS. And that it's a platform where all at the end of each term, the teachers do provide end of term assessments, but during the term also, they enter marks in the system for the end of units. And at the end, teachers and the teachers can look at the performance globally, generally for the school, not only for at school level, but at national level, we can generate reports and do some comparisons for policymaking advisory. And another thing is that at the end of term 3, countrywide, all the students do take the same assessments, meaning in P1, for all the P1 students in the country take the same assessment, and they get it from that platform, CAMIS, and that is a questionnaire and marking guide, and teachers do mark, and after they upload marks, those marks can be both used at school level and at national level. And we do communicate those like data to whatever person needs to have access to those information for improving the education system. That was like for the comprehensive assessment, like all this assessment taken by all students. But as I said earlier, we have also sample-based assessment, which is LARS, conducted every two years. And by that kind of assessment, we do conduct workshops to disseminate findings after validation of the findings. We do call the head teachers, even if all head teachers are not, all schools do not participate in the assessment, but the findings are communicated to all of them to let them know what is happening globally in the country. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wambura.
Thank you. Feedback at Kenya National Examinations Council, we have what we call backwash reports. Backwash reports basically speak about performance of each area of learning and how the candidates responded on each question. And it shows how perhaps the candidates should have responded to the questions, and it gives an alternative response. So that report is available online. It is shared with schools of learning, policymakers, quality assurance makers, and so on and so forth. Number two, we have got, for instance, when we have the grade 6 assessments, like we have just had a few weeks ago, we will have a national symposium where we will analyze all areas and all items in all the testable sections. And we will, of course, invite stakeholders, those whom we collaborate with, we have affiliation to policymakers, heads of institutions, and we will have teachers as well. And we will give them our findings, the insights, and interventions. And after that, then the reports are made available to each school. And remember that that report is school specific. So it is also subject specific to the school, and it is also on each item specific to each area of learning. So it is a very detailed report that, if well utilized, then matters comprehension, application, even creativity in a number of authentic areas can really help in improving the standards of learning. It is also important for me to mention that in Kenya, we have got a system of education which stretches from grade 1, from PP1 all the way to grade 12. Currently, we are at grade 8, and we have the formative assessment, which is 40%. So all the learners in PP2 transit as a matter of policy to grade 1. And then in grade 3, the Kenya National Examinations Council develops assessment tools that are validated, but then they are shared to the teacher in every corner of the country through a portal. So the teachers download those assessment tools and the rubrics, administers them, scores them in real time, and uploads in the system. So we are able to tell in a week or two how the pattern of performance is countrywide. Remember, this is also for the adapted areas. So the age-based and the stage-based groups are all well covered. It is also important for me to note that the 40% that is gained as a result of the teacher-student relationship, the parent can be able to access and see the performance and track the performance of his or her own child. So that at the end of grade 6, we only come in to administer a summative assessment, and when we aggregate together, it doesn't discriminate who will proceed to grade 7, but it builds a performance track for that learner. And as he prepares to join the junior secondary school, the learner is well predisposed in terms of his or her own performance in every learning area. So we anticipate a scenario that in grade 12, the learner would be more able, equipped, and decisively knows which career pathway, be it STEM, be it social sciences, or sports and creative arts.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that. So I just want to do a last round of questions, starting from Jenny. So largely, I know we've talked a bit, a lot around challenges, but I'd want us to kind of like hone in on what we feel are like core challenges. So for you, from a technical perspective, looking at the different components of foundational learning, so literacy, numeracy, social and emotional skills, where do you see gaps in terms of quality data availability and utilization? And then what do you think countries should prioritize? But then for the countries, I would want them to also be specific about, current priorities for you in terms of challenges and how you'd want to be supported. So this is a room full of partners. So how you'd want to be supported to improve the quality of your learning assessment or other types of data. So Jenny?
Thank you. I think this question is very related to my talk earlier. So it's about making sure that you get the basics right, so that from the item and test development part, and also helping stakeholder to make the right and informed decision. I think there's a lot of development and research on literacy and numeracies. They are probably last gap compared to social emotional learning, where people really try to measure nowadays, but there are a lot of unanswered questions. So I think if you talk about an area to address, probably that would be an area worth more research, because we know at the moment, fundamentally, the definition is quite unclear depending on the context. The measurement method of social emotional learning is largely based on self-reporting, sometimes situational judgment tasks, but these are all prone to a bit of bias, and there are things to further consider. And also reporting is difficult, the interpretation is difficult. I think a lot of people in this room would know there's recently a creativity index being created, but then a lot of people challenge, how can you compare countries in terms of their creativity? So some question like that just requires a bit more time to look at. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so maybe let's walk backwards from that side. Mrs. Samuel?
I think we need to use empirical data to make informed decisions on matters assessment that influences curriculum implementation, curriculum instruction, and curriculum evaluation. Because if we use data, then we are to expect some findings that sometimes surprise us. And some of those small details we ignore in data speak volumes about what perhaps we have not done right and what we have done right. So when you look at data, I think I would challenge ourselves to consider use of data in decision making, especially now in the 21st centuries, where we have our learners whose self-efficacy is at another level. Their perception of life and challenges is at another level. Their digital literacy and leveraging of technology is at another level. So if we don't use data, then we may be held behind, and yet our children, their minds have transformed. Their emotional approach to certain issues could be ahead of us. So my reaction is that let us use data, let us conduct research on our processes, because we could be assessing the same way year in, year out, without realizing perhaps we can assess better and let the learner acquire that skill, that value, that principle that is more applicable in this era of 21st century.
All right, over to you, Jean-Claude. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I do believe that reporting is very crucial, and I do believe that countries should be improving their reporting systems to be able to have the accurate data and to be able to use those data efficiently on time. Another thing is that we have to improve the assessment benchmarks. Many assessments do have benchmarks at the end of some years, some levels like P3 or P6, but we need benchmarks for every year, and those benchmarks not targeting only end of year, but also at a particular time, maybe at the end of term one and at the end of second term, because waiting the whole year to gather information, reliable information on assessment or learning achievement may be too late. And another thing is that those benchmarks should not be used by researchers only, but by teachers, because assessment we can assess as researchers, as like government institutions, to look at the overall performance, but all the assessment the data analysis should come firstly, be done at school level. And the teachers should be able to read and use efficiently those assessment benchmarks. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. When we look at the components of foundation learning, we have literacy, numeracy, and social and emotional skills. As a country, we still have a lot of gaps in the third component, that is looking at the social and emotional skills. I think we really need to do much, and we really need to be helped in that area. And again, when we come back, like when we're assessing literacy and numeracy, looking at teaching at the right level, we normally have these assessments like baseline assessment, midline assessment, and the endline assessment. The challenge we have at that level is inconsistent data collection methods. We have different methods of collecting that data across the region, and the same data is underutilized, again, due to lack of technical capacity to our people let me just say at all levels, because this capacity should be done at all levels, starting with the teachers themselves, the management themselves, and also even at the national level. So we have a problem at this level because the methods we are using to collect the data are so not same at the same time. So we need to be helped in that line. And there's also an urgency to help us to improve on the MEC in the country. The MEC is Education Management and Information System. That one also we need to be helped in that line, because if the MEC is doing very fine, we'll have a system whereby data is collected and well utilized and collected in the right manner. Because at the moment, we are using different methods here and there, which may not guarantee us to have the correct data in some certain areas. So lastly, I would actually appeal that we really need to be helped in terms of capacity building and the materials to use. We are talking of the laptops and the devices, because we need to move with time. Data should move online and be done in a smart way. We do away with the hard copies, just online. Just if I'm seated in my office, I should be able to open and see at that particular school, where are we having the gaps? Is this data being utilized at that particular school? So those are the areas where we would need support as a nation, so that we are helped to manage data, and this data should also help us to make good decisions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. A lot of insights coming through, and I think there's a lot around, strengthening our test development processes, ensuring that we have standardized items for learning assessment, but then also there's the essence of teachers, at a local level, not just producing data, but also using that for decision-making at classroom level coming up. So I know we don't have a lot of time, but I think maybe we could just take 2 questions. If there anyone in the house who has a question, I know we're tired, sorry about that. But if you do have a question, please state your name and the panelists you would like to answer your question. So 2 people. Okay. All right, at least we have 1 person. Oh, okay, the second person. All right, so can we have
Hi, my name is Dr. Henry from EDT. I just wanted to make 2 statements. One is how we get this data conversation to become not an event but a culture. That our teachers are empowered to actually practice this every day. One, in their kind of questionings and conversations that they use, so the art of using the right questions. So we think about we bring this assessment to looking at what is the quality of climate assessment and how can we connect with the visual idea. Because sometimes there's a disconnect there. But also how to immediately use the data to become teaching. If you look at an example, for example, of teachers being homework. Some teachers imagine that just someone picking questions at random and giving students some of the practice. And that's what everyone teaching. It's not about I want something, it can't be here. So I am going to give this question. The data systems within our country will really help us get more value from this data. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Divya Lapa, and I lead the Global Early Childhood Education Program at UNICEF Conference. My question is to Madam Tree from Zambia, and I really want to congratulate you for the leadership you have provided to really take seriously the expansion of Kigali education and also the future which will have an impact on policy. My question is on the data. How can we mention this? How can we strengthen this which are on the aspects, which can really strengthen the systems and then really provide that further fit into early practices in this area so that we are really tracking what we're on track and how we strengthen it with the strength of data. Thank you very much.
So do you want to take the question?
Okay. Thank you so much for that wonderful question. I really indicated that there is really an urgent need for people to help us in EMIS. I think this is education management information system. What is really required is capacity building for our people and designing tools that will help us collect data, and this data should be closer to the truth. And also resources, and like tools in terms of laptops and also connectivity of internet. Because if we are talking of a school using this tool to collect data, they should be able to upload that data whilst they are just at that particular school. And we should be able to see that data wherever at whatever level. Let's talk of the provincial level, the national level, they should be able to see this data. So there's urgent need of capacity building, designing tools to collect those data, and also the equipments to use and the connectivity, internet connectivity. I think that would help us to track data, starting from the school level up to the national level. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I understand that there are some questions from the online participants, so maybe we can take one. Bruce, I can't see it from here.
It's called.
Okay. Sorry for that. Okay, so we can put it up. Okay. All right, so online participants, please, can you put up your question? so we can read it out to the panelists to respond. Okay, I think some people had their hands up. All right, I can't see the name from here, but Bruce, maybe you can give the person the sound to speak. Okay, all right, no more. All right, so maybe we could try to round up the session then. So given that there's no more questions, I think that I would want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists. And I feel like, yes, we've spoken a lot about learning assessment, and that's largely because the learning improvement is at the center of why we are all educators, because we want to improve learning outcomes. And then we also all recognize the fact that it's not just about reporting it, but then obviously going back to understanding what's the need of the assessment, what questions are these assessments responding to, what needs are they supposed to, or what problems are they supposed to solve. So with foundational learning, we know that there's been a lot of assessment, there's been a lot of data around poor learning outcomes, which is why we are all here pushing the agenda to ensure that learning outcomes are improved. And we all understand that strengthening a learning assessment system is the only way, one of the strongest ways in which we can identify where the problems are and how we can address those concerns, the problems with the kids. And obviously, like we've all said, it's not just about collecting data at national level, but definitely ensuring that teaching strategies at the classroom level are adjusted and adapted to ensure that the improvements are really happening at that level. So thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much, Jenny, Mr. Wambura, Mr. Jean-Claude, and Mrs. Patrine. Please, if you do have any additional questions, feel free to have conversations with them afterwards. And thank you very much for waiting with us at the last minute, with the last session. I know we've taken a lot of time, but thank you for your patience. All right. All right, please, if you have the translators with you, please leave them on the table so they can pick them up afterwards. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, just a quick announcement.